Sports TV, man. That's my dude. I rolls with him.
You heard what the man said. It's Flight Sports TV.
Flight Sports TV, that's where it's at.
Flight Sports TV.
What's going on, people? It's Flight Sports TV. I appreciate y'all for checking with me. I already know what it is. We're back with another one of them things. We're going to be discussing a whole lot of Lamelo Ball, a whole lot of G3. We got ourselves a game to cover, ladies and gentlemen. It's about to go down. Everybody hit that like button and most definitely hit that subscribe button. It's Flight Sports TV. I hope everybody having a good Saturday out there tonight, man. That's really what it's all about. I appreciate all y'all for tuning in. This is going to be a hell of a game, against the Washington Wizards. I'm really looking forward to seeing these two teams because both of these teams were outside of the playoff picture. I'm telling you, I listen, call me crazy. I think if the Charlotte Hornets must get out to a good start. If they get out to a good start, I think they got a chance. If they get out to a bad start, we're going to have to figure a few things out. But the Washington Wizards is another team that I'm looking forward to seeing. Listen, they got all the talent. I'm telling you, if you look top to bottom, they made a key acquisition last year. I know I get on this guy a lot, Chris Snacks Porzingis. He left the New York Knicks. He went to carry bags with Luka Doncic out there in Dallas. Things ain't go as planned, as you can see. Things just ain't worked out for him. Now he's out in Washington. With Bradley Beal. I think this is going to be a good situation for him. Bradley Beal is the truth, y'all. This man is completely unstoppable. I think he's a true talent. You got Kyle Kuzma, an NBA champion, sitting over there. So I don't know why it won't work out for them. The Eastern Conference is going to be retarded. That's why I see a lot of people so critical on the Charlotte Hornets for not making any moves. I still think it's time that maybe something could be done. And it don't necessarily got to be a home run. If they can get, something, at a decent price, I don't see why they wouldn't take that, in my humble opinion. Things going to work out for Charlotte. Salute to everybody in the chat right now. Shout out to my man Basil. Shout out Chuck Morris. Salute to all y'all that's in the building, man. It's a Saturday night. We here discussing a whole lot of Lamelo Ball, a whole lot of Charlotte Hornets. The Washington Wizards, man, they even got a lot of young talent themselves. We all know the situation with the Charlotte Hornets and all of their young pieces. But when you look at guys like Rui, when you look at Adija, if I'm not mistaken, that's how you say his name, they got a couple of people over there to look out for in the future. And look, Kyle Kuzma is still a young talent as well. He was drafted, in that same draft with Liangelo Ball, ladies and gentlemen. So he's still a young player. I know he's been around the block. But the Washington Wizards, they finished 35-47. 12th in the Eastern Conference, right behind the New York Knicks and right behind the Charlotte Hornets. The Hornets, of course, we know 43-39, but this is a new season. Charlotte does not have Miles Bridges. I think that's the elephant in the room. I think they need to get that situation rectified, in order for the Charlotte Hornets really to truly take that next step as an organization and as a team. This Charlotte Hornets situation with Miles Bridges, I know nobody really likes to talk about it, but it's just dragging the whole situation down. I'm just seriously, just dragging everything the fuck down. I mean, it's sad. I just hope that something could happen in terms of he can come back. or if the NBA could somehow figure something out, maybe they can get some type of something. I don't know how they can do what they could do. Maybe some type of exception. Maybe they can get some extra, to expand, in the cap space, something. Or the Charlotte Hornets outright need to make some moves, because when you look at the preseason, I'm looking at Book Night, I'm looking at all these other guys. I mean, goddamn, you telling me we can't package a couple of these guys and get something? Seriously, I don't know who the hell is out there right now, but they need to get something. I mean, they need to truly look into Carmelo Anthony. I mean, call me crazy. The Charlotte Hornets need to go look out for Carmelo Anthony. They need something. They need a scoring punch. That they could use something. Right now. I think that's a hell of an option right now for the Charlotte Hornets. There's still moves that could be made to put them in the same position as some of these teams that you may see, and you think that they are so superior than the Charlotte Hornets. When you look at, if they were to make something like that, a move like a Carmelo or something else, I know they don't have a whole lot of money. Like I said, they just need somebody to come in and help out, a veteran presence who could actually do some things on the floor. I think that could put them right in the mix with, when you're looking at Detroit, because Detroit made some moves. They got a whole bunch of young talent. Everybody's high on them. You look at Washington, they're gonna be coming back, for blood. They got Porzingis out there. This man is 7-something. Beal. I mean, this dude, I believe, wasn't he the scoring leading? He led the league in scoring not too when he was fully healthy. I think Curry ended up beating him at the last second, but he led the league in scoring the whole entire goddamn year. This dude is a scoring machine. So I'm just saying, just hold faith out on Charlotte for them making some kind of move. I'm not saying I'm a crazy one, but something. We got, shout out everybody in the building right now. We got my man All Access in the building. Dex, talk to the people. We live.
Yes, sir. Shout out to Flight Sports TV, the machine, the voice of the voiceless, the people's champ, hottest shit in these streets. Shout out to the panel, and definitely shout out to the chat. And we thank everybody for rocking with us this late night edition of Flight Sports TV on this Saturday night. A lot of college football, a lot of wild card baseball. But tonight, we're focusing on the Hive, the Charlotte Hornets Spectrum Center, and all of the fantastic moves by Lamelo Ball and the others. Yes, sir, Flight. How you doing, my brother?
Man, I can't call it. Everything's good. Of course, I'm looking ahead, to this game, Monday. The Charlotte Hornets taking on the Washington Wizards, two teams that missed the postseason. So I'm truly looking forward to seeing how these teams fare, especially early on in the season. I want to look into to the Washington Wizards roster this evening. Also, get into their whole situation as well, because we got a season fastly approaching. And I want to get everybody's take on the Washington Wizards, and where do you see them fitting in this whole Eastern Conference situation that I think is going to be so competitive, and like I said, the Hornets got to have some kind of, self situation to think that, listen, we was in the play-in two times in a row. I mean, how the hell did all these teams leapfrog us? They have to have some form of mentality like that. So I'm truly hoping for the best. That's what I'm thinking. What, in your humble opinion, what do you think about the Washington Wizards? We just stated that they missed the postseason last year. They were 12th, in the East with a record of 35-47. What's your take on the whole situation out in Washington?
Well, first of all, big ups to Chocolate City. But outside of that, there's not much going on in Washington. I don't see them doing anything miraculous. They're lacking real leadership in Washington, and that falls on the Bradley Beals of the world, because it seemed like he just won his money and that's it, and he's skating. I I don't see Kyle Kuzma being a difference maker. I definitely don't see KP being a difference maker because look how many teams he's been on. He ain't been a difference maker on any of those teams. He was a flash in the pan with the New York Knicks, and that was in his prime. So now he's on the other side of the hill. I don't believe KP's in his prime. I believe he's on the other side of the hill. So he's not going to make a difference. Rui, I mean, he's still young and full of potential. I just don't see much coming out of Washington. I don't see it, like.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. So we should be kind of optimistic on the Charlotte Hornets as well. You don't feel like this is a team that has leapfrogged the Charlotte Hornets, even though they have some notable
But that's
names?
not saying much. What does that say? Leapfrogging the Charlotte Hornets. They've
Well,
been
we
the
got
10th. They've been the 10th seed since 2 years in a row, and now they might be the 12th or 13th seed.
well that's the conversation. That means that somebody's going to be leapfrogging them.
But what is it to leapfrog? There's nothing there.
Well, I believe the Charlotte Hornets mindset this season needs to be either to play in or further. Anything else is a regression. Pardon me. I feel like the Charlotte Hornets do not want to regress. In my humble opinion, that's where I'm going with all of this.
Listen, you might say the Charlotte Hornets don't want to regress, but Mitty might be saying something different. Mikey might be saying something different because what off-season move did they make besides picking up Xavier Sneed?
Right. That's what I'm saying. You're right. So where you going with this, Dex? You think they're trying to go maybe for one of these top draft picks?
I mean, it's a possibility because
there's a lot of names.
Yeah, because they never acquired anything. Think about that. They acquired Xavier Sneed, and Xavier Sneed is injured, Flight.
Right.
The man risk is broke. How you go and get somebody that can't even contribute immediately to this disaster? It's confusing and chaos written in the skies.
That's right.
Hello, Flight Sports.
AB
TV,
the Hero. What's the deal?
Y'all live right now with AB the Hero as well.
Oh damn! Okay, that's perfect. This ain't never been done before. Shout out to AB the Hero. Salute to the whole audience over there, man. We appreciate y'all.
Shout out to the living legend, iconic AB the Hero, the grandfather of this thing.
Triple B's.
Straight out. Appreciate y'all, man. I heard y'all in here going in.
And you merged us with a live?
I'm happy that you're over there. I want to say something. I remember when you inducted me into the Ballerverse. It was on Christmas Day. You had a Christmas Day stream. I was gonna clip that out and put that on the video. I was telling people about that, man. Shout out to the Ballerverse, man. It's very alive, man. It's out here. Salute to AB the Hero. What's the deal?
Nah, man, we good, man. We've been having one of these thorough Jello conversations, man, and the trajectory of him and Melo and all of that stuff, man. So I was like, yo, let me see who on the net right now. And I thought to myself, man, only right to include Flight Sports and my man All Access Dex into this conversation, because y'all are the aficionados and the connoisseurs of this topic, as well.
Yes, sir. We're on the front line with you, brother.
Yeah. One of the things that, and y'all was in the midst of talking Lamelo, so I wanted to ask y'all some questions if I can. With this upcoming season, right? We done seen Lamelo get better and better with every season that he's played, right? But this team looks like it's going to be worse. How do you think that impacts the trajectory of his career when we talk about all-stars, when we talk about all NBAs and all of this stuff? Do you think that he's still going to have the cachet with this season to get some of them same accolades, or is this going to be is this going to hurt his growth a little bit?
I can take that. I don't think it's going to hurt his growth. You know, in my humble opinion, let's say the way everybody's looking, everybody's so cautious. You know, okay. Let's say, for instance, the Charlotte Hornets bottom out. You know, they have this year that everybody's scared that they may have. What if they turn around, you know, on lottery night and get the #1 overall pick? You know, with that I don't think it changes anything if you have a year that maybe is offset. You know, we've seen guys make the pardon me, you know, get individual accolades even though that they had a down year. We've seen that before, so that's not out the realm of possibility. If Lamelo Ball is balling out of control, you know, the NBA executives they're gonna get this guy in there, you know, in some form or fashion. You know, we should have the power to get him in no matter what. I don't know what the hell is going on with their analytics down in that department. But I don't think it's gonna hurt him, in my humble opinion. You know, I think it's just I want to hope that this is just could be one bad season, but I'm not. I'm very optimistic that something could go down. You know, Dex. I don't know if Dex want to add on to that.
Yes, most definitely. Like, listen, we already know LaMelo Ball is psychotic, and this is a scenario that LaMelo Ball can only dream of. And I know it looks a little frail with a lot of the others, especially Gordon Hayward hurt, the Miles Bridges absence, and the Cody Martin that's injured. The only thing seemed permanent is the absentee of Miles Bridges. But Gordon Hayward will be back. Cody Martin will be back. So that give it a little more solidification as far as the congruency of the schematics that Cliffy will put out there on the court with players who know what the hell they're doing and know how to play within their lane. Gordon Hayward has that identity. Miles Bridges Cody Martin has an identity, and we all know LaMelo Ball got the keys. So, in saying that, I honestly believe that LaMelo Ball I believe inside in his heart, I mean, it might be a little nervousness because it's the first time he's 21 years old that he has that NBA team and he's a face of a billion-dollar franchise. But deep down, beneath all of the surface facade, I believe LaMelo Ball is thrilled that this is his shit. This is his giddy up. And his daddy told him this will happen. Think about that. From a youth to a young man to a young adult, his daddy's been in his ear saying, Melo, you're going to have that opportunity to run your franchise to be the best player in the world. This is your moment right now. And he knows that, and he's trying to keep it in compass. He's trying not to circumvent the process, and he's trying to keep it within the scope of his influence. But he knows he is actually living in his destiny, and he's continuing in that journey to be what his father said it was going to be like. So this is not something that's unfamiliar with him subconsciously and to some degree on the surface consciously. But of course, he have to wear that mask, be that leader, and make sure his teammates don't have unnecessary resentment based on what he displays out there on that basketball court. I said it one time, I said it twice, that Cliffy gave this man the keys. I went on multiple streams, AB, touting this, that he got the keys, he got his number, and Liangelo would be on the team. So, of course, people say, okay, Dexter, you capping, blah, 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 right? But then I told him, when I leave your stream, when that moment comes, please give me my cadoodles. Not for self-grandizement purpose, but just as being amongst the brotherhood and sharing information that this will come true, because I honestly believe what LeVar said about his boy. See, I honestly believe that. For having a face-to-face, eye-to-eye, chest-to-chest conversation on multiple times with the big brother LeVar, I come to realize that this man knows what the fuck he's saying. And on top of that, he thinks outside the matrix. And the reason why a lot of people is not understanding LB, and that's LeVar Ball, of course, is because he thinks outside the matrix. There's no gray box in him. He draws a line in the sand and he goes for it from there. And the people don't understand. Well, let me say not the people. That's too blanket. Most people don't understand because they enjoy the matrix, or they sleep in the matrix, or they just be happy being a sheep. And they don't want a new shepherd. So that's why he gets backlash from people who really don't know what the hell they're talking about and really don't know what the hell they're seeing. So they want to grab Lamelo, right, to themselves, and they don't deserve him, of course. They don't deserve him. But then they want to poo-poo on the rest of the brothers. Now that Liangelo is making a splash, even though, you know, of course, his minutes are not being what we might want him to be, but he's there. He's on the board, AB. He's on the board with 1 point, 1 rebound. So he's on the board. And the last I heard, he moved up slightly in the depth chart. And by, like I said before I came on, the Charlotte Hornets didn't make a splash in the offseason to acquire somebody or some players to assist Lamelo in his growth and development as being a face of a franchise. I think he's doing a good job so far in the preseason. At least he's not knocking out his players. That's for one thing, even though some of them might need to be swung on. You know, some of them players need some mitts put on them, but we ain't going to go there. The thing about it is that when you don't make moves to improve, then you die. They actually died last year when they lost that playing game with the Atlanta Hawks, because there's no forward movement. It's been nothing but constant regression. And then they go and make a move and pick up Xavier Sneed, who's injured. They picked up an injured player that cannot immediately contribute. That is mind-boggling in itself, AB.
Yeah. I agree with you. I think it's obvious that this Hornets team at the moment, as a organization collectively, is not thinking like, let's get as good as we can be, right? But I do think that they have made some positive strides. And when I'm looking at Lamelo on the court, I'm watching the box score and seeing the minutes and the things, it does feel like the transition between Lamelo is one of our really good players to Melo is our guy. You know what I'm saying? Like I see that based on actual things happening on the court and all of that stuff. So I do see that. I think the part of the conversation that we were having, and I think y'all both tackled it so eloquently, is that like the what's next of it all. You know what I mean? Like that after 2 throttlings in those playing games, right? They had a come to Jesus meeting, you know what I mean, just as an organization. And so it's important for them. So now they look like they having to figure out this stuff on the fly, right? Especially with the Bridges and all of that stuff. And some of the who are we and what guys do we want on this roster? One of the guys, obviously, we've been talking about, you know what I mean, being on this roster and how he can maybe make an impact or how he can get a spot on this team is Liangelo Ball. And you said that you heard that he was moving up the roster. I told people this, that I've heard a lot of the negative conversation around Liangelo in the box score when it comes to him. But when I went to that game versus the Pacers in the building, it felt different, right? I noticed that when he was on the court initially, they were doing what they normally do, and they weren't like finding him to get him the ball. It didn't happen like, yo, we're gonna bring Liangelo in and here go your time to shine, right? Everybody who was in there just got off the bench. They was all looking for their own moment and trying to solidify themselves. And there was a distinct switch after, I believe it was a timeout or something, where they came back on the court, and the next couple of plays were Jello Ball plays. And to me, that says something. It said that this organization, like, for one, notices that that's what the people want to see. But from what I'm watching, I've noticed that they've played certain people and not played certain people because it seems like they're looking for something as well. So I guess my question to y'all is, what do you think Liangelo has to do to get on the court for this Hornets team? Or like what is the future of him? Is this just like, you know, he's going to end up in the G League? Is he going to end up on this team playing on the end of the bench? Like what do you think is the trajectory for him in the next you know what I mean, and over the next couple of games, next couple of months?
Let's see. You know, in the words of LeVar Ball, we got to stop acting like this ain't never been done before. You know, so it's not out the realm of possibility that Liangelo Ball still stays currently on the Charlotte Hornets. But in any event, you know, he would happen to go elsewhere. Why in the hell would he not be one of the first call-ups? I mean, it would be obviously Jalen Crutcher himself. But if we just going down that realm, you know, but I'm more thinking positive, you know, of what the first statement, what I said, but I'm giving both sides of the coin, you know. But either way, just like you have stated on many occasions, you put out some great videos recently, you know. Liangelo Ball, you know, this guy's gonna be the sky's the limit, you know. Things are on the ups and ups for him, man. Let's just see what happens.
Mm-hmm. No,
Well,
go ahead.
oh yeah. Well, I'm gonna say this right here. Now, I was a two-sport star. I won't say star. I was a good two-sports athlete in high school. And one thing I can tell you, when you see a person out there playing baseball and you see him swing, not once, not twice, but 3 times. It's even though he may not make contact with the ball, it's the way that his body is in alignment while he's swinging. You know that that player can play some baseball. When a violinist sees a person stroking the scales of the violin, after 1 or 2 notes, that violinist knows if that person can play the violin. So when it comes to Liangelo, after seeing him explode in the summer league initially, then back that up with an explosion in the G League, then coming back for an invite to the summer league and have a pretty decent game all around, that is, you know he can play basketball. So you don't think that the Charlotte Hornets and their scout team, seeing the footage or even seeing them up close, personal in 3D, that they know they're looking at a basketball player? When we hear Cliffy describes what is he expecting from the bottom 5, we know that Liangelo Ball strike all the chords. When we see Tyrone Corbin, a former head coach of the Utah Jazz, and been with Cliffy through some of his tours of duty when Cliffy was head coach on various teams. Tyrone Corbin was present. Also, Tyrone Corbin took the Utah Jazz to the playoffs while he was head coach. Calls timeout, because that's who called the timeout, and reconfigure the offense and scream in some of the players' ears how disappointed he was. This satisfaction brings about a change. That's why you saw him run the play to Jello in the corner, even though it was a congested.
Did we lose Dax?
I think so.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Dax is crazy. Shit, done the good way. Dax talking that talk.
Yeah. He was on the road there. He's speaking the real, because that's what I was telling folks earlier, is that I think that if you are like, if you're an athlete, if you understand the game a bit in any way, you understand like what situations you can be in that might not make you look the best. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I think about like football, where I played football growing up. And when I was a kid, it didn't matter. I was going to play in boots. I'd play in sandals. I'd play in, socks. You know what I mean? I damn near play any way but barefooted. You know what I'm saying? And it got to a certain point where the only way I was touching the field is if I had my cleats on. Cause I know that it's important for me to put first of all, I don't want to hurt myself, or I don't want to injure myself or whatnot. You know what I mean? But I'm coming out there with cleats on because that's the best case scenario for me to do well. And so, but if for anything had ever happened and you caught me out there without my cleats on, you still could tell from the and if I slipped, you would still be like, but I noticed that he fell over because he didn't have a cleats, but there was something else there. You know what I'm saying? And I think that for me, when I'm analyzing, and I'm hoping that this locker room sees it, when you put a Liangelo Ball out there in the circumstances that he's been in at times, like I know that they have to see like, oh, but wait a minute. Obviously, he's a shooter, and we're putting a shooter in the worst case scenario to be a shooter. You know what I'm saying? And I like to think that why they called those plays for him, because they did have a one for him in the corner where he's tripped over, but then they brought it right back and they ran one where he drove it and then kicked it to a guy in the corner, and then another one with the similar motion. You know what I'm saying? So I'm hoping that they did that. And when he did that, man, I was like, wait a minute, boy, you look like you might be an NBA player. So I don't know. That's what. So I appreciate where you was going with that, Dex.
Yes, sir.
With your the violinist analogy and the baseball swing analogy, you on to something, man. Yeah. And I feel like if this is a real organization, they hopefully they see that as well.
Yeah, I believe honestly Liangelo is safe, and I believe he's safe for various reasons. I believe he's safe for various reasons, but nevertheless, I believe he's safe. Now, this is what I've noticed, just based on my just personal research, is that Liangelo really have to just beat out one person, and that is Jay Sims. If he could beat out Jay Sims, and right now he got the upper hand because Jay Sims haven't seen the floor since that first game where he took those 3 consecutive shots, and every all those shots that he took, he missed, and it led to buckets for the Boston Celtics on the other end. So he basically gave up 6 to 8 points in the shot that he took, but never put a dent in the league by shooting those 3 shots back to back, and then shooting one of the last shots. So he had like 4 shots within that 3-minute span, because him and Jello played about the same type of minutes. But the difference was Jello shot his shots, although he missed them, within the scheme of things. He didn't break the offense, nor did he send anybody in confusion by being out of position, and people have to scramble to try to compensate for a player that's just doing a little too much, but not saying nothing to him. And Jay Sims was that player. So all he have to do, because Jello was slotted as a shooting guard, no other position that he slotted at is in the depth chart, and Jay Sims is slotted in that same category. So if he can beat out Jay Sims, then most likely he will have that 15th roster slot.
Most definitely. Sorry, AB. I want to introduce our guys who just rolled in the panel. We got my man Nico Savage in the building. We got my man Juju. What's the deal, Juju?
No, for real, man. I came in and I saw y'all, we're talking about Lamelo Ball and Liangelo Ball, and I was interested in having a conversation. So wanted to see what was your thoughts.
Most definitely. Before we get into it, man, I wanna congratulate you. I was checking out your channel, man. I want to salute to you and everything that you got going on, man. You got a lot of good things moving with the anime content. I didn't even know that you was into that, man. But you really perfecting that lane, man. I want you to keep going, man. I wish you nothing but the best on your channel. And everybody that's rocking with anime content, you need to get with Juju. Otherwise, you're really not with this anime.
Yeah, man, Flight, I really appreciate that, man. You were one of the first people to, even push me to do YouTube in the first place. So it's a big credit to you. I really appreciate you, bro.
Yeah, most definitely. So what's your thoughts on this whole situation with the whole Hornets and everything we was just discussing?
Well, firstly, I have a bunch of things about the Hornets, but specifically we can kind of talk about Liangelo and where he's at. Basically we predicted this for years. We've all came on panel, talked about how Liangelo Ball needs to be in the NBA. He needs to be on the roster. And finally, the Charlotte Hornets make it happen. So that's the plus. That's the check mark. And now it's about him getting on the court, him getting crucial minutes and actually being a benefit to the team. That's the next step that we need from Liangelo. And I think he's definitely going to, of course, he's going to make it there, right? We've already predicted that he's going to be on the team, period. And now the new prediction is that eventually he will be getting a lot of minutes on the team, a lot of valuable minutes. So I'm looking forward to seeing that. So far from what I've seen in preseason, oh my God, it's low key worse than the summer league, because in the summer league, it was like you have guys with the ball that'll kind of look off Liangelo, try to create their own shot, not really pass it as much. And you're seeing the same type of thing in the preseason. And, it's only natural because in the preseason, you're trying to compete to actually get valuable minutes on the roster during the season, or even, stay upon the team. So guys are going to be playing out there kind of selfishly and not really looking for Liangelo as much as they should be. Or, maybe if Lamelo was on the court, maybe he would get a lot more opportunities. So from what I'm saying right now with Liangelo is just he's not getting the opportunities due to, who he's on the court with. And then the minutes, I think a lot of people have talked about him not getting that many minutes. I think, again, that's kind of natural as well. The Hornets did a similar thing with Lamelo Ball where he wasn't getting the minutes that he deserved. So eventually I do think Liangelo will get his minutes. And right now, I don't think we should, get too ahead of ourselves and say Liangelo Ball isn't doing this and doing that. He will get his opportunity. We just have to be patient and, eventually he'll get there. But basically from what I've seen, Liangelo Ball hasn't been bad at all. But the Hornets, oh my God, they're terrible. They're just bad. But yeah, it's pretty much my Liangelo take.
That was a good take.
Yeah, it definitely was. That's crazy. Juju, we got my man Nico. What's good, Nico?
Yo, what's good with y'all, man?
What's good? We in here with the legend, AB the Hero. We live. We got a lot of legends in the building. What's the deal, Nico? Talk to us, man. What's your thoughts on this whole situation?
To be honest, I had something I was thinking about recently when it came to Jello. I was thinking to myself, I understand he's not playing many minutes, but I want him to look like he dying for this opportunity. But, as I mentioned, I believe in last stream, I almost feel like he knows he's going to make the team. You know, like it doesn't seem that urgent for him to give his full heart's content effort out there, you know, as if he doesn't have another chance. He seems more comfortable, nervous, but comfortable with the opportunity he has right now. And I just wish I'd seen a little bit more of the dog we know he is in going after this opportunity. And that's probably the main thing I could say with this Jello situation, because, you know, I've been talking about this for a while, but that's something that I've been thinking about lately. So I just need him to, when he's out there for 2, 3, 4 minutes, I need to see a godly hustle, because it's part of his game. It's not like he can't do it. It just seems that he's content with, you know, not touching the ball. I understand he's mild mannered. He's not really a rah-rah type, at least not on the court. But he's too smart to be content with the shit that he has going on right now and barely touching the ball, getting no play time, watching his teammates go away from him every time he touches the court. I don't know. I just think it's too casual. That's making me think he's made the team already. I want to know if y'all think not just that he made the team already, but if you think he's made the team already. Because I don't see that desire, that hunger.
I do.
He's definitely made the team. Definitely.
That desire and hunger is there.
What I'm saying is, with the minutes he's got, it's not like he's playing for his fucking life out there. It's like
you got to keep him, but you got to keep in mind, though, Nico, what you want to do. You want him to be out there looking like a banshee?
His teammates are
control type. Come on, but that's Ragley basketball. You already admitted that. So you want him to integrate himself to that type of basketball. If I was Jello, I'd be doing the same thing. Hey, look, coach, when you see this film, you see I ain't a part of that mess.
Well,
I'm running my lanes. I'm being where I'm supposed to be, according to how we said we're going to scheme for this team. When this group of guys come in, I'm doing what the coach say do. So when you go look at that film, you're going to see me doing what you say do. So if I'm doing what you say do, and those guys are not cooperating, it ain't on me. So I ain't tripping.
Yeah, and it kind of goes back to just like Liangelo's play style in the first place and how LeVar Ball has raised his boys. Even though Liangelo Ball isn't scared to shoot, he has massive confidence to shoot it from anywhere. He's still an unselfish player. Like, he's going to play within the flow of the offense. He's not just going to just jack up bad shots. I mean, so I understand why he's going out there and not trying to force anything, because if he forces it and he looks bad, that's even worse than not forcing it at all and just trying to play within the flow of the offense. So I think that's the best thing for Liangelo Ball to do right now.
Yeah. And I think too, it helps him when they go back and watch the tape and he's in position and they don't give him the ball, right? So, like, if there's a depth chart and you're the guy in front of Liangelo Ball and the coach can see, your job is to find the open dude. Like, it's not right now in the preseason. This is not the G League, or this is not the summer league where it really don't matter. There's no translation. Like, the sets and things that you're running are probably not the same sets that will run on this end and all of that. So a lot of this is you're supposed to be somewhere, right? If you play with the third or the second string, we need you to make that pass, and you can't make it with a dude wide open. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's more beneficial for him to be where he's supposed to be than to be like running around there like a chicken with his head cut off. I will tell you this though. I'm telling you, if you look at the intensity that he's playing with, I don't think it's matched between the other guys who are in similar situations with him. I think that where he can be more intense is on the bench. Like that Hornets team, I was looking at this earlier, some of the highlights. If you watch the Celtics bench from that last game and then watch the Hornets bench, it's night and day. Melo is cooking people and the Hornets golf clapping. Somebody on the other end just go do a layup and the whole team is up, like they hands in the air, they standing up and they rah rah rah. And I feel like if he added that to his game, that would solidify his spot even more. I do, and I will say though, I agree with Dex and everybody. I think he might be on the roster already. I think he like has done enough to where he should be good though.
So you want to turn Liangelo to cornbread Maxwell?
He that would change the dynamic of that Hornets team. Right now, with the chemistry issues that they have, like they need somebody who can get everybody engaged and hype into the game. Right now, they don't have it, and I feel like if they could see that from him, that would be even more reason for him to kind of be with that team. But the being cool and just hanging at the end of the bench, I don't think that's the way to go.
That's the thing that kind of just sucks, because again, that's one of like just Liangelo's personality traits. Like he's the type of dude where he doesn't get too excited, he doesn't get too like sad or whatever. He just kind of just bland, no emotion. So I don't blame him for that. I think that's more of a coaching thing. Like, coach, you got to have, because that's what I've been noticing in the preseason is nobody has energy. The starting lineup don't got energy. The bench doesn't have energy. Like when they're playing, when they're cheering on their teammates, it's no energy. Like that again goes back to coaching. But I would agree, if he can do something that's off the court that makes him stand out from everybody else, which I already think he has. I mean, he's Liangelo Ball, Lamelo Ball's brother. He's going to stand out regardless. But I think he needs to bring something, kind of like how you alluded to, AB, whether it's, bringing more energy off the bench, whatever it may be, to get him a little bit of an edge over everybody else. But I honestly think he already has that edge. Just him having his foot in the door makes me believe he's on the team. Or else he wouldn't even be on the roster right now. I just don't, that would make no sense to me. But yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah.
And I noticed, AB, I don't know if it was your video or somebody's video, that when Liangelo got up to get into the game, to sub into the game, only one person gave him dap, and that was Book Night. Everybody else was like kind of turned away and just, walked in. It wasn't like a congratulations when somebody come off the bench and come in through the, through the scoring table to sub in. You know how they kind of dap each other to get a little hype. Only one person dapped him, and that was Book Night.
Yeah. I think that I feel like that the organization is trying to act like nothing special is happening. You know what I'm saying? Like they are like, even with the Jello chants, like somebody was in on my chat was saying like, oh, did they just put him in just because they got tired of hearing them chants? Like it didn't look like folks were like upset that they were chanting Jello, right? It didn't look like they were like, oh my God, like it's so cool either. You know what I mean? Like everybody tried to like make it seem like, oh, it's not happening. Even though you could see like individual reactions of people being like, oh, here they go. You know what I'm saying? But so yeah, man, I think that it would be their team would be so much better if in that situation, folks like high five, slap, you know what I mean? And just got more excited for each other, man. They all are playing like they're all trying to get the last spot on the roster, and they don't want to make friends with nobody. And
exactly.
And
what are they shooting percentage from three? Because I think it's like 29% or
Terrible,
23%.
man.
Yeah,
it's like
the last game was
14.
like 27, 28 or 27 in the last game.
I'll look it up right quick.
Well,
yeah, it's really,
I did want to
really
say
hard.
this, Dex.
It's trash.
The reason that because we know Jello's a dog. We know he's hungry for the opportunity, and don't get it misconstrued. I think Jello a monster. My thing is, it almost gives me the vibes as if he's already on the team versus trying to make the team, and that's why I brought that up. Because it's even though the team overall just gives you bad energy, his part has also been a little, lackadaisical. Just I'm here, and I just want to see him even on defense be a little more aggressive. Go for the steals you typically go for. Be the guy I know you are, because as I said recently, I think he got the fastest hands of the group. He always had his special ability of punching the ball out and forcing a turnover, and I think he can do that on this level also. I think he can be, a 1 to 2 steal per guy kind of guy throughout his entire career at that. just because he reads dribble patterns well, and he has very anticipating skills that many people don't have. And I want to see him showcase that. If you're not going to score, at least give me that on defense.
Again, it just kind of leads back to the initial thing where we just have to give time to Liangelo to properly acclimate himself into the roster and with these, new guys. So like a lot of these things that we might not see now when he's on the floor, and let's also add in context, like he's not playing 20 minutes. It's not like he's playing the whole game. He's out there for like, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes at most, 6 minutes. He's not getting like a ton of playing time to go out there and show some of these things. So again, it just comes down to patience. Again, when he gets his opportunity and he gets the correct opportunity, he will show himself. And I don't have any I have all the faith in the world that he will do that. So
exactly. And then you got to remember the guys he's playing with is the same guys he played with Summer League. These are that bottom five. That's that Summer League team, and some of them was part of that G League Swarm team. So
wait,
that's why
you trying to tell me through all that playtime they're still making the same issues and mistakes?
Oh, most definitely.
That's why they're G League players. They're in the G League for a reason, bro. If they weren't making these mistakes, they would be getting more minutes on the actual roster, benefiting the team. But they obviously cannot. So I mean,
these same five guys,
same five guys,
making the same.
And that's a punishment to Jello. To be honest with you,
it is.
That's a punishment.
Because that kind of leads into what I was saying earlier, what we were kind of alluding to earlier is like, okay, well, it's moments where Liangelo Ball's like butt naked wide open and his teammates just do not make the correct pass. You put him out there with Lamelo Ball. Lamelo Ball is going to find a way to get it into his hands. And this is probably where we can see him blossom. But I don't know why he doesn't throw him out there with Lamelo Ball. Like, I want to see that.
Right, yeah, exactly. But you can even put him in with the second team or be 3/5 of the third team. But that bottom team, that bottom five team, oh no.
Trash.
No, he would never see the ball. They will have to argue. Bryce McGowan is a point guard or sometime Book Knight. You would listen, you gotta call timeout and say, what the fuck are y'all doing? What is this? And they be like, huh? Because they think they're balling. They out there dribbling between their legs at the top of the arc. And looking to to go do a solo move. They want to be Kyrie so bad.
Book Knight
layups.
Book Knight wants to beat, bro. Oh my god, bro. Nico, I cannot believe you were advocating for Book Knight last year when I was like, bro, this dude is trash, bro. I'm telling you, this man should not be on the roster, bro.
I was saying Book Knight was awful.
Trash. Oh, you did? Okay, it was somebody else. My bad. That might have been. I forgot who it was. It was somebody here.
Look, I want you know what? Good plug. Quick segue real quick. I got like 2 videos up. I want y'all to see when y'all get a chance. It's just a simple splice of Book Knight being Book Knight. I think it's called Ladies and Gentlemen, James Book Knight. And he just continues to get ripped every time he goes between the legs and lose the game. And in crucial situations. I'm not a fan of him. Only recently, like during the season, I was like, okay, I could see what people kind of see in him. But his handle trash though. I'm tired of people saying his handle all right. I've never seen a dude that dribbles as much as he does get the ball poked free consistently.
Ever.
Not even Jello getting ripped like this.
If Liangelo can make it to the bottom part of the second roster, top part of the third roster, you will see a whole different Liangelo because those guys have habits that are decent and IQs that are average. Where them other guys, they don't even have IQ. They probably 0 on the scale. So that's why you see so much bad basketball coming for them. And they really think they're hooping. They think they're still in the Pro-Am League. And they don't understand they actually in the NBA. So if Jello was to get with the Kelly Oubre's, the Jalen McDaniels, the Nick Richards, I'm quite sure they will give him the ball in his pockets because they are such reactionaries and they know what to do and how to make a decent play. And Liangelo will execute it. He will finish the playoff. He'll get the job done. And he'll get the ball in rhythm. That's what I believe. But when you play with those other numbnuts, it's very difficult to get configured in a really schematic offense because those guys just doesn't believe in structure.
So this kind of leads to another question that I have for the panel. Because we keep a lot of, from what I've heard, a bunch of these things are like extremely negative, right? Like how we're talking about the bottom 5 of these dudes cannot even make the right like IQ play. So where do y'all, I have actually 2 questions. First, where do y'all see this team ending up? And then the second question would be, if you don't see this team being good or even top 8, do you think they should be in the mode, like tanking mode? Like Victor looks amazing. That dude looks like he's gonna be one of the best players of all time. And then you have a couple other players as well. But so like, what do y'all think the Hornets should like do this season and for the upcoming future?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
That's great.
Well, I'll take the lead on it. So to get everybody juices flowing, pause. The
Is that me cutting out or Dex?
No, that's Dex cutting out.
That's Dex.
if they can get Carmelo,
All right.
that's me. It's got to be me. What about now? Mic check.
You good now?
Yeah.
I think the Hornets need to make like one move immediately prior to the season, and that is to pick up Carmelo Anthony. Because first of all, he's a veteran. He knows his limitations. I don't think he's going to be disruptive, and he can give you some type of offense.
Yeah. 20.
Where you can kind of spread out a little bit. I don't know about 20, but he can give you some offense where you can kind of have some space. Right now, it looks like it's too jammed up in the lanes because most of the Hornets players are soloists. They're solo acts. You know what I mean? You can't put them in a group. You follow what I'm saying? They're gonna act like David Ruffin. You can't put them in a group. They're gonna act like Cisco. So since that's the case, then you need guys that's going to be out there in the court, especially when Hayward gets healthy. He brings 20. He could bring 20. When Cody Martin get healthy, he's a crash dummy. He's a Hall of Fame crash dummy. So you don't have to worry about the toughness too much. Outside of that, they need a Carmelo Anthony. I think that's the exact guy. They don't need no Marcus Aldridge. They need a Carmelo Anthony type guy.
Okay.
For now.
So
yeah, that's the quick fix.
Carmelo Anthony, that sounds like a troll. But
I got something.
I would have never expected you to say that.
What's so funny? Hold on. What the hell is so funny?
No, I'm just saying.
Yeah, flat out Carmelo.
Look, what is Carmelo like? I don't even want to get into Carmelo, but yeah.
No,
okay,
he's for spacing, guys. He's not going to be out here, being all world Carmelo. He's going to be there for spacing, just like what LeBron was trying to use it for on the Lakers. For decent spacing, he know how to stay in control. I've seen him play live. I watched Carmelo Anthony play live, so he doesn't do anything crazy. He stay in his spots, he hold his position, and he waits for his opportunities.
I see now. I don't have like if that's the role he'll want to play, I don't see a problem with that. But like my only contentions with Carmelo is first the age. The dude's extremely old. I don't know about bringing in an extremely old dude with like a young roster. I just don't. I don't know where that gets us. I don't know if that makes us a 7 seed, if we're going to be an 8th seed. I don't know where Carmelo gets us. And then shooting, he can shoot, but like the dude plays no defense. So, I mean, if he's going to be shooting, he's also not going to be doing something on the other end. So, like, I would rather use our resources for a better, younger player that has more potential that we can kind of invest more in and, develop a little bit more than Carmelo. But I don't think that's too bad. I just think he's more of he's a piece that we bring onto this roster if we're clearly a playoff team. If we're a team that's like at the end of the East or like a 10th seed, we don't need no Carmelo. Let's get another young guy. Let's try to build them up. Even get Liangelo those minutes. Like, why Carmelo? Like, Liangelo can do that. Like, So I don't know, but I don't think that's a bad idea.
Well, you're speaking to Liangelo. I don't want to give too much. The bottom line is this: what better way of Liangelo learning than learn from Carmelo Anthony? I mean, seriously. We have Ball Facts coming in. The legendary Ball Facts stated that he believed that Liangelo Ball plays similar to Carmelo Anthony, especially in the mid-range area. He had brought up some different schematics that validated his points. You know, so could you imagine if Liangelo could learn from somebody like that? I mean, seriously.
What is he going to
People don't
learn
give
from
Carmelo. Wait a second.
Carmelo?
Well, wait a second. We don't give Carmelo Anthony enough credit. This dude is a hell of a locker room guy. I'm telling you, the young
Thank
guys
you,
flock
Flight.
to Carmelo
Yes.
Anthony. You know, I
He's a
mean,
good
y'all
locker
got
room
this
guy.
stigma on Carmelo Anthony. Y'all need to pay the utmost homage to Carmelo Anthony. This dude is one of the greatest basketball players to ever play in the game, period. I don't understand what's this stigma with Carmelo
He's not even
Anthony.
top 30 Flight.
No, listen, no, I don't. This dude is one of the greatest players to ever play, and anybody can validate that. This dude's the first ballot Hall of Fame. It's just I don't know where it became trendy to clown Carmelo Anthony, but I'm telling you, this dude is a complete problem. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not so
I
much
got
now.
something to throw in there.
Maybe
Well, I
not.
mean,
Yeah, maybe
go
not
ahead.
so much now. But
Who is in the tail
I,
end?
I
Everybody's
was.
not
I was.
LeBron.
Right, exactly. That's what I was getting ready to say. It's not an indictment against Carmelo Anthony, but if Jalen McDaniel is just going to move at a turtle pace, you got to get somebody there to pick up, to get the job done.
It's not going to be Melo.
Well, Melo is instant offense. You follow what I'm
Going to
saying?
pick up the pace?
Yeah, no, for scoring, not for running up and down the court, for half court scoring. Because when you run up and down the court, you got your JT Thors, you got your PJ Washington, you got your even sometimes Mason Plumlee. You follow what I'm saying? You got your Jaden McDaniels running up and down the court. But what happens when you come to slow the ball down? And the reason why I'm not bringing up Liangelo is because Liangelo is on the bottom 15. So if he do get any ticks, it'd be a blowout or it'd be an injury situation. But I'm talking about plug and play. Carmelo Anthony is definitely a plug and play guy. He knows what he's doing, and he's like a coach out on the court, and he's a good locker room guy.
And this dude is a hell of a rebounder, and this dude talks on defense. Y'all don't understand everything that Carmelo would bring to the table, man. I'm telling you, this dude is the truth. I mean, this dude, he may not be the best defender, but this dude gonna lead your defense. He's gonna be barking like a mother lover out there, man. I'm just trying not to curse. I'm telling you.
Carmelo Anthony is 38 years of age.
So,
now, if I'm gonna try to be devil's advocate. I don't want to just freaking disagree all the time here, but I can try to be a positive here, right? So, since this team more than likely is not going to be top 4, top 5. They're not going to be where we thought they were going to be last year. Like how we were up here. I was up here advocating like 4th seed, 5th seed. I don't think they're going to be near there. Probably be 8th, 10th seed, maybe 11th, somewhere like that. So
you had big expectations.
Exactly, and they all failed. But so we win some, lose some. But if we do bring Carmelo on this team, I think y'all listed a few things, right? He can bring leadership. He can bring, that experience. He can be another veteran on the court that can, help the young guys, because if we're going to be bad, this should be a developmental year. And if Carmelo can help with developing the young players, he can be on this team. So if he's going to do that, I think that's the best thing. But
I mean, look at that bench, Juju. Honestly, look at that bench. They're so dead. Somebody need to get their morale up, like AB the Hero said. Somebody need to get these young guys' morale up, because they are dead and stinking sitting on that bench. I don't know what's going on in that locker room. I don't know if it's that Hayward syndrome, because Gordon Hayward has some grumblings going on dealing with his injury. So, and we know him and Tyrone Corbin have history together, especially in Utah, and it's not the best of history. And Tyrone Corbin seemed like he's an interface, and he is very prominent on and in that locker room. You see, he walk up and down. You got the clipboard. He's talking. So I don't know. Something could be going on in our locker room that we don't know about. Maybe it was another fight. We just don't have the footage.
Well, I did want to say this when it comes to someone they can bring in I need an Isaiah. The unfortunate part is Isaiah Thomas is perfect as far as his energy. He just don't
Yep.
have the frame and the body. He's not the God's gift to the team as far as his body. But I need somebody to come in and be willing to say Melo is the guy. We need to get behind him, and this is the guy that we believe in, and we're behind him. We need somebody that's going to be willing to say honest things. Is what I'm getting at. I don't think there's somebody on the
Carmelo
Hornets
Anthony.
now. Yeah, I don't think
They
there's
swap
somebody on the
jerseys.
Hornets right
Don't
now
Get that jersey
saying
swap.
that you niggas is playing awful right now. Why are you not doing this? Why? And this? I feel like Isaiah Thomas is the guy that would at least be honest and talk about bad play and the decisions that people should be making. And they need somebody of that cloth
Nico,
to come in.
Nico, I don't mean to disrupt you, but Isaiah Thomas telling you, and you 6'8", 6'9", 6'10", what the hell you need to be doing in a forceful manner. Or Carmelo Anthony, who got mitts. We know Carmelo Anthony got mitts. You know him in the Kevin Garnett situation, telling you what you need to do. Who you think they listen to? Isaiah Thomas or Carmelo Anthony? Getting in your face, telling you what you need to do. You suck.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what they need, though. The energy. Isaiah don't have the package as far as the body, but his mindset was in the right place. And to even add to Juju's question, they brought those guys in last year, as far as a Montrezl Harrell and Isaiah Thomas, the guys
Oh
that
my
really would glue the
gosh.
team together. And
That's a good point.
they let them go. That's if they had those same two guys on this current roster, we could think a lot better.
Montrezl Harrell's a little
Man,
different than
Miles.
Isaiah. Miles is definitely different. Those
But
dudes had
Montrezl
criminal
is an
cases.
honest guy too.
Yeah.
But they got
Montrezl is
criminal
that guy.
cases. I mean, they had a situation where that didn't look good for the organization, so it was a PR thing.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah,
I did want
I
to say this to
So,
Basil. You got to stop that. You're too intelligent. He was saying that Carmelo's better at 50. We better than Jello. Stop that.
Oh my God. I don't even know if Carmelo right now is better than Jello. I'm gonna keep
He's
it
not.
100. Like, we talking about what Melo could do on the court. Like, I think Jello could do it better. Like, we're just talking about Melo. Oh, he'll hit threes. Jello can do it at a higher level, and he can play better defense. Plus, he's younger. Yeah, I'm taking Jello, but he's not.
No, we're not saying that like that, Juju. We're not.
No, I'm just
we're not.
addressing the chat.
I'm not.
No,
Yeah, I'm not.
talking-
That's in
panel,
reference to
we
Basil.
good, panel. Yeah,
Oh,
we good.
yeah.
We good, panel. I'm just talking about the chat. Chat tripping right now. But yeah,
Right.
I
I
agree with
only
your points.
inferred. Yeah, I only inferred Carmelo for as a morale thing. You know, he already know he's in his dog tooth years. You follow what I'm saying? He's hanging on by a string, and I'm talking about Carmelo Anthony. So coming to an organization with Melo who did a jersey swap. Don't forget that jersey swap is iconic. You don't think he's gonna tell them people, look, man, y'all Negroes need to get in shape. This is LaMelo's team now. Carmelo know what it's like being the face of a franchise. He knows what it's like. Nobody else in there could vouch for that.
For real?
Say that again, Nico.
I don't think he thinks he's in his twilight. I would say.
Yes, he does. Come on, no, that's not true. That's not true. He knows it. He knows.
Well, I'm not saying like he don't know it. What I'm saying is like I feel as if when he comes to a team, he wants to get his shots up and he wants to participate.
Well, I don't know. He was well behaved with LeBron, so I just think that
that's LeBron, though. Yeah,
Yeah, it's LeBron.
I know, but
On
this
this
is what I'm
team,
saying.
This is
Go
just
ahead,
the perfect. This is just. I ain't gonna lie, Dex. Like, not to add on to Nico's point because he is kind of crashing on you, but like, this is the perfect place for Carmelo to come and be like, all right, these dudes suck. This team is gonna be bad. This coach is not good. Let me just shoot as many shots as I can so I can get my next contract. That do sound like something he would do now. So I mean, it is possible that he would come into this situation with all of these different factors here and just be like, fuck it.
If Gordon Hayward was still the face of the franchise, I will concur. I will come to a definite consensus with you and Nico. But by it being Lamelo being the face of the franchise, I think he respect that to the utmost for this young man have risen in the ranks amongst the organization, being in the face of the franchise because Lamelo was a young man being the face of a franchise. So he knows what it's like. Gordon Hayward and them don't know what it's like. Gordon Hayward, what you think he was the face of the franchise in Utah? Not really. You got
I'm
Al
not gonna lie,
Jefferson.
Dex. Gordon probably he's probably accomplished more in his playoff career or about the same as Carmelo.
No, he hasn't. No, he hasn't because he was hurt in Boston. You can't give him that Boston
Nah, he
ride because
wasn't
he was
not
hurt.
in their playoff. No, he played in the playoffs. He played pretty well with Boston.
Carmelo took his team as the lead to the Western Conference Finals and played against Kobe and won 2 games.
Look, I'm not gonna debate this with you. I was just poking fun at you. Look, but I think to add to your point, because I'm playing devil's advocate here, Carmelo is still signed to Jordan, so maybe this could happen. This isn't out of the realm of expectations here, so maybe it could happen, and maybe he could bring a couple benefits. But I had a question for AB. Like, AB, what do you see anything on this team like roster wise that we need to add, or did he leave?
He just left. Yeah.
Oh my God, bro.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I can ask that question, Dex and Nico, then. Well, y'all already kind of answered it. You said Melo.
Okay. Yeah, I definitely like Melo.
Yeah, I'm only speaking for the morale aspect and to help Lamelo get through the pangs and the prongs of being the face of the franchise. And maybe some players have a little enmity, a little jealousy, you know what I'm saying? And a little envy. Because that could happen for a young guy like that to be, having darts at his back from some of the veterans or some of the guys that's mid veterans. And Carmelo Anthony went through that. And I'm quite sure that he can give him some jewels on how to behave, react, and even ignore to some extent some of the behavior patterns of some of the guys in the locker room.
Yeah, good call on that. I think the Hornets, man. Let's see what happens, man. What you was gonna say, Nico?
No, I was muted. I was gonna say, to be honest, when it comes to Carmelo, like, I'm not all out on him as far as I do believe he can bring some positives to a team. I just don't know if his mindset has truly changed. It's one thing to play with alongside Bron James. That's Bron. Come on now. Anybody gonna get right around him or get gone. It's that simple. And I believe I almost feel like that's how Melo should be, but I know he's waiting to get there because it's gonna be at some point where he's gonna be so boisterous and understanding how to win and not accepting this bullshit they're giving him now to where he will be like that. But right now, I don't know if that's enough. I don't know if he's established enough in his career for Carmelo to just get in line. I don't really see that.
I don't know, man. I think we might be sleeping on Melo. That's all. Says AB face on the Carmelo tag. AB didn't like the Carmelo tag. Hey, man, what other options do you have? I mean, you got to think of it like that. It's not like you have somebody else. I mean, Melo can, in any given night,
You got LaMarcus Aldridge.
I mean, I'd rather take Lamelo.
Take mid-range
Who would you rather
jump
have? Who would you rather have? LaMelo? I mean, Melo or him?
Like, the Hornets, they don't need offense. Like, we were one of the best offensive teams in the league last year. And even the year before that, I think we were
with Miles, though. With Miles.
Yeah, with Miles. But I think if Gordon stays healthy, he'll be able to kind of take up for that missing scoring. And also, like, Kelly Oubre off the bench. So I think we can score in other ways. Like, since Miles isn't there, that can be more shots for LaMelo. That can be more shots for, Gordon, et cetera, et cetera. So it just means other guys have to step up. And I think they can do it. But I don't think they need offense. I think the point is they need defense. Like, even in the preseason, they are getting destroyed. Like, teams are running one pick and roll. They're getting to the rim, passing it back out. They have open threes. Like, it's crazy the level of defense that they're not playing in these past 3 preseason games. So what they need is defense. They need a center. Mason Bumley is not going to get it done. They need somebody who's going to block shots, finish at the rim, has good hands that can catch the basketball, not like, Bismack Biyombo type hands, buttery fingers and shit like that. They need a true center. They need somebody that can set good screens. Like at this point, I'm like, bro, y'all might as well tank and try to get Victor. Fuck it. I mean, we're going to be bad anyway this year. We're not going to be top of the East. We might as well just tank and try to get Victor. Get Victor, we're going to be top of the East for a long, long time.
I wish I could tell the Hornets, do the right thing and trade for Onyeka Okongwu. Make the right move.
Oh, he did good today. I watched him.
Yeah,
He was playing in Dubai.
He's a prospect still, and I think his value isn't that high. He's somebody that can become an instant spark plug for a Hornets organization. You don't pay much, and you get instant potential all-star results because of how he can play alongside your superstar point guard. I don't know why teams don't think along the lines of like that it's not just because their teammates or anything like that. It's all based in the fact of he is somebody that knows exactly what Melo thinks on the court. You need somebody of that cloth. That's why, in my mindset, I instantly start Jello. If Melo is the LeBron James of your franchise, you need people that complement him to the fullest of his abilities. And what better to do it with than players who are capable and also know exactly how he thinks. That's championship shit, literally. And it's so simple to do, but I just feel like it's too many egos in the way of something that is simple being made.
How's it going, fellas? Flight Dex. I see you, fellas. I see you,
Yes, sir.
Nico.
Be morale. I see you was giving AB hell over there.
Yeah, man.
Bro.
We was breaking it down. Matter of fact, he sent the link. He sent me over. But actually, yeah. Look, Nico took the words right out of my mouth. Like, pause if necessary. But
Yeah,
yeah,
necessary.
No, you could.
Nico. Nico, because Dex, you said Melo and Cousins and Aldridge. I mean, if you bring those players in, how would Jello play? Like
That has nothing to do with Jello.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think that would affect Jello in any way. Like Aldridge
so
doesn't really pay his position. Melo, now you could argue Melo could maybe mess with Jello's minutes because they play a similar role, sitting on the wing, shooting threes. But again, I don't think Melo's the right. Like, that's Dex. You're going to have to really get on Dex's ass for that shit because I don't know about that. I ain't going to lie.
Don't get on my ass, Paul.
No. But this is my question. If you add Melo, how is Jello going to get in the rotation?
Jello can get in the rotation based on his play and moving up in the depth charts.
How?
Right now, Jello is getting acclimated to the NBA, so we ain't tripping off that right now.
That's where I disagree, because if we're guys that's up here advocating for Jello to play more and get more minutes and have an opportunity on the court, we can't say, oh, let's bring in. Yeah, and not just bringing more people. We're specifically bringing a player that plays the exact, like a similar comparable position to Jello. Like, that's really contradictory to like your whole
Kelly Oubre is already there.
But that's different. That also helps his point.
That's the point.
Cody Martin's already there.
That helps his point.
You're making our point. You have look the guys you just named. They're all in front of Jello. So if we bring Melo now, Jello's behind what, 9 people now? Like,
yep.
Because
that's a very good point.
Jello's already behind Jalen McDaniels. He's already behind Cody Martin. He's already behind Gordon Hayward.
No, he's not behind Jalen McDaniels. He's not behind.
Yes, he is.
They're in a different slot. They're in a different slot. I already looked that up already.
No, the NBA position. No, the roster does not matter.
Are you talking about the first 15? You talking about as far as that?
Yeah, I'm talking about just the first 15. Him and Jalen McDaniels play similar positions. They're both on the wings.
Yeah, but Jalen McDaniels is small power. Jello's only slotted as a shooting guard. That's it.
But I'm saying Jello's going to be. You think Jello's only going to be playing shooting guard? You don't think he's going to play 3 and 4?
I'm just only going by where he's slotted at.
But even
the only
when you watch the
person
games,
that
he's not slotted. But no, Dex, you're wrong, because even in the games that he's like slotted at the 2, we see they clearly move him and play him at different positions. He doesn't just only play the 2.
Well, I don't know about that. I'm only going by the depth chart and where he's slotted at. That's the only thing I'm going by.
Dex,
now, when he's on the floor, you can do anything.
That's what he's talking about, though.
Wait, I got you, Juju. So, Dex, if Steve Clifford goes with an 8-man rotation, Jello's behind 8 players already. If he goes with an 8-man rotation, which means he's flip-flopping a 5 position. Dennis Smith Jr. is playing the 2 with Melo, like stuff like that.
Well, are we talking? Wait, listen. Now, see, now we gotta go to a dichotomy now.
Let's go.
Either we talking about Jello or we talking about the Hornets. Because I was speaking about based
Both.
on the Hornets needs.
He's talking about the
No,
Hornets
you can't.
needs.
Okay, well, for Hornets needs, I'm saying Lamelo will be a good pickup. Now, if you want to talk about Jello, slice it down the middle, then we can say how will it affect him in a
Okay,
different in a different discussion.
Oh, Dex, you
Juju,
lying.
wait, Juju.
I ain't
See,
gonna lie.
but wait, hold on, wait, Juju. See, but Dex, we're here. All of us are here. The whole chat, flight, everyone. We're all here for Jello. So
But that wasn't the question, though. The question was the
But
Hornets.
even the question, though, Dex, even the question that he asked and everything that you've advocated for thus far, you've said that Liangelo out there with Lamelo Ball, him having that opportunity will help the Hornets be a better team. For you to say, oh, even from the Hornets perspective, if they get Carmelo on this team, it's going to be better for the Hornets. That's still contradictory to the ideas that you put forth already.
Right.
You said that this team is going to be better with Liangelo Ball having more of an opportunity to play. Getting Melo on his team is a direct line of contradiction to that. So, that's why I disagree with it.
Yeah, it'll make.
So you don't think? Wait. So you don't think if that was the case, you don't think that Liangelo and Carmelo can play at the same time? If Carmelo is a small and Liangelo is a 2?
Juju, before you answer that, but Dex, how would that happen? How? Like, can this is what I asked AB
on his channel. Don't Carmelo play small and power, right?
Keep going. Okay. Yes. I'm gonna answer your question, Dex. Yes.
Jello's only slotted as a shooting guard. That's my
Dex
right there.
So
that's why I'm planting my flag.
So Dex, how would Jello play over Terry Rozier or Gordon Hayward?
No, Terry Rozier is a starting shooting guard.
Right. Okay. So how would Jello play?
And Book Knight is his backup.
Okay, so what happens? So what happens to Jalen McDaniels and
he's not slotted as a shooting guard, dude. That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
Okay. So how about Cody Martin?
I don't know why you're going off of that, Dex.
Cody Martin is slotted as a shooting guard. Yes, Cody Martin is.
But Dex, why are you going off of slotmans? That's not
because that's how they have it on their depth chart.
Yeah, but I'm saying we clearly see on the floor. It's times where Terry Rozier and Book Knight aren't on the court. It's like they would have Oubre, Lamelo, Jalen McDaniels.
You're convoluting the content right now. If Jello's a shooting guard and he's on the depth chart, then he's going to compete with the shooting guards.
But what I'm trying to tell you, Dex,
if they add a center, that don't affect Jello.
That's dishonest.
But it might affect him on a 17-man roster if he doesn't make the cut. But he's not competing against centers.
Dex, what I'm trying to tell you is
the slot that he's depth in.
What I'm trying to tell you is he's not just competing. He's not just competing against the slot that he's. First off, that's wrong. He's not just competing for what he's at. He's competing just to be a part of the roster in general against anybody.
People, Dex.
Yeah, right.
I'm saying Liangelo will make the first 17.
Okay. Right.
Now, if you want minutes, then you got to compete against your positions.
Right.
You're
this
not
is what I was trying to say.
You're not competing.
Dex, that's wrong. What I'm trying to tell you is, Dex, what I'm trying to tell you is the paper is inherently wrong because from what we see on the court, Jello can play multiple positions. He's playing 2, 3, 4. Carmelo is playing 2, 3, 4. All of these players that you're talking to. Wait, hold on, Dex, because you were lagging, right? I want you to hear what I'm saying, right? What I'm telling you is what you see on the piece of paper does not accurately reflect what we see on the court because Jello is not just playing the shooting guard position. He's playing small forward. We see him playing power forward. We see that with Oubre. Oubre might be listed as a small forward, but we clearly see Oubre playing a 2. Sometimes we see Oubre playing a 4. That even goes to Miles Bridges as well. Miles Bridges play damn near every position on the court. He might be listed as a power forward. So what I'm telling you what I'm telling you is what's listed, you can't use that as an argument to say, oh, he's only competing for shooting guard. No, if Melo's on his team, he's going to be competing with Melo. Bottom line.
Well, I want to add this in there. The thing is, when I'm seeing Dex, it's a certain play style that when they put the rosters and players together, you have a certain guy that can do this, that. And we also know that the Hornets are notorious for having too many players doing the same thing. But if you bring in a Carmelo, that brings in a guy that does what they will put Jello on the court for. And
it's not
I see that.
But that's okay. You want Jello to be the only 3-point shooter? in a
All right,
three-point league.
But Dex.
Don't Klay Thompson do the same thing that
Dex, hold on,
Steph
But Clay's
Curry
the
do?
only
Nico,
Clay on
hold
this
on,
team.
Nico.
Don't
No,
Jordan
he
Poole do
doesn't.
the same?
Clay does
He
not do the
does.
same
They
thing
shoot
as Steph
threes.
Curry. No, Clay
They shoot
plays
threes.
Wait. Hold on. Do not do that because that's another dishonest argument. They do
No,
not
it's
play.
not.
Just because they shoot threes does not mean they do
Why
the
are they
same
called the
things on the
Splash
court.
Brothers then?
Wait, Dex.
They're
Let
not
me
called the D
explain.
Brothers.
Dex, let me explain. Please let me explain. They both shoot threes, but what their role is on a team is extremely different. Steph Curry is a guy that sets guys up and he's handling the ball at a high, not even at a super high level,
No,
but more
Draymond
than
Green
Clay.
sets everybody up.
Steph
to be
Curry
honest.
also does as well. But again, that also helps the case that they're not playing the same role because Steph Curry is also setting guys up with his ball handling and passing the ball. Clay is more of a spot up and defensive guy. They're not the same role.
Well, but that also adds to this, Dex, and this is mainly when I'm trying to simplify it in a way that both arguments are understood. When it comes,
Well,
The hell?
I guess this mic went. All right, but
Yeah,
see,
he got cut out. He'll be back.
All right, so Dex,
This
if
mic
you
went
bring,
out.
okay, but Dex, what Juju and I are saying is, if you bring Melo on the team, all right, let me say it like this, Dex. When does Jello get a chance if you bring Melo on the team?
Jello get his chance within his own scope. It doesn't
Explain.
affect Jello if Lamelo is on the team because Lamelo will be playing power forward or maybe small
my
forward.
bad.
He's interchangeable. Yeah, okay. You want to
Yeah,
finish?
no,
Go
Okay,
ahead,
so
Nico.
hold
Yeah,
on, wait. All right, so Dex, how come Jello's having
Well,
a
let
hard?
Nico finish first. Hold on, Morale, because he got cut out.
yeah, my fault. I hit the home button. But my thing is, what I'm trying to explain is when a Klay Thompson's on the floor, you don't have two Klay Thompsons on the floor. You have the Klay Thompson's coming in to do his specific role. He's gonna play lockdown defense. He's gonna catch and shoot more. Sometimes be a ball handler. Sometimes play make or get to the rack. They're not gonna bring in another guy while that same guy that does that same role is on the floor. It's typically a lot of different roles on the floor what people can provide for the team. You never see too much of one other than the Hornets team.
Gary Payton Jr. and Klay Thompson never played on the floor at the same time.
They shouldn't. But
They
the
have.
thing is, but what I'm saying is when they do, we already know Klay Thompson goes into scoring mode.
Yep. His
But see,
role
but
changes.
Dex, hold on, and I got you, Nico. But Dex, my question to you was, Jello can't make the rotation now. How can he make the rotation if Carmelo Anthony's on the roster? Dex,
That's a really a conundrum right there. I'm not saying he can't make the rotation. I never said Jello can't make the rotation. So that's what you said. I'm saying he can, but he will be at the bottom portion of the rotation. Maybe it's a blowout, maybe it's an injury, things of that nature. Until he gets his feet wet. Jello hasn't got his feet wet yet, to be honest with you.
so Dex, you don't think this will be my last question, Juju and Nico, and you can go. So Dex, you don't think it'll be worse for Jello to get into the rotation if Carmelo Anthony is added to the roster?
Listen, I'm trying to explain to you that doesn't affect Liangelo Ball, even though they both shoot threes. Kelly Oubre is playing that role right now. You follow what I'm saying? You can have all three of them in there at the same time because they play different positions. Kelly Oubre can play the small, Carmelo can play the power, and Liangelo can play the two.
Let me rephrase my question. If Carmelo Anthony's on the roster, Dex, does Liangelo Ball get minutes?
Why you keep asking the same question in a different form?
I want to
Attorney.
address what he just said. When Dex said they can all be on the floor at the same time, that's not very good for that team because they're gonna need somebody that can probably ball handle a little bit more. Like if it was on a, that's like just giving,
Whoa, hold on, Nico. Only name 3 players, right?
yes, and you know
Okay, you
number
can fill
4
in the
can't
gap.
shoot.
But you can fill in the gap.
So if anything, let's say this: that all their fives don't do anything special. Kai Jones is the only one that attempts to do things specials, but he thinks he's a guard. So that's like that's a body on the floor. When you put in 3 guys who aren't ball handlers, who typically have to be set up for their shots.
Whoa, Nico, slow down. Put in 3 guys that's not ball handlers, but then you got 2 other slots that's open. You can't find a ball handler in those 2 spots. 2 slots.
Yes, you can. But the thing is, what I'm saying is this: when you do that, you now have to create shots in a way that you wouldn't have to before because everybody already
Nico,
knows these
stop
guys
it.
aren't.
It's such a straw man. If
No,
you got
no,
a good
but
point guard, he's going
Yeah,
to
bro,
get
you're
people
not
in position.
asking. He's not. Wait, Nico, you're not framing the correct. I think the easy
Exactly,
and
he's not.
a more concise way to ask this is right. Like, okay, let's say we take Jalen McDaniels, Cody Martin, and James Bouknight off this team. Do you think where Jello is right now, if you take those three guys off this team, that he would have a much better chance of getting minutes
Most
on the
definitely.
team?
Most
Okay,
definitely.
I'll
so
answer that too, yes.
yes. Okay. So now if we put those three guys in the mix, right, we're saying that those guys are in the way from him getting minutes. And now you add another guy, which would be Melo. You would have to inherently agree that would also hold back Melo, or not Melo, but Jello from getting
Liangelo,
minutes
yeah.
as well. Right.
But remember, they're playing different positions,
See,
and they're not
you don't get it,
competing
Juju.
against
That's
each
where
other.
we
Dex
Well,
don't
this is
get
what
it.
I was
Forget
saying.
it.
That's
Dex doesn't get it.
that's where we foundationally disagree, because I'm telling you that they all
You're
are going
saying
to
it's
play a similar.
positionless. You're saying it's
it is.
positionless basketball.
Yeah, I'm saying
It is.
it's positionless, and they play similar roles in what they're going to be asked to do, which is play defense, run up the floor, shoot threes, rebound.
Well, that's what I was getting at. When you have, let's say this, if you have two more Klay Thompsons on the floor, you think anybody's going to be looking to guard to paint when Klay Thompson's on the floor? No, they're going to play high on the three. When you're a ball handler and a playmaker, that makes your job significantly harder because they don't have to be aware of anything else because nobody's playing a different role.
If you're a playmaker, that what makes you a playmaker.
But what do you
find guys
playmaking
in their
when
pockets?
they're going to let you play one-on-one basketball because you only have shooters that can only do one specific job? Now, when you have multiple guys, that's what creates an offense because everybody's doing something different.
Have you watched San Antonio in their heyday?
What year we
You
Dex?
talking about 2002?
What year?
No, with Kawhi. That was the heyday. That was the last heyday with Kawhi.
And what about them?
Okay, let's say this.
Did you see how they spread it out?
Tony,
Yeah, but
You
they
see
still
what
had
made?
a guy.
You see what made? Hold on one second. You know what made Derek White? You know what made Jeff? I'm not Jeff Green. What's his name?
Danny Green.
Danny Green. Yeah. You know what made Danny Green? You know what made Derek White? You understand what I'm saying? You know what made Lonnie Walker?
Right, but they still had a Hall of
And
Fame.
they won championships.
But
And they
that's-
beat LeBron. They beat
Right.
Dwayne Wade. They beat Ray Allen.
Right.
They beat Chris Bosh. So don't tell me that type of style
You know
cannot
what that
work.
works
Wait, hold on,
though?
wait,
gotta
Dex.
have-
wait,
you gotta have
wait, Nico. But Dex, the Hornets don't have a Tim Duncan, Dex. They don't have a Tim Duncan.
That the reason that works is because they can go to different options in between that. Let's hold on. Let's use
But
the
I'm
Lakers.
just talking about the schematic.
And
I know
then
Tim
they
Duncan is
have,
one of a
and
kind.
then the biggest thing is that they have Greg Popovich, which is, I mean, we don't have that
But
either.
you guys trying to
But-
make it seem like this type of combination cannot work, and I'm telling you it can.
But-
Now
No,
we all know
wouldn't
there's
work well
there's
for
some
them.
extenuating. Hold on, because you guys thought you had me in the corner. We all know there's some extenuating circumstances, the Tim Duncans of the world, the Greg Popovich of the world. But if you can scheme in a way where Lamelo, your point guard, come on, man, Lamelo be killing the league, man.
Dex, hold on,
He
wait,
has some shooters on the outside.
I got
Wait,
some.
That's what made LeBron, right?
Dex.
Isn't that what made LeBron?
Dex, it
Shooters?
Dex, it can work, but Jello's behind about 4 players.
That
That's
doesn't
what-
matter right now.
Well,
See, that's what
look,
y'all
I'll say
talking about.
this.
That doesn't matter right
Dex.
now because
This is why
no,
we're
it doesn't.
here.
This is why it doesn't matter. Hold on, Morale.
Dex, you
This is
already
why it
agreed
doesn't
that
matter.
it does. You already agreed that it does because when I gave you the hypothetical of
No,
taking
you
these
said-
3 dudes off the
I was
team,
being
you agreed.
facetious. No, listen, Juju, I was being facetious when he said positionless basketball. But we
No,
all
I'm
know
not talking about
you
that
have
point,
to.
Dex. I'm not
Oh.
talking about that. I'm just talking about if you agree with the hypothetical, if I take these 3 dudes off the team,
Oh yeah,
Jello
Jello
has a
move up.
higher.
Yes.
Yeah, so that if you
Yeah.
agree with that, then I don't see how you don't like agree with what they're trying to
Well,
say.
Look, I'm gonna hit him
Well,
with this. 'cause
maybe you
we
might
Lakers
need to get
fans,
those guys off then, Juju. What about that?
Dex, me and you are
Oh,
Lakers
shit.
fans, right?
Dex, that's why we're here, Dex. Go ahead.
Look, I want to say this. Look, Dex, me and you are Lakers fans, right? We understood when they were playing in the bubble, the play style they had was they had 3 guys that did nothing but play defense and shoot threes. That only works because they have an Anthony Davis who can
Yes.
always bang on the inside, get a bucket, mid-range, 3-point, did everything, and you have a LeBron James who's not only a facilitator, playmaker, can also
that-
put the shoulders down and bust a nigga up.
But you're
The
missing
Charlotte
something.
Hornets don't have that.
No, Nico, you're missing something. That's true to a degree, but AD wasn't doing all that banging and stuff. You know who was doing the banging?
Don't say Dwight.
Who?
Don't say Dwight.
Yeah, exactly. Dwight and JaVale McGee.
God. Yeah.
I mean,
AD
to
was
a
out there
degree,
shooting game winners on the
but-
3-point line.
See, now
wasn't
you
doing
being
no banging.
facetious. You being facetious.
But he wasn't doing no banging. AD was not doing no
During
banging.
that finals,
Dwight
Dwight
and
Howard
JaVale
and
McGee.
JaVale didn't touch the court.
What? Are you
They
kidding
wasn't
me?
on the court like that.
They was on the court. They was
Nah,
the tallest
AD was
team
on
in
the
the
court.
bubble.
Look, this is who they had on the court, Dex. They had
Dude,
Alex
go back
Caruso.
and look at it. Go
They
back
had
and look
Alex
at the game.
Caruso.
You
They
need
had
to go back and look at
Kentavious
the game.
Caldwell Pope. I'm telling you who they got, Dex. They had Alex
I understand
Caruso.
that Rondo. They had Rondo. Playoff Rondo.
No. I'm talking about the players that played a majority of the series. They had Alex
Playoff
Caruso.
Rondo. Playoff Rondo. Trust me. I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, he was. Well, that's
He
the
was
thing. He
getting
came
minutes
in when
and he was
LeBron
getting
wasn't
buckets.
in, but he wasn't playing much in the playoffs when
JaVale
things really got
McGee. Listen,
serious.
JaVale McGee, Dwight Howard, Anthony Davis was that backcourt. I mean, was the front court. And on top of that, Nico, they was dominant. Dwight
But Dex,
Howard
this is what
played
I'm
some of
trying
the
to tell
best
you.
basketball in his career outside of 2010, 2011, and 2012. In that
Well,
bubble.
Dex, when they got to the finals, those guys weren't on the court.
JaVale
only
McGee got a big contract coming up out of there.
Yeah, look, Dex, the 5 guys on the court were Alex Caruso, Kentavious Caldwell Pope, Danny Green, LeBron, AD. Those were the guys playing. They had 2-man
Nico, they
basketball.
suffocated Joker. They
But
suffocated
yeah, but
that
that, I'm
dude.
talking about in the finals. That worked because Joker is a guy that you need to put size and physicality on, and AD
Oh, you
wasn't
talking
trying
about
to
the
get none of
run
that.
in the playoffs? You talking about when they had they run? But look
Yes.
at what's your name though? Look at Portland. Portland didn't have nobody. They had to go smaller.
And
But when they
lost.
needed to go
But
big,
it's not just
And they
Portland.
lost.
no, the Lakers won.
No, Lakers won that.
Right.
But what I'm saying, it wasn't just Portland. But when they got to a finals matchup, when they had Bam in there, nobody was touching the floor except the guys I mentioned. Maybe JaVale come in for a couple minutes.
No, they
But
played
the-
in the Detroit. I mean, they played in the Denver series.
They
They
did. but I'm
suffocated
talking
Joker.
about the
Joker couldn't do
finals.
nothing.
But that's-
Jamal
that's
Murray got
matchup
off.
based. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's matchup
KPJ and
based.
Joker couldn't do nothing. They smothered
Yes.
them dudes.
But for Joker, you have to put somebody who had that, because I remember that Dwight Howard played very ferociously against Joker. And
Yes, he did.
Yes, I remember that. But what I'm saying is that's a specific matchup. It's only one Joker in the NBA. Now, a majority of teams aren't going to have that kind of needed energy from a Dwight Howard. When they went to the next series, Dwight Howard was pointless. You couldn't use him.
Yeah, because they only had
Because
one big man, right? And that
they
was
had-
Bam. That was the only big man was Bam. And AD can take care of him.
But I think they had somebody else too. But my thing is this.
Not
It
not,
was a
not
series.
like formidable.
But it was a series because they didn't have to guard much. When Dwight Howard was on the court, all they did basically was crowd the paint. LeBron James can't get a bucket, AD can't get a bucket, and you play high on the shooters because they're not great shooters and they don't know how to really get to the basket much. So they changed that complete operation up and put AD at the 5 to where he can always be the one that takes that center one-on-one and free up space for everybody else. It wouldn't have worked if they kept Dwight Howard in there. And that's what I'm trying to say for the specific Hornets situation. When you have guys that do the same role, yes, they can be on the court at the same time, but you're not going to get a high production out of that because these guys don't provide much variety to their offense. And the defense can adjust and play them a certain way because you don't have to worry about a lob. You don't have to worry about a cut. You don't have to worry about somebody trying to move and run around the offense. They all standing around and they watching you.
Well, that's debatable based on your personnel. I will give you that, Nico. Based on your personnel, that's debatable. But if Lamelo could be surrounded by shooters, they don't have to be snipers like Jello, but just shooters. Jello could be the only sniper and just a good, in the range of mid and high 30s, 3-point shooting. Lamelo would tear this fucking league to pieces.
All right, so
That
Dex,
you would swiggle? What
Dex,
can you do?
So Dex, if Jello was listed as a shooting guard on a depth chart, do you see Jello taking Terry Rozier's spot?
He's not going to take Terry Rozier's spot. Nobody's taking Terry Rozier's spot. Terry Rozier has to be traded. Nobody's beating him out.
I agree with that. All right, we agree there. Yeah, we agree there. Because we're all here to see if how can Jello get minutes, right? This is why we're here. And so
I told you how you gonna get minutes. Blowout. With this team and all this congestion, you know the forward is the biggest congested spot on the Hornets, right?
I
The second is the guards.
I agree
The
with
forward
that. Yeah.
is cluttered. I mean, it is cluttered, man. It's very untidy with bodies. But all I can say is this right here. If Liangelo beats out Jay Sims, and we haven't seen Jay Sims since the first game when he put up all those reckless shots and Boston scored on every brick that he laid, we haven't seen Jay Sims. So that tells me Liangelo moved up. And the only person he'd have to beat out in the shooting guard position is Jay Sims. Now, the other guys, like the Terry Roziers, the Book Knights, Terry Rozier is interchangeable with the point guard. Book Knight is interchangeable with the point guard. Cody Martin is interchangeable with the point guard. So the only guy, and Lamelo Ball also. Lamelo Ball is also in the shooting guard depth. That's all I'm saying. So all those guys are interchangeable with the point guard. So the only real dude, Liangelo, can get some rec at that number 2 spot is if Book Knight start to slide.
All right, so
I
how about
apologize if y'all
Dennis
hear the
Smith Jr. and
helicopter.
McGowan's? How about them, Dex?
No, McGowan's is small forward. That's the slide he's in.
So,
But they do run him as a point forward because I've seen
Dex,
it.
You wouldn't think McGowan's will be ahead of the rotation before Liangelo?
He is.
Right.
Yes,
so
he
that
is.
means-
As we speak, he is.
Right. So
As
that's like
awful as he played, he is.
right. So that's a third body Jello has to leapfrog.
No. See, you got it wrong. Jello is competing against the bottom 5. McGowan is not part of the bottom 5. You got to get that into your head. Cody Martin, Jalen McDaniels, Terry Rozier, Lamelo Ball. None of those guys is part of the bottom 5. So he's competing against the bottom 5 to make the top 17 at least, and the top 15 at best.
Okay,
That's
so
what
would
he's
you
competing against.
Okay, right. So Dex, would you say McGowan and probably Kai Jones will get more minutes before Jello does?
McGowan, yes, but Kai Jones, he could be going down to the G League, like instantly.
Because you mentioned the bottom 5. Those guys are in the bottom 5, and as we've seen in preseason, they're getting more touches than
No. Kai Jones not in no bottom 5. Wait. No, don't make that up. The guys in the bottom 5 is guys you never heard their name. The only name you might be familiar with in the bottom 5 is Xavier Sneed.
So,
The guys in the bottom 5, we don't even know their name. They cut one. They already cut one. They cut Isaiah Watley. You never know who he was.
So how about JT Thor? What is JT Thor?
Nope, JT Thor
Cut.
not in the bottom 5.
He's cut like a motherfucker. That's what he is.
I-
What's up,
I'm
man?
trying to.
Nah, he's not
Well,
going to be
so
cut.
the question-
Salute to
Go ahead, Juju.
Zed Master.
Go ahead, Juju.
Yeah, I was trying to make sure I'm framing your question correctly. So basically, your question is how can Jello get minutes this upcoming season?
Yeah, how can
Okay.
the whole point is how can Jello be a part of the rotation, and who is he gonna leapfrog over? Like who?
Yeah. That leads to my initial point that I made earlier when I first joined is tank. If they're just bad, I mean, Jello should get an opportunity to play at the end of games, or maybe even you trade some of these guys like Terry Rozier, who's making a lot of money. So I mean, I've been a part of this, cult that says trade Terry Rozier. He makes too much money. He doesn't do enough for the money he commands. So trade some of these dudes, be bad this year, give some of your younger guys the chance to develop on an NBA level. And I think that's the perfect I think that's the best chance that Liangelo Ball would get to play this season. I don't think he's just going to leapfrog over these dudes. That's not only, you could argue, better than him, but also just making a lot more money than him. So they're going to have incentives to be on the court versus where he's kind of just, picked up off the street. So he's not going to have the same incentives. So
Exactly.
I think they should just tank and be bad, and that's the best way for him to get on the court.
Yeah,
I don't think he's gonna
the
leapfrog.
reality is he could be lighting their asses up in practice, but if you ain't making the 20 million Terry is, you're not playing ahead of Terry.
Yep.
Hey Zen, Zen
That's
talking.
the reality.
Keep going, Zen. Keep going.
Oh, that's Zen. What's good, bro?
What's happening, yo? That's just the truth. Is that you can tell who's starting by sorting the salaries on ESPN. That's all you got to do.
Yep.
And you know who's gonna start. So
Yeah,
I did want to.
Would you?
I seen
I
something I
agree.
wanted to address.
I agree with the fire. So I did. I just wanted to talk about that real quick, Nico, and I'll let you cook. But they
Okay,
need to
go
get rid of every contract they can. Get them off.
Yep.
the books.
Somebody say waive the whole team except Melo and Jello.
See,
Yeah,
this
but
is
see-
the funny
I
part,
will.
bro. When I said this last year, when I was like, this team next year, they're going to have the same pieces that they had last year. And last year, they weren't all that good. Why don't we just trade these pieces? Gordon Hayward, Terry Rozier, they're going to be on the roster for at least, like, I think Terry Rozier 2 years.
It's a
Gordon
problem
Hayward
with
2
Gordon Hayward.
years.
Gordon Hayward got a 15% trade kicker, and he makes $31 million a year. Nobody wants that.
And what
Well,
does that
I
mean?
thought we could have traded him. I'm pretty sure. Wasn't LA interested in Gordon Hayward last year? Like a Terry Rozier, LA, or Terry Rozier, Gordon Hayward combo deal for like Russell Westbrook,
Right.
a couple other pieces. I
Right.
was saying we should have did that because Russell Westbrook expiring contract, boom, we got money going into next offseason. Everybody was laughing at me. Now we got Gordon Hayward and Terry Rozier still on the team, and we're going to be a 10 seed.
Right, but
So
Juju,
like,
if
I
you're
don't know.
trying to free up space for Jello, right? But you trade Gordon Hayward, you're still getting players back,
Well-
and you can't trade Gordon Hayward for nothing, especially with that contract. You need to get
Especially
some.
that
Morale.
kicker. Yeah.
It depends. Now, when you ask me that question, right? Like when you ask me that, it depends on the perspective that I'm looking at it from. If I'm looking at it from a fan perspective, yes, Jello, you shouldn't trade for players. Just try to give Jello the opportunity. But from a front office perspective or even a coaching Steve Clifford perspective, I don't know if they're too invested in him to the point where they're not going to make trades or try to make these other moves. Like I just, from that perspective, I don't see it.
I feel you, Juju. OG on the set. What up, Uncle Vern?
Hey, what up, though? What's happening? What's up, hey, what's up, panel? What's up, chat?
go,
Hey,
Vern.
look here. Hey,
Good with
Juju,
you,
look
Vern.
here. Hey, what's going on? Hey, Juju, look, I'm gonna tell you something. I agree with you, Juju, but it was a reason. Listen to me, Juju. It was a reason we went out and did that with Jello. I don't think they reason are gonna get cut short by sending them back to the swarming thing. It won't defeat that purpose that they have. And like you say, I don't like somebody had mentioned. I don't see what's his name, Bridges coming back no time real soon. So I see them taking a nosedive, just like you said, and depending on Melo, and all depending on Melo, the whole team depending on Melo. And they got, and Juju, the main thing that listen to this, I wanted you to focus on this. I really wanted to say this to you. The main thing that Jello got on this side as far as the rest of that go, he's the only one that's playing in the real position. The rest of them playing out of position.
That's a fact.
Because the rest of them really ain't got no position. And really, they hustle just like Melo do. And when it comes down to it, Juju, you said it's going to come down to thank you. You said it's going to come down to their contracts, who's making more, who's making this. I think their team got an arterial motive for keeping Jello on that team. Back to you,
It might be long term.
I think it's more long term. Like after Gordon Hayward and Terry Rozier are off the team. But for right now, based on what I've analyzed,
he's gonna get on the court. Go ahead, you're right, Juju. My thing is he's gonna get on that court with them.
I agree. I definitely think it's avenues. I definitely agree that it's avenues for Liangelo Ball to get on the court. I just don't think it involves Gordon Hayward and Terry Rozier being the top guys getting paid and having all these incentives to take 20 shots a game and shit like that.
There.
So
I ain't beating them out.
Right. See, hold on. But my question to you, Juju, because you mentioned that you want the Hornets to tank. My question to you is, you're asking a team who went to the play-in 2 years in a row. So you're close to being like a top 6 seed, or you're close to being in the playoffs. You're asking a team who's close in the playoffs to tank.
But you're not.
Yes,
though.
the reason
they're not close to the playoffs.
They're not close to the playoffs. Well, let me address
play-in.
No.
Let
me address.
Here go that bullshit plane.
Wait. Let me get into the play-in shit. Right. First off, the play-in doesn't matter as it pertains to last year because this year the East is better. So it's going to be even a lower percentage chance that they're as good as they were last year. So
I
like even
agree.
still, you can't use last year as an example to like
Juju,
help your argument.
You think the Bulls are better? You think the Bulls are better without
Yes.
Lonzo? Without
Yes.
Lonzo? Wait. Tell me
Yes.
Are you
without Lonzo.
tripping?
Yes, nigga. DeMar
How?
DeRozan MVP, Zach
How?
LaVine MVP.
They went from
Vucevic,
They went from
double-double,
1 to 6 without
Caruso.
Zoe. Juju,
What
they
are you
went from
talking
1 to
about?
6.
Thank
What are
you,
you
Zen.
talking
No.
about?
I'm not. You're
They
asking
went
me, are
from
they better
first
without
in the
Zoe?
East. Yeah.
Without Lonzo.
Wait. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Wait. Let me clarify my answer. I'm sorry, panel. I think I misheard his question or I misanswered it. If you're asking me, are they better without Lonzo? No. Are they? Wait. I'm sorry. Hold on.
I think what he said was hell no.
All right. Okay. Hello. Can you hear me? If they're, are you asking me if they're better? Are they better without Lonzo?
That's what he was asking.
Okay.
Okay.
No. Juju,
you
said,
okay. Yeah. I completely agree.
No, Juju,
But
you said
if we're saying, are they still going to be a good team next year? Are they still going to be better than the Hornets with the pieces that they have now and also their coaching? Yes.
Better than the Hornets.
No.
Yeah.
But Juju, you said the East is. You said the reason why the Hornets won't make the playoffs because the East is tough. And what I asked you was,
Atlanta Hawks are better.
Okay,
Right.
but hold on. But what I asked you was, do you think the Bulls are good without Lonzo?
Okay. Oh, do I think they're good without Lonzo? Yes. I think they're a good team without Lonzo. I
don't
think they're
know.
better than the Hornets without Lonzo. They still have two MVP. Again, I'm a high Zach LaVine guy, but two MVP type of players. If DeMar DeRozan can keep the pace he had last year, Vucevic had a bad year last year overall efficiency wise. But I think this year he'll be better because he's a little bit more acclimated with the team, better chemistry. So hopefully he can knock down the shots. Alex Caruso's a dog. Patrick Williams a dog. Billy Donovan's not a great coach, but a very good coach. They have all the pieces to be better than the Charlotte Hornets. What are we talking about? We're talking about the Charlotte Hornets being a 10th seed.
I'd still say the Hornets are probably the worst team in the East.
That's what I believe in. I believe in Lamelo, but
I ain't gonna say all that, but that's gonna hurt me right there. That hurts me. No. I don't want to debate it. No. I don't want to debate it. I'm just saying that hurts me, dude. Because like the Charlotte Hornets, bro.
It's just the truth.
I don't think they're worse than the
worse.
Pistons. I don't think they're worse than the Pistons.
I don't know.
They're better than the Pistons.
Yeah, they're not worse than the Pistons.
But I agree. Hey, Juju, I agree with you. I think Charlotte's going to take a nosedive, but I think Jello going to be on there just on the street just because that's what they're going to be doing. I think Charlotte going to do that because of the fact they ain't got no other choice, especially because that situation, you have to exclude Bridges in that whole concept as far as where Charlotte go. And then you got to excuse, what's his name, Gordon Hayward, too, just on the street because you know he ain't going to show up. And then you put like Dude was just saying a little while ago about Terry Rozier. Terry Rozier really the only veteran on that team that will show up and get down. And except for him and that what's the name, the one that came up out of Phoenix, the one with the blonde hair.
Oh, Bumney.
And then he 50, he's 60%.
Wait, but hold on.
Mason's just old at this point. He's just old.
Juju and Zen, how are you guys determining that the Hornets are worse this year? How are you guys determining that?
I am looking at the Eastern Conference and I'm saying who is worse? Who is worse than the Hornets in the East this year? And I can't.
You ain't seen any preseason games?
Okay, so Dex, I'm glad you mentioned that. So preseason, you think preseason means something, Dex? Because the preseason doesn't count. You know
to
that,
some
right,
degree.
Without even preseason, just looking at the rosters, considering Montrezl Harrell's gone, Miles Bridges is gone, Gordon Hayward's a lame, and look at the preseason.
Morale
is shit.
Yeah,
morale is messed up. No veteran leadership. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I was talking while y'all was talking.
I'm listening.
Yeah, are you saying when Gordon Hayward and Cody Martin comes on the floor, or are you saying what we're looking at now?
Yeah. Cody Martin.
Yes, when Gordon Hayward and Cody Martin comes on the floor.
Cody Martin.
Because we're talking about I'm talking about the Hornets making the playoffs this year. So, and I asked you guys, how can you guys determine that the Hornets took a nosedive? And preseason doesn't count because if you guys are going by preseason, the Knicks are 2-0. So that means you guys got the Knicks.
I'm not going by preseason. I have a better answer.
Oh, go ahead.
But the reason why I'm using preseason as a barometer, the reason why I'm using preseason as a barometer because once
we lost you guys, but look past the starting five. Look past the starting five in Charlotte, and what do you have? Dex, you chopping up Dex, but you don't have you got nothing after the starting five, and you barely got a starting five.
But Zen, you're going based on paper though. We've seen juggernaut teams on paper look good and then bad. Hence the Brooklyn Nets with James Harden. We see how that went.
True indeed. But this team, especially with the guy that's really, LaMelo's the heart, Miles is the soul. Without Miles, they ain't going nowhere.
That's a good point too. What I was saying is that when you look at the first five,
Master, you a genius, boy. I'm telling you. I've been trying to tell people that for the last 13, 14 weeks now.
Thank you, Uncle Vern.
Still don't, Master. It only took you 13 seconds.
Okay, calm down, Uncle Vern. Give him some wine and invite him to dinner.
Hey, let's not go there.
I'm going to add on to that stupid. I'm not going to get him drunk so he can still talk think crazy. I want him to get the right mind. I want to be in the right mind, Dex. Stop making me seem like I'm an alcoholic.
Yeah,
go ahead, Dex.
A big ass bowl of the chronic and we'll be straight.
Thank you. Yeah, boy, I'm telling you, good master. Go ahead, Dex.
No, this was what I was saying. Yeah, this was saying. I was saying, when you watch him this season, that first five, once that first five come off the court, there's a precipitous drop in the reserves. And then past that, there is a god-awful lack of execution amongst the third team. So this going to be your first 15. They're going to be in trouble.
Yeah, but Dex.
That's why I say they might not make the playoffs.
But Dex, what you're seeing in the preseason, you're seeing your starters playing 20 minutes, whereas in the season they play 36 minutes. That's why I say you can't go by the preseason.
But you still have a bench.
No, he's definitely right there.
The one team anybody's been able to give me as who's worse is Detroit. Is there any other team that y'all?
Wait, hold on. We can get into that. Hold on. Because I wanted to answer his question.
Okay.
Well, let me.
Juju.
His mic. I don't know if it's
everybody cutting out.
Okay,
what's going on with this night?
Hold on, wait. I want to make this one last statement before. Oh, go ahead,
I'm scared. There it goes.
Go ahead, Juju.
Wait, hello. Is it working?
Yeah, you there, Juju. And Juju's gone again.
Hey,
go ahead, B.
All right, so look.
There's no talent on this roster.
Okay. All right.
Please.
Wait, can y'all still hear me?
Except for Melo.
All right.
Go ahead, Juju.
So your question is, right?
Go ahead.
How are we determining whether or not the Charlotte Hornets are going to be bad or whatever?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So I have two things for it, right? The first thing is, right, it leads to my initial point that I mentioned earlier, which I think you can agree with is not only as the East gotten a little bit better, but the East is just all around good, right?
Yes.
Like Miami, Boston, Milwaukee, Philly, Toronto, Chicago, Brooklyn, Cleveland gotten better, Atlanta. Bro, it's a bunch of teams in the East that's just really good. So that's the first thing. Yep. Second thing is we're looking at this roster, and Zen brought up a perfect point. Miles Bridges was arguably not only the best player at moments last year, but definitely top two with him and Melo going head and head. And not only just them being the top two players, it was the chemistry and the energy that he brought to this team. He was a leader. You take a leader, you take a lion off this team, all of these things are going to hurt. And then you bring in Steve Clifford, which wasn't a guy that you wanted initially.
Not only that, Drew, let me pause you for a sec. Miles Bridges, when he came in the game, he was a defender. He was not the offensive juggernaut he wound up becoming, was he?
Nope.
Right, I agree.
So you missing a two-way player, probably an all-star this year.
Best defender. He's our best defender, best starting defender.
Yeah.
Right.
Who was the Hornets starting five last year? Who was the Hornets starting
You
five?
had Lamelo, Terry Rozier, Gordon Hayward, Miles Bridges, and Bumley.
Right. Okay. So that same Miles Bridges, you do know he used to come off the bench for P.J. Washington, right? So P.J. Washington was originally
as a rookie.
Not last year.
Hold on. No. But Miles was still playing bad, and this was before LaMelo. P.J. Washington was a starting forward for the Hornets before Miles Bridges.
Before Brittany Renner.
Who have that same five with LaMelo?
That's facts.
Who have that same five?
Yeah,
so I think the Hornets can still be successful.
What,
I want to get back to how Dex said.
You're wrong. PJ Washington,
Hey,
even if you make that argument that PJ Washington is a decent player, he does not bring what Miles Bridges brings. Leadership, defense, and consistent offense. And
he lacks heart. He doesn't. PJ Washington has no heart.
You
not a dog like Miles at all.
Can I say this right? Thank you, young man. Can I say this? Look at I'm gonna tell you something. You can see Houston Rockets right now the way they made up. Utah right now the way they made up. Oklahoma right now the way they made up. Giving Charlotte the business, Bob. You understand me? With them players they got, giving Charlotte the business.
Shout out
Why
to the
are
Western
you?
Conference.
Listen, PC, you talking when I'm talking. Look, the reason why they gonna give it to him because Charlotte don't have veteran leadership. Their leader is Melo. Period.
And that's
And
my
then
aspect.
when you have a team like that, not with a bunch of inexperienced players, but players that really have any kind of understanding or unity to the game, because you take out their main piece that got it is Bridges, or then you got confused and a lot of chaos, and that's what Charlotte's going to have this season, bro.
Right.
Yeah.
And I was gonna say
that's
Juju.
That's all. Go ahead.
Yeah,
we got another OG on the set.
Your problem is that you're underestimating. Right, your problem is that you're underestimating what Miles Bridges brought to this team, bro. Like that, and that's what you're underestimating right now. That's why they're going to be worse.
And I'm Juju. I'm saying the flip side. I'm actually saying I think Lamelo was that great where he actually elevated Miles Bridges. So what I'm saying is I actually believe in Lamelo, but I think Marvin wanted to
see.
go.
That's where we disagree, though, because I agree that Lamelo he uplifted Miles Bridges, but it was moments. Even Melo's like rookie year, it was moments, or even the second year, where Melo was injured and Miles Bridges was the best player on his team. That's how good he is, even with without Lamelo Ball. So I don't think it really matters.
That's a good point.
So look, guys,
he was headed for All-Star.
Good, Marvin. I did want to say something when it came to them.
Juju, with that
Lord, it never fails. Every time I get ready to talk, Nico got something to say. Go ahead, Nico.
Hold on,
I mean, I've been waiting.
Wait, Marvin, we got all night, so don't even say that, bro. Listen.
Yeah, I got it, bro.
Juju, listen.
Oh, we don't have all night. It's 12 o'clock.
West Coast online.
I'm trying to get in the conversation because Juju made a point. And the point is the fact that even with Miles Bridges like that, he was really, to a certain extent, him and Melo was the heart of the team to a certain extent. And then they took that heart away by him not being there, Juju. You understand me? So that momentum and that motivation is gone, Juju. And that's the point, Juju. So that makes them a what? Second-ranked country? No, a second-ranked team. Back to you, Marvin.
Go ahead, Nico. Give your take, Nico.
Oh, just something real quick. And I'm gonna stand on this. I said it already before. You put Jello in that starting lineup, they're gonna be that 6 seed team.
Thank you, Nico.
I don't care how bad y'all think they are. It's hard to lose.
We on the same page.
Don't disagree. But Nico, like if you're looking at it,
let me duck all these caps you busting.
I got a question, Nico.
Let me duck all these caps you busting.
Nico, we've been saying, obviously, everybody on this panel has been saying this for years. But realistically speaking, if you're looking at it from a Stephen Clifford perspective, or even a front office perspective, do you actually think they're going to give him that opportunity this season?
Listen. If Terry Rozier underperforms,
we're gonna break a couple knees
if he dies on the court.
Guys, can I get in here for a second?
You don't know.
Whoa.
Morale, listen,
I'm not gonna put
morale.
anything into that.
Hey, everybody, morale.
You
talking like you're waiting on 2012 all over again. The Mayan calendar to expire. When Liangelo get on the court.
I just wanted to chime in and say a couple of things. I've been listening to you guys for a minute, and I'm kind of baffled on exactly how back and forth you guys are going. And to the sentiment of if guys don't believe that Miles Bridges means that much to this team, him not being there, you got to be crazy. First of all, in the same sense of what one of the other guys were just saying, that he came off the bench. Yes, he did. Well, now he's not coming off the bench, and this is your bench. McGowan, Thor, Richards, Williams, Bouknight. You get nothing from that bench. And you can say what you want. You can say what all you want about how non-valuable he was to that team, but he was that valuable to that bench if he came off of that bench.
So Marvin,
all right, let me finish. Hang on. Let me finish.
Okay.
And also, when you take a player of his caliber off of this team, it can generate so many different bad notes that you wouldn't even believe. As far as just getting the crowd riled up, get the team riled up. He did a lot of alley-oops. He played good defense. He took pressure off
Lamelo's morale.
Lamelo's morale. And then, it's just made Melo feel better about playing the game. I mean, I'm going to ask you one question. Have Lamelo seemed happy any one of these first games of the preseason? And I know
look, Marvin, you going by
the whole
preseason.
Team hadn't even seen
this is what I mean. Y'all going by preseason.
Yeah, I don't know why y'all going by preseason. That's not
because you see other teams with body language that looks a whole hell of a lot better. You see the Celtics body language?
Hang on, guys. When are you going to look for your team to start feeling better? When the regular season starts? Don't you think that's too fucking late? You need to feel good.
These are basketball
hold
games.
on.
These are actual
You guys gonna
basketball
let me finish?
games.
You gonna let me finish? I've been listening to you guys for 3 hours. 3 hours I've been listening. I ain't saying a word. Every time I say
I've
something,
been
y'all
listening to you
talk.
all week. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's on you. It's on you.
Yeah, you ain't been on the damn panel either. I'm on the panel now. You come on the panel, I'll be quiet and let you talk. Now
Let's
I'm talking
go.
again.
Big
All right,
dog.
here we
Oh,
go.
nigga, let's go.
All right, okay, all right. And is that Zen who's talking? Because I want to ride your ass anyway about talking about the Bulls. That's
Yeah,
a
I'm just
later
fucking with you.
conversation. But
I'm just
anyway,
fucking with you.
Here we go. Here's the deal, guys. If you think that Charlotte is even close to what they were last year with losing the players that they lost that they don't have on this team, you crazy. And don't tell me this preseason, because you can't tell me them playing those starters 25 to 30 minutes in the third preseason game didn't mean something. It means the coach was looking to get something out of them. They played well in the first half. I give them that credit. So I'm not too upset with them, because that's what all of us, including me, Dex, and everybody else who was on the panel, was looking for. Effort. They did that. And me and Dex had a conversation about Melo and Jello playing together in this last game. And my exact words was, and me not hating on Jello at all, I felt he would not play with him because Cliffy needed to find out what he had in the starting lineup. I believe he got that because I believe Charlotte was leading at the half. So they actually played better. But as far as them competing in the East, they made the play-in last year. They're unsure if they're going to get Miles Bridges back. Does that make him better or worse? They didn't upgrade the team. They got nobody to replace him. They also lost Montrezl Harrell. You lose two players like that on this team.
That's enough.
Do you honestly believe you think they're going to be
your
better?
ass.
So Marvin, the Phoenix Suns with Devin Booker and Chris Paul, they just lost to the Adelaide 36ers. So that's gonna determine that the Phoenix Suns are gonna be bad this year. Like that's what we doing, Marvin.
No. Let me respond to it. No, because they came back the next game and they won the next game.
Not only that, but who are the Suns? Who are the Suns and who are the Hornets? Who are the Suns and who are the Hornets?
Have Charlotte played one?
But they still played bad, though.
Nah, man. Nah. Especially in preseason, they probably sat everybody. You know how it goes.
No, they played them. They played them against the 36ers. I seen that game. I know these.
Okay.
The Phoenix Suns broke a record. They lost
terrible.
I stand corrected.
Can I see? It seems like y'all are kind of getting circular here. Let me respond to the point, like, because Marvin, your main concern is preseason. Would you agree that since this is preseason and it doesn't actually count, and even if we win or lose these games, it is like preparation for the regular season, that it just comes down to the conclusion that it just doesn't matter. Like, it's good for us to just go out there and try hard so this team can get better chemistry, get more acclimated for the regular season. Would you agree with that?
Let me respond. Yes, I totally agree. But do you agree that they have showed you that? Any progress?
Have they showed me any progress to say that they're better?
No.
Yeah, to say that they
but that's what I'm. But that's part of my argument. Since it's preseason, right? Since it's an insufficient amount of evidence to say like, oh, they're not better, we can't draw the conclusion. There's just not enough evidence. That's why we have to wait till the regular season because it is preseason.
Okay. All right. Well, let me say
you just agree that it doesn't matter.
What would have made them better year over year? What in the world would have made them better?
Zen. See, that's where we agree. No, I agree with the point that if we're looking at the roster and we're looking at the Eastern Conference, like the points I brought up earlier, that's complete. I completely agree. But if we're just saying, oh, preseason, that's why they're not better. I think that's a bad.
I'm not focused on preseason play so much. I'm focused on what's on paper.
Let me address it.
Okay.
I'm not here to decree them because of preseason. Listen, each one of these players that play on every NBA team, starters, don't tell me every last one of them don't care about the preseason, because yes, they do. If you think these players don't care about preseason, then that's your thoughts. And the coaches too. There's not one coach or not one
There's
team.
There's players still trying to get hired.
There's not one coach or one player that wants to go over in the preseason and then come into the regular season saying we okay. Now you can believe that all you want, but you want progress. You want to see something that's good on your team. Hang on one second. Hang on.
Okay, so Marvin, so you're telling me Derek White...
Let him finish. Go ahead, Marvin. Please finish. Finish your point. Finish your point. I wanted you to finish your point so I can respond to it, please.
Yeah, there isn't okay. I'm not going to be long, guys. I'm going to step off. I'm going to say this. I'm not angry with Charlotte. I'm not happy with them either. But if you telling me that you don't believe these guys care about preseason, then I think you're wrong.
Okay.
Because preseason is there for a couple of reasons. For one, to get your team prepared for the regular season. The wins and losses, you're right, they don't count. But your performance is everything, means everything, including the guys who are trying to make the roster. Now, if your starting lineup, and I mean your starting lineup, is going out and being outplayed, out-hustled, and totally outdone every preseason game, your coach is worried. And you as a player is worried. And I mean this, I don't care if it is preseason. You are not looking good.
Marvin.
Okay, hold on.
Hey,
Wait.
Marv,
Ooh, you
keep
just
going
con-
back. Let me try it.
Hey, Marv,
I thought you
going
were
back.
going to be
Marvin,
wrong.
you just Marvin, you just con Marvin,
Marvin, let me ask
you
you-
just
let me ask
totally
you-
No, I'm
Marvin,
not.
you just
And I'm not
totally
through either.
I'm
Hang
sorry,
on.
Marvin,
No, and I'm
you just totally
through. Hang on.
contradicted yourself.
No,
when
no,
you
I
just
didn't.
said
I'm not through. And I'm not
telling
through.
you just wait,
Marvin,
Marvin,
come on.
please,
No, I
let me
didn't.
explain.
Let
You
Juju,
just
No,
let
let
Juju,
me
let
finish.
Juju respond. Let Juju
Marvin,
respond.
let me
Marvin,
finish.
you've been
You
gone
just let
forever.
me
Marvin, let
finish,
Juju
though.
respond.
Marvin,
Marvin,
please,
you
I get
never
your point.
finished. Let Juju respond.
Marvin, I get your point, and I have to
I never,
disagree.
I
and
never,
You
if you're
never
gonna respond to
finish.
something, I never finished something.
oh my
You
gosh,
never
bro.
finish.
Well, let me.
Yes,
I'm
I
gonna
do.
have to
I
cut you
always
off.
finish.
Wait, Marvin. I'm gonna have to cut you off anyway because what you said was super contradictory. You just said that their play is everything, even though it's preseason. Like it's just preseason. Like it doesn't.
Right.
Wins and losses don't matter, but their energy means everything. And then
Your
you also
performance
said
is
that
it.
you.
Yeah.
Wait, no. It's preseason, Marvin. If you would agree that
I
this is
don't give a damn
preseason,
if it's
and
preseason.
bro,
Marvin,
it does
stop it,
matter.
please.
Wait, Marvin. Why
It
I'm
matters
saying you're
to
wrong
you,
is because 2
Juju.
points. No. I'm telling you
Matters
why
to
it
the
doesn't
team.
matter, and it's 2 points as to why it doesn't matter. The first point as to why it doesn't matter is simply because it's preseason and wins and losses do not matter. The second point is preseason is preparation for the regular season. So if we're looking bad in these preseason games, it gives Stephen Clifford a direct line. It gives them direct avenues to each thing that this team needs to be prepared for in the regular season. So those are the two things that preseason is precisely for. And if we win or lose, if we look bad, it does not have anything to do with the regular season because we can fix it. It's not the regular
No,
season.
you got.
The wins and losses don't matter.
All right, let me respond. How in the hell are you gonna tell me you're gonna fix something that you couldn't fix in the preseason? You making no sense.
Okay.
Let me explain something
Okay.
to you, son. Hang on.
Oh my God.
You think?
Juju,
Oh my God,
let
my ass. Let me
me
say
go
this.
next, Juju.
You are saying something in total circles.
You can fix it in
You
the regular
thinking-
season.
You think?
He
Wait,
said,
now,
let me
"Boy,
finish.
look at here."
They're gonna flip a switch. You thinking they're gonna flip a switch and play better in the fucking regular
I'm
season?
glad you said
It
that,
don't
Marvin.
work like that.
I'm
It
glad
doesn't
you
work
said that,
like
it can
that.
happen. It's only
You,
been 3
you
games.
need to
Hold
be.
on, wait,
You
Juju,
need to
wait,
get
wait.
yourself
So wait,
prepared.
Marvin,
in
Marvin,
the
do you
preseason
judge
to
every
be
team
ready
by
for
3
the
games?
regular
Boy,
season.
You judge.
major
Okay,
episode.
bro, I don't want to get loud, but Marvin, your argument comes down to, these guys have played 3 games, so I'm gonna judge them and say,
Can
they
I go?
can't get better. That's
Wait,
a
Juju, let me
stupid
go.
argument.
No, I didn't say that. I said they're
Hey.
not playing well, and I don't know why you think they're gonna play well
And I told
in the
you,
regular season.
and Marvin,
No, let me
Marvin, I
finish.
gave
Let
you
me
wait.
finish. You are thinking they're gonna play well in the regular
got it.
season because
I'm
this
glad
is
That's
preseason.
not my
You are
argument. Marvin,
totally wrong.
wait, Moraz, please let me respond.
right,
That's
go
not my
ahead.
argument.
'Cause I
I
gotta
never
go
made a.
with Marvin.
Wait, okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, guys,
Marvin,
let's wrap this fight up.
Marvin, I never made a positive or negative claim about them being better. You made the claim that they're not going to be better based on what they did in preseason. I'm taking the agnostic stance against what you're presenting as a position, right? That preseason is bad or inherently bad, so they can't be better. I'm taking an agnostic stance. I have not made a claim yet. I'm looking at your argument and I'm telling you why looking at preseason does not come to the conclusion that you are drawing. And I gave you the 2 reasonings as to why. 1, it is preparation for the regular season. And 2,
Which
these
they haven't
wins and
done.
losses do not matter. So
right,
everything
look,
that they
look.
look bad
That doesn't
upon
matter.
now,
Can
they
I-
can
can I-
fix in
can I-
the
can I
regular.
jump in for just a second,
when the
Juju?
regular
One more
season comes.
thing.
Juju
Then I'll
Marvin,
let you
Juju
go.
Marvin, could I
One more
please?
thing,
Could I
Jay.
please? Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, so listen, segmentation is important, right? You got guys who are trying to make the NBA. They fighting hard. You got guys that got millions of dollars. They don't give a fuck. Let's be honest. Damian Lillard cares, but he don't really care right now. He knows he's starting. He ain't worried about it. But the bottom man on the roster is fighting hard. That's the first reality. The second reality is you may have teams that know they ain't shit, like San Antonio. These preseason games are talent evaluation. They're development games. They're not worried about wins and losses. Then you have other teams that are like, We want to dominate from the opening fucking bell and leave no questions. Boston, for example. We're going to win every preseason game, and we're going to run into the season headlong. That's the dynamics that you have going on amongst the NBA, and you're both right.
I disagree with that.
And I agree with you totally. And I'm just going to say
disagree. I disagree.
If you go into a regular season and you're the worst team in the NBA, giving up more than 25 points on the opposite side of the
If you don't expect to win, if you're not expecting to win, Marvin, you're worried about development.
Okay, listen, all right, you guys keep talking about not expecting to win. Don't tell me it's a person in that damn locker room or coach on that team that's happy with their performance this preseason. You guys are totally blind to what's going on in the NBA.
Okay, we all know San Antonio. Look, we all know San Antonio is the worst team in the West. You think they're mad about preseason?
What's going on in the NBA?
Wasn't lying about losing by 30 points a game every game in the preseason. You guys are crazy. Good night.
Bobby,
can I ask one question? Wait,
hold on for a minute, please. Let me say this. Please, can I just, thank you.
Go ahead, Vern.
Please. Thanks. Look, what's going on in the NBA right now is the all-time most ever seen and before for tanking, because they're trying to get this player, Marvin. If I was you, I'll be realized when you say people don't know nothing about what's going on in the NBA, you think about that and look at that. Yeah, everybody and their mama gonna sit up there and try to lose these games they possibly can. It's just like I said before, Houston Rockets and the Oklahoma City Thunder and Utah. The rest of them people gonna sit up there and try and lose.
San Antonio.
Boy, I'm telling you, and they wreck. And look why they got the best coach, Marvin. Let you tell it. They got the best coach in the NBA. He's sitting up there wanting to just sit there and tank, Marvin.
Right. And
so when you say a person don't know nothing, and you sit up there and think you know everything, Marvin, you got it messed up, baby. Okay. You got the NBA all
okay. And thank you for that, Vern. Thank you for that, Vern. Thank you for that, Vern. And Zen and Vern, y'all just named bad teams. Okay, so Marvin, you just said a team can't flip a switch, right? That's what you said, right? If you playing bad in the preseason, you can't flip a switch, right? That's what you said? Where's Marvin at?
You got a good example? Marvin's gone.
Oh, Marvin's gone? Wait, Zen, do I have a good example? I have a great example. Matter of fact, Zen, let me ask you. I'm gonna ask you to speak on Marvin's behalf.
Okay.
So Zen, are the Bucks a bad team? Do you think the Bucks are gonna make the playoffs this year?
I know they is.
Well, guys, I think the Bucks will be just fine. In the East.
See? Contradiction. There we go. Hold on. Marvin just said you can't be getting smoked and you can't flip a switch. Marvin just said you don't think these players don't care? The Milwaukee Bucks are 0-2 in the preseason. So I don't want to hear that the preseason matter and the players care. The Milwaukee Bucks are 0-2 in the preseason.
It matters to whom it matters to. If you're struggling to get a spot, it matters a lot, right?
To whom it may concern. There you go. Right. To whom it may concern.
Bingo.
Right, like Marvin said, they got to make. Marvin said, they got to make adjustments. They got to make changes. And Charlotte don't got that room to make that. They ain't got that room, bro. That's I'm glad they don't.
But Vern, if you're going based on preseason, how do you know that? Because I could just say, if I'm going based on preseason, I can say the Bucks are bad.
The reason you asked me a question, stop it, please. Like Marvin said, they put their starters out there and made them go 30-some-odd minutes just to struggle against this team they just played. They put their best out there and put them out there with so many amounts of minutes.
Okay, so what do you say about the Bucks losing 2 games in a row to the Atlanta Hawks?
Don't make
One
a
game
difference.
Without DeJounte Murray.
Whoa, that's a different animal.
No,
that's
it's not. It's preseason. We
ain't
can't
got
do this to only the Hornets.
We all know, listen to me, and that's another thing that Marvin got twisted. We all know the preseason don't mean a jack.
Thank you, my point.
Listen, let me get to your point. This is your point right here. Well, what did Iverson say about practice? Practice? Preseason? Practice?
All right. How about this?
Okay, look, just take that in for consideration. Go ahead, Zim.
How about this, Uncle Vern? The preseason record don't matter. The preseason matters. How about that?
Zen, don't do that. Zen trying to sprinkle it.
The record don't matter, but the actual games matter. At least to the players. You know what I mean?
Hey.
Okay,
I know what you mean. Answer this question. Hey, Jim, hold on for a minute, please. Just hold on for a minute, please. Hey, Jim, I want to ask you this question.
Yeah.
Who's your pick to win the East?
I got to roll, man. You're going to make me define myself right now.
Tomorrow to get it. Just come right down today. Who's your pick to get? Who's pick to win the East? Simple.
All right, don't kill me. Brooklyn.
Okay, now
I'm not mad
what
at
did
that.
Brooklyn do with the preseason? I mean, the preseason. Come on now, give it to me.
I don't know. I ain't been tracking
What
them.
Kyrie and all
I think
them
they
do?
2-0.
What they do? Come on.
They 2-0. One against, I
They
think
lost to
against the
somebody.
Miami
Well,
Heat.
tell you.
No, go ahead, Nico. What you said, Nico?
They was getting their ass whooped.
Okay, go ahead. Good. Okay, Zim Master, my thing is, okay, it's a good chance they gonna win it. Preseason
They
really
0-2.
don't do nothing though. Believe me, man. Preseason don't
Oh,
really
wait, the
draw
Nets are
nothing.
0-2, Nico?
And that's my point
Yes, they was getting
about
their ass
what
whooped. I remember that.
My point.
that's my point
And Zen,
about
you made
what
my point,
Marvin
Zen.
said.
Yeah. My point is
Preseason really don't.
the record don't mean shit. But it
Damn.
matters.
See,
It matters
but
in
Zen,
terms of
all right.
talent evaluation.
Okay, right.
Yeah, there
My
you go.
point. See, but no. But for Marvin, according to the Charlotte Hornets, you think they're gonna flip a switch? We can say that about everybody.
Well,
Talent
look,
evaluation.
I'll go with
It's
Marvin.
possible.
Right?
It's
I'll say
possible
this
that
with
Miles.
Marvin.
I'm sorry, Nico. Go ahead, bro.
No, yeah. When it comes to Marvin's point, the thing is this: he's also coming from the perspective of the Charlotte Hornets are not a good team, and that's also why it's
Nico,
different for them cutting
Nico,
the switch on
Nico,
than the
my
Bucks.
question was, you can't determine that in the preseason. I like what Juju said. I think Juju said he's
But
going based off
can
the
I
roster.
can I clarify it a
Go
little
ahead,
bit
Juju.
better?
Yeah,
Can I
go ahead,
clarify
Juju.
my position a little
And
bit
I ain't mean to
better?
cut you off, Nico, but go ahead, Juju.
Wait, okay, my bad. I just want to clarify my position, right? And I think you mentioned the point in like talent evaluation. Would you agree that like maybe some of these players aren't playing at their fullest potential? Like I don't think Lamelo Ball's playing at his fullest potential right now. Like, I
Probably
think
not.
he's played much better.
You know why, right?
Yeah, probably not. There's no adrenaline. There's no stakes for them. They're just going through the motions more or less. But they're excellent players, so they're going to look like what they are, even though they're not really trying. It's automatic for those guys.
Right. But what I'm saying is when the regular season rolls around
Right.
and these players do start to turn it up, it's possible that this team could be better than what they're portraying in the preseason. Like, just saying, like,
here's what
we can't just look at how they're playing in the preseason to determine how they're playing.
That's true, because we don't know what Gordon Hayward's going to be. We honestly don't. And that's a big deal. If Gordon Hayward actually turns out and plays this year, you don't miss Miles Bridges nearly as much.
We know he's gonna be hurt.
We suspect he will be, Marvin.
So like what I'm trying to come to
Uncle
a
Vern, my
median
bad.
here. Basically, the point that I think we can all agree upon here is that the Hornets have certain avenues that they could go on or go in, and they could be terrible. They could be a dog team. They could be top 3 pick next year lottery. And then they have certain avenues that we could look at. Lamelo Ball taking an uptick this year. Terry Rozier playing well. Gordon Hayward, like you mentioned, being healthy. We can look at that team and be like, okay, maybe that can be a playoff team. Maybe they can be a decently good team. So like, I think we can all agree that there are just multiple avenues in both directions that the Hornets could be. It's not really one specific area that we can actually, choose.
I agree.
I'm with a fire sale. Get rid of all the bad contracts. Tank as much as you can. Try for Victor, and if you don't get Victor, you get Scoop.
So, but Juju.
Now you got your 2 guards.
Master, please. Let me talk to Juju.
Oh, go ahead, Vern. Go ahead, Vern.
Juju, 500. Thank you, Zim Master. Juju, say 500. Say it. They could be 500 like they been big. That's the best, right? 500. Say it, Juju.
Mm-hmm. I think they could be 500.
That's what you think. But without Miles Bridges, you think they're gonna be 500, Juju?
Heck no.
I'm not. Look, Vern. I'm not really saying that this is going to happen. I'm not even saying that it's most likely. I'm presenting that it's possible that if Gordon Hayward is healthy, if LaMelo Ball is a dude that goes up from averaging 20 to 25, 8 assists, 8 rebounds, Terry Rozier is playing well, they get a little better defensively, right? Jello might play a couple of minutes and actually benefit the team in some ways.
It's going to take a miracle.
Avenues for them to be possibly be good.
So Dex.
Oh, it's going to take a miracle.
So Dex.
Denise Williams.
Hey, Dex, don't let Rave. Hey, Dex, don't let Rave in. Go ahead, young man. Talk, please. Don't let Rave in.
So Dex, you're willing to say the Bucks are going to be a bad team this year because they're 0-2 in the playoffs, Dex? You willing to say that?
No, it's the way. It's the way. We seen the Bucks play. We seen them play hard, and they got beat by Trae Young and Devontae.
DeJounte Murray didn't play today. DeJounte Murray didn't play today.
Bro, hold on, bro. Because you're now you're becoming a prosecutor. Hold on. Devontae Murray played the first game, yes or no?
Yes.
And what did he do?
25,
8 and 5.
Almost a triple double.
Then he sat down the second game and Trae Young played. And what the hell did Trae Young do over there in the box? Okay,
bro, you supposed to be a Hornets and a Bulls fan, bro. What you doing?
So when you see that morale, what can the Bucks do? And Giannis sat out the second game. What can they do when you got two players that's going off back to back like that? There's not much you can do.
Right, but Dex, by all of you guys' standards, or whomever's going by preseason standards, I can, if I'm going by preseason standards, I can. Hold on, wait, Vern. I can easily say, hey, look, the Bucks don't have no defense. Look what Trae Young and DeJounte Murray did to them. If I'm going by your standards by preseason, and that's what I'm saying, you can't determine that off of 2 games in the preseason when we all know the Bucks is going to be top 5 in the East. Unless y'all wanted to say,
I don't even think you need to argue this anymore because everybody's basically agreed. Like, it's possible. It's possible if certain things go well in the Hornets' favor, they can be good. But looking at what we see with the East and looking at their roster, how it hasn't improved on paper, that more than likely, or is just more of a probability that they will be around where they were last year, maybe worse.
And they've
Like,
given
I'm
us
not
no
going to
reason to
judge
think
the
they'll be
Hornets.
better.
I'm not going to cast any judgment, or I'm not going to cast any aspersions against the Hornets until I see the Hornets full.
Thank you, Dex. That's all I wanted. That's all I wanted to hear. Thank you, Dex. That's what I wanted.
Yeah, he just wanted that concession, Dex. Damn.
But
I mean, if you start Jello though, you'd be in the 6th seed.
I agree, Nico. But Juju, you do know there's a lot of pundits or people saying, "Oh, the Hornets are bad because they basically on preseason." You do know that, right, Juju?
Yeah, because most of the people that say that don't have a brain. They just have a peanut-sized brain. And if they had a conversation with me, I could let them know why that argument is just completely, like, not only fallacious, but it's not sufficient, bro. Like, what? 3 games? What do you mean? Like, come on. Melo's playing like 20 minutes, bro. Like, come on. When Melo gets in the groove playing 30 minutes and he has an accurate depiction of how he wants to, like, put the roster on the court, you know, at what times and stuff, what plays to run. This is a new coach, man. He's still trying to get acclimated. Like, this team, come on, man. We got to give them a little bit more time. 3 games in preseason ain't enough.
Shout out to Rave. Rave is in the building.
East Coast. What up, Rave Kingdom?
Who do they have to rely on? I mean, they got a team, you understand, but who do they have besides the players they got right now? Like I said, they 50-50. So, I mean, who do they have that's going to bring
Ray, Juju said you got half a brain.
No, I mean, Vern, like, I like, who do they have to rely on? You have Lamelo Ball. You have, hopefully, if Gordon Hayward stays healthy, Terry Rozier. Like, you have players that you can rely on. It's just, if these players are going to be in the position to be successful.
Who else?
Terry Rozier.
Stop in the middle of that, please.
Okay, but Vern, at that point, we could start going through the East. So, Vern, you think the Knicks are better than the Hornets?
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Okay. So, hold on, wait.
I disagree.
So hold on, wait. Dex and Vern.
What?
The Knicks. Hold on, wait.
Oh,
we can run. We can debate that. The Hornets are better.
I mean, hold on, wait, Dex.
No way.
Hold on, wait, Dex.
Even with Gordon and Cody.
Yeah, if not Dex, this is under the hypothetical that they're healthy.
No, it's not a hypothetical. Because Juju said the East is better this year. So,
facts.
But we hold on, wait. But we was using that for the Hornets. So y'all mean to tell me the Knicks are going to make the playoffs with the East being this?
The Knicks would be the 9th seed this year.
So the Hornets are worse than the 9th seed.
Yeah, the Hornets will be barely hanging on to the 11th or 12th.
All right. Okay.
They go take without, just make it, put it like this. They go take.
And Dex, you basically
Juju, what do they have to fight with? Hit me upside the head, Juju. What do they have to fight with?
Okay.
Melo.
What do they have to fight with? You talking about the Hornets?
Yes.
Orlando.
I mean, again, like I've mentioned it before, it boils down to Lamelo Ball. And again, I know we all can agree that we look at Lamelo Ball as being one of these Trae Young, Ja Morant type of players, and he's in his 3rd season. So if he can take a leap, Gordon Hayward stays healthy, Terry Rozier is not ball hogging like he was last year, they can be all right.
Yeah, I was almost laughed at that.
Bro, I'm trying right now.
You talking about Terry Rozier?
Dex, I just want to confirm. You're saying the Hornets are a 12th seed based off the preseason or because of their roster?
Terry Rozier got a backcourt because he didn't want to pass the ball.
Dex, you're saying the Hornets are a 12th seed based
because of their roster,
or based off their roster, Dex?
It's both.
No, based off their roster,
I'll take that. I'll take that.
It's obvious.
See, like, if you want to say, like, okay, based on their roster, based on the East, it's very possible that they're going to be worse. And then you say we look at preseason to support that, and we're like, damn, these dudes are bad in preseason. So looking at the roster in the East, they're probably definitely going to be bad.
But see,
I mean, I think that's
Juju. The only reason why we're saying that is because the way they are playing. It's the way they're playing. They're not executing anything.
Preseason, Dex.
No, but it's did you see other teams playing that way? No.
The Bucks.
No.
The Bucks ain't played that way. The Bucks played good. They whipped the ball around. They gave it to the open man.
Okay, so the Phoenix Suns, they lost to the Adelaide 36ers. How about that, Dex?
I think
it doesn't matter if you lose. It's the way you play. I'm not talking about wins or losses.
Yeah, you don't have to.
That's why they put the worst players in last.
Yeah, you
so
like you don't.
What the whole concept? Thank you, Dex. You said it. I'm stupid, Dex. Look, that's why they put the worst players in because they want to see what they gonna do. They can care what less what they win the game or not, right, Juju?
Exactly.
Hey, y'all, I got an interesting fact for y'all if you're ready for it.
Well, hold on. I was gonna say like
check it out. Just real quick. Sorry about that. The team with the highest win differential in the NBA preseason so far. That means that they beat the teams by the most, right? The Houston Rockets.
Thank you, because they try to prove a point. Well,
Right.
The Houston Rockets went on a 9-game win streak last year, so.
Right, but they still going to get their ass beat all year.
It boils down to the bottom line.
It seems like they try to grind on that. They try to prove a point. Go ahead, whoever was that.
Yeah, the bottom line about like preseason, right, is that if preseason was always an accurate depiction of what happens in the regular season, the best teams in preseason would be the best teams in the regular season.
Exactly.
And the worst teams in preseason would be the worst teams in the regular season, which always isn't inherently true. So again, that's why
you guys are missing my point.
Wait, Dex, can I ask you a
No,
question?
I understand your point. I'm just saying, like, that's why we can't say preseason makes this a certainty case. Like, oh, the Hornets are just going to be bad.
Hold on, wait.
I just believe that anyway.
Yes, it does, because they bring it out their best and they ain't good enough.
They haven't done a thing to disprove it.
Hold on, Dex, I have a question for you. Zen.
Thank you, Nico.
Hold on, wait, Vern. Dex, Zen has the. Hold on, wait.
Sorry, give Nico credit.
Zen has the Brooklyn Nets being the first seed, right? Zen has the Brooklyn Nets being the first seed in the East, Dex, right? So, Dex, you said it's not the losses in the preseason, it's how you lose, right? That's what you said, right, Dex?
Yes,
okay.
Basically, yes.
The Nets lost to the 76ers by 20 points, 127 to 108, right?
I watched that game, I watched
the second game. The Nets lost to the Miami Heat by 29 points, 109
I didn't see
to
that
80.
game.
100, I'm telling you, 109 to 80. So are you willing to say the Nets are a bad team this year because of the way how they lost in preseason?
Good point.
I'm gonna tell you this. I'm gonna tell you this right here. The Nets. No, listen. The Nets ain't as good as they think they are. I can tell you that.
That ain't the point. He asked you a simple question. Answer it.
I'm him answering you, old fart.
Okay. So are the Nets a playoff team, Dex?
Why you tiptoeing, bro?
Hey, what's good?
I hear Rave in there.
What's popping?
Shout out to Rave, man.
What up, Ray?
Uncle Vern called you a numbnut, and Juju said you have half a brain.
Well, wait. When I said that, I didn't know like Rave, but that is a stupid take, Rave. If you're just saying preseason, that's dumb as hell. Not gonna lie, but yeah.
Okay, what's good in the zone, Ray?
But Rave, you make takes like that. So
when it comes to Juju, you know that's an old rival, and I think me and him have had a better respect level for each other. So you know, shout out to Juju. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the panel.
Yeah, I've gone way better too, Rave. You won't beat me on any basketball debate now. Holy shit. That Lamelo Lonzo shit is done.
He been practicing.
All right. Anyways, and Uncle Vern, he just been on my shit for the past couple of days, which pisses me off. I've been seeing some new faces, man. So shout out to the chat, man. Shout out to new people, man. We always been growing. So, here's my thing.
Nobody out here doing.
All right, so I had. All right, Uncle Vern. All right, so I had this argument. I had this argument with several people about, especially during the preseason games. And my thing was with the Hornets. Situations are different for different teams.
Here we go.
For example, for the Bulls, right? We kind of have an understanding of most of the starters are going to be. You know what I'm saying? We have an understanding that Zoe isn't there, but we have understanding. Okay, this guy, we probably got a couple bench players. Caruso and Ayo may battle it out, but we have an idea where the starters are probably going to be. and they're a solidified team. The Boston Celtics, they played the Hornets. They're kind of a solidified team. We kind of have an idea of what's going on with them. Maybe someone might try to battle for something, but that's a solidified team. Some of these guys are solidified teams. So when we talk about the Hornets, which me and Juju got in arguments before about the Hornets, I let them know, like, the Hornets is not that great of a team. They're not that much solidified for me. We root for Lamelo and now Liangelo because he on the roster. We want great things for the Hornets. I do. I want the Hornets to win. But you're asking a team that is not qualified and a team that is not certified to do the right things. For crying out loud, did y'all forget they didn't even get a head coach before the draft? They got a head coach after the draft. So they already shown,
and he wasn't their first choice.
So they already showed small signs of unorganized situations. Also, you can ask yourself, what are they doing with this team? For example, they just cut a guy named Wormley, whatever his name is.
Wiley,
whatever. For crying out loud, the man got the same amount of minutes as Jello and them, the same dudes at the bottom of the roster, been in the preseason for maybe 2 minutes. How would you know you gotta cut him? He could have been worked on his game. He could have been nasty as fuck. You would never know because, goddamn it, the nigga was in for 2 minutes.
I mean, they seeing him in practice though, Ray.
I can't. Practice ain't shit. Run a drill, shoot a free throw. Stop it.
I mean, if you can kill him practice though.
All right. Okay, practice. Stop. Listen.
Preseason too, Ray. Go ahead.
Let me tell you something. I've seen guys do their thing in practice, but a game is a whole different mentality and different level because they get to show off in front of the cameras, the bright lights, and all the sponsors and all of that.
Well, how do you earn playing time in a preseason game?
Hey, Ray.
Okay,
Ray,
so
would you prove your point, Ray? Get to your point, Ray.
Okay, so my thing is for the Hornets, they're not a compatible team. There's a lot of questions up in the air. Terry Rozier for questions like that. Terry Rozier, yeah, he's a good player, but we're talking about a guy that is he there for the actual wins, or is he there to just show off and do his thing and get his stats up, look good, and you know, hopefully he can get his next contract. Is he out there to be loyal and try to actually win, make the difference between winning and losing games? Gordon Hayward, he's questions. 1 minute, he's good, ready to go. 1 minute, the man is knee contusion, leg contusion. He don't even want to play.
Rave, AD sat out. Is AD injured? AD sat out. Anthony Davis sat out. Is he injured?
I'm just talking about.
His pussy hurt too.
Once again, you're about to compare. You're about to compare.
I said his pussy hurts.
Once again, you're about to compare a certified team versus a non-certified team. The Hornets has a lot of questions on their roster. A lot of questions to their organization. Think about it.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are.
They missed the playoffs last year.
They're
even Dex.
Through injuries.
Okay, all right.
It was injury riddle.
Let's not play the dumb role. Yes, Anthony Davis. That
didn't happen for the Nuggets, but go ahead.
Okay, stop it. Anthony Davis may be getting hurt and shit.
They got two-time MVP.
They're a lot more certified than the Hornets.
And what is LeBron? But go ahead, Rave.
Okay, I feel.
LeBron played well. Don't do that.
Listen, Moral. Hey, you're talking.
He averaged 30, led the league in fast break points.
Listen,
and missed the playoffs. But go ahead, Rave.
I don't see Shot and
LeBron got hurt. LeBron got hurt as well, though. LeBron got hurt as well last season.
Here we go.
Okay, stop. Forget the Lakers. All right, forget the Lakers.
I see the music coming because morale can't control himself.
Hold on, we don't need to be talking about the different teams. We're just talking about the Hornets. Listen, we're talking about a lot of questions. Bumley. I mean, my God, I'm starting to wonder. Maybe we should
hurry up, Ray.
Yo, Uncle Vern, shut the fuck up. All right,
Uncle Vern, hey, Rave. Uncle Vern is playing air traffic controller. He's telling you to land the plane.
Let's wrap it up, B.
In the bench, look at night. I mean, all these guys. I mean, what's his name? Crumbly with
no son.
McGowan's like y'all are y'all serious?
McGowan's. This is y'all are ridiculous.
Sir McGowan of the round table.
Bro, I thought you were about to give a take about preseason. You talking about you giving a whole MLK speech, bro.
Ray was a little bit everywhere. Listen, let's be honest. Ray was a little bit everywhere. And I
think petition to be the franchise leader of the.
I think he deserved this.
I was saying it's different for when it comes to preseasons. It's different for different teams.
Why am I
So
hearing
maybe
music?
the Hornets may.
Ravens having an episode. He don't even know it.
Like he said, it's over with for the Houston. I mean, for the Houston.
So
for the
Ray,
Charlotte Hornets.
So Ray,
I'll stop that.
Bro, what is this
we
music?
Won't Jello. We won't Jello. We won't
That's his
Jello.
angry music.
So Rave, you're saying teams that made
The
the
hottest
playoffs
in the
last
streets.
Year, so Rave, you're saying the teams that made the playoffs
Flight
last
Sports
year,
TV.
it's okay for them to lose preseason games this year. That's what you're saying?
Yeah.
Make sure you hit that like button.
If you're a roster, if you're
Man,
a
it's
roster that
whatever, bro.
if you're a roster that don't
Make
have
sure you
as many
subscribe.
Hey,
Hornets,
listen to me.
maybe
Hey,
the preseason don't really matter
And
to
hit that notification bell, baby.
Thank you. Hit the notification.
So Rave, are you going
Like
preseason
subscribe.
or roster, Rave?
Say when?
Are you going based off preseason or are you going based off roster for the Hornets?
For the Hornets?
Yeah, you're going
Yeah,
preseason?
thank you.
Why they a
Get
bad
to the
team?
bread and butter, bro. What
Well,
Both,
the
because
roster.
y'all
Okay,
just
both,
said it.
okay.
Hold on, both because y'all just said easily Jello. If Jello was to be in the starting lineup, it could easily improve this team. Y'all just
I
said
agree.
it earlier,
I
and
agree.
that's why I'm sitting here like, okay, why Jello didn't get any type of minutes? So and then
Because they don't think the same thing.
exactly, and
Right,
people
right.
and people like you can't judge people's play style because like Jello and the guys are sitting on the bench, back of the bench. They've been cold. They've been sitting all night. They ain't gonna just fling them up out of there. And y'all mad because Jello did a saucy ass move, pump fake the guy. He missed the three because nigga been cold all damn day.
So wait, Ray. So
Ray,
you
Ray.
agree? Wait.
Hey,
I'm just trying to make
the
sure.
only
I'm just
thing
trying to
you
make
really-
sure that. Okay, go ahead, Vern. I'm sorry.
Bro, thank you. Just for a second. You remember, but don't make it short. Look, the only thing you got to understand is as far as judges, you got to understand the judge why they got their Jello on that team in the first place, Ray. You understand me? And it ain't for him to be out there with the swarm, Ray. I think that really does. So you have to understand that. And like I said, Jello got this in his favor. The boy out there, you go asking me another question when I'm asking you something. I don't think Ray they got him just because of his name, whom and his brother is. I think they got him out there for a purpose, and they want his purpose to be understood to him. Go down there, do what you do. Don't sit up there and try to do everything else like the rest of them. Go down there and do what you do best. And when you do that, you get the hang of it. You look real good, whether you're playing with your brother or against him.
I agree,
the
Uncle
whole
Vernon.
game. That's the NBA game, Ray. And if you really don't know how they play the NBA game, you really don't get it. So therefore, I mean, you really don't get it. It's reasoning behind why they put these people in this thing they do.
Yeah,
Even if
because
it ain't nothing
once
but-
they show that footage, Jello did his job.
Even if they just done to draw 200 more fans in, they can get 200 more fans. They might get 203 more hundred seats, more front row seats if they sell it right. Just think if they got. When you think about it, Ray, just think this. Just think if they had Lonzo. Point blank, they would have. Just Ray. They wouldn't even have these problems right now. They speaking of because they go their veteran leadership. You get it, Ray? I ain't talking about Rozier. I'm talking about Lonzo. And that was the whole reason, the whole concept. And I think they still got that whole mindset. That's my point. That's why I say they ain't gonna let Jello go.
I never.
Okay, well, then go ahead. Tell me what you never did.
I never questioning Liangelo. I don't know why you spent a whole rant about Liangelo. I'm not talking about Liangelo.
The reasons
I'm just talking about
the reasons that we're here. The reasons.
Don't sing my song.
Yeah.
Don't sing my song. Listen. Okay, I'm not saying Liangelo. Okay, I'm not specifically. I said I want the Hornets to do good, considering the fact that Liangelo and Melo is on that team. Yeah. What I'm saying is preseason should matter for the Hornets, considering that the roster has questions up in has questions in the air.
Actually,
Uncle Vern.
Preseason make the Hornets
Uncle Vern. Okay, I'm gonna prove you. Okay, hold on.
Damn, he cooking you, Ray.
Okay, Uncle Vern.
won't stop.
I'm gonna prove y'all what I mean. One word right here. I mean, it's one question. Do y'all have any of y'all heard any type of information about Miles Bridges' punishment for this season?
Let's just say he's out
gotta
for
go
the
to
year.
court. I think he
I
goes
asked y'all a
3 years.
question.
I take 3 years.
Anybody get some information on
3 years in prison?
I can't hear you.
No, Rave.
Yeah, of course you don't.
What was your question, Rave?
I'm gonna ask y'all a question. I'm gonna ask y'all a question. Did any of y'all get any type of information on Miles Bridges' punishment for this year?
Oh, bro, we not.
Let's say he's out for 41 games. Let's say he's out for half the season.
Oh my God!
I'm
This is
asking
just
you,
a bad.
I'm asking you, did any of y'all receive any information about his punishment from Miles Bridges this year?
No, it doesn't matter.
That right there,
It doesn't matter.
Right there just proves my point. What I'm saying is there's a lot of questions.
What is your
Okay, so let me ask you a
That
question.
doesn't prove anything.
Hold on, wait, Juju.
There is. You don't make no sense, bro. How does that not?
Okay, so let me
Rave,
ask
how
you a
does
question.
Miles
Hold on, wait,
Bridges,
Juju.
who?
Hold on,
Okay, go ahead.
Because y'all keep
I
bringing
didn't
up Miles.
say Miles
Wait,
Bridges.
Rave.
I said there's plenty of questions about the team.
What are the questions?
Okay,
What I'm
wait,
saying?
Rave,
Wait,
let me ask you a
Rave, but
question.
that's not a question. That
No,
doesn't
it is.
matter.
That's a good question. Hold on, wait, Rave.
No,
let me ask
it
you.
is. I'm saying.
They're
I'm
not
saying,
worried
no,
about
no.
Miles Bridges.
I'm
Their
not-
actions.
No,
Wait,
stop.
Rave.
Juju,
You're not
stop.
going to
I
speak
think
over
y'all
me. I'm
losing
trying to
y'all time
respond.
arguing.
Yeah,
right now.
let
I
me.
don't know what you be talking about.
Yeah, but I'm trying. I'm just trying to enlighten him, right? The reason why you're wrong, right, is simply because they're not worried about Miles Bridges. Their actions have shown that they don't sign. They have not signed Miles Bridges. They haven't given him a guaranteed contract. Nothing in their actions have shown us that we can say, oh, like Miles Bridges is a mystery to the Charlotte Hornets. They're not worried about him on the floor. Let's talk about who's on the roster. What are your question marks about the roster, about the coaching, about the players?
That is what I'm talking about.
Miles Bridges doesn't matter. He's not a part of the roster.
Stop. You're trying to pinpoint me saying Miles Bridges.
You said that, and then you tried to generalize a bunch of other reasons that you didn't name. So name those
Rave
reasons.
always say
hold
things
on.
and then
Listen,
double back.
I'm not saying just Miles Bridges. I'm saying you have multiple questions about the entire roster.
Okay, what are
This
those
roster is not
questions? Miles Bridges
solidified.
isn't one, Rave. I'm asking you, what are those questions? Please, just answer that. It's not
I'm
hard.
talking about everything. It's about the roster, the whole
What is
team.
Rave? What?
I gotta really run down these questions.
No, I just want you to just give me one example. Give me one example of a mystery.
For example, we don't know right now. We don't know if Miles Bridges is going to be here or not.
No, I already Rave.
He already said we're not worried
Rave,
about
you
Miles
do
Bridges.
Rave. See, this is where you're not listening to me, and I don't like when people don't listen to me because I said it very concisely and very coherently. What I told you was Miles Bridges does not matter to the scope of the team if we're looking at from the perception or the perspective of the team. They're not worried about Miles Bridges. So I asked you about the roster.
You got Miles Bridges all in your head, so we'll get off Miles Bridges.
You said Miles Bridges.
You keep saying Miles Bridges.
Rave, bro, you're even delusional.
Rave, go to sleep, Rave.
Let Rave finish. I gotta hear this.
Okay, yeah, Rave, go ahead.
Bro. I'm not saying Miles Bridges. Y'all asked me specifically, what does it matter when it comes to the preseason? I said for certain teams, some teams are already solidified. When they just come to the roster, the organization coming into the preseason. So some guys don't need to be seen. Some guys don't need to be on that court.
You're misinterpreting. Wait. We're specifically talking about the Hornets. No, we're just talking about the Hornets.
I said when it comes to the Hornets, when I said it comes to the Hornets,
what the fuck are we talking about?
No. Okay, bro. Okay, look. The framing of the question from what I was listening to
y'all just
was
said
Rave. He was asking you what specifically about the Hornets. What about the roster? What are you seeing in preseason that would dictate them being bad in the regular season?
Right.
Miles Bridges doesn't matter.
Juju nice with it. Yes, go ahead, Rave.
Easily. Hold on. Easily. I've seen it last season, the last season before.
I said preseason, Rave. I'm not talking about this preseason.
Yes, we're talking about
Man,
this
y'all
preseason.
forcing me to eat Raisin Brands
We're
tonight.
talking about this preseason. They
Trying
was
to go
missing
to
a
the
lot of
bathroom,
shots. We saw a lot of missed shots.
Because everybody's full of shit.
We're talking about guys a lack of hustle, a lack of effort. I mean, really, I'm not really about the details about what I saw on the court. That's not what I'm talking about.
That's what I wanted to hear.
The lack of hustle, the lack of effort.
I'm not.
Okay, that's fine. Thank
you.
you.
The only reason I didn't bring that up, the only reason I didn't bring that information up like that is because I didn't have the same thing because y'all seen it. You saw that the roster is clearly not all that great. You even just said bumbling. And I've been saying bumbling for a long time.
The roster, I agree.
Hold on, wait.
Okay, and that's what
I want to respond. But I want to respond to your other points now. because you said hustling and energy. You don't think those are things?
Lack of effort.
You don't think those are things that can be fixed by the time the regular season rolls around? Do you think? Do you think those are things that are inherent? Like they just went through those things, so they're just going to always show those things, or can they have energy?
If you're a coach, if you're a good coach, and if you're a good team or good organization, you could definitely fix those small things. Definitely.
Okay.
Right.
You can have guys in practice working on their jump shot, doing whatever different.
They don't have practices. They don't have practices.
So, Rave, if you agree with that point, then you would inherently have to agree that what we see through 3 games in preseason and the reasonings that you just gave would not give us an accurate depiction of what we in the regular season. It's also likely that we could see a better team.
No, hell no.
Oh man,
Ray, if you contradicting yourself, you getting cooked.
This
and you
team is garbage. This team is garbage.
So you think they're gonna start off 0-3?
He's been saying that. Juju.
I never said they're gonna start off 0-3. They're garbage though.
Juju, he's been saying that.
But that's not my question. I think they're going to be garbage. I just don't think I don't think they're going to be 0-3. I think they're going to still be a competitive team. They're going to be better than what they've shown. They're not going to be losing to the Indiana Pacers. Like, what are we talking about?
He said because of lack of hustle. Because of lack of hustle and effort.
I'll put money
It's
on it.
It's up to Gordon Hayward and Miles Bridges.
Only 2 people I see that's legit for me.
Miles Bridges out. What about? Hey, Rico. No, stop, Ray. Nico, Bob, tell you.
That's Zen Master.
Nico, say it again.
No, that was me. I said it's up to Gordon Hayward and MilesRidges at the end of the day.
Nico,
That's the only chance.
Nico, say it again, please.
That was Zen. That's the only
Miles
chance.
Bridges and who else?
And Gordon Hayward. That's the only chance.
Now look here. Hey, my point is this right now. Juju.
But Klay Thompson is ass cheeks.
So, wait, I got it.
Juju.
Twin, you're more than welcome to come up to the panel and get cooked. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead, Uncle Vern.
Miles Bridges is facing 3 years at the most, maybe 5.
Yeah, he's out the picture.
Yeah. Hey, boy, I'm telling you, boys, he don't take you low to catch.
That's why they signed Jello. They're like, oh, Miles Bridges gone? All right, boom. We got a spot right there open for Jello. We can give him
Juju.
Real trench, baby.
Juju, this be going over your head, Juju.
I got it.
A third of the let's say this. A third of the teams in the NBA is finna tank purposely. Juju, just to get this.
That's a good point.
Okay, Vern, let me know when you finish,
that is the point.
Oh, we ain't got to get into that though, Uncle Vern.
No. First of all,
no, Vern, I agree.
When you Juju, understand that. So this is what I want you to understand.
I agree.
When you think that Charlotte has a chance of being 500 this year, Juju, because that's your expectations.
No, that wasn't my expectation. That's not what I said.
Expectations, no.
What I said what my initial thing is from a front office perspective, and I'm looking at the draft next year and I'm looking at the contracts and stuff. I would try to get Gordon Hayward, Terry Rozier off the roster, be bad for a year, tank, and try to get a really good pick next year. That was my ideal.
Wasn't that last year though? Trying to get them off the roster last year?
No, it's this year. Last year I thought we could be good with them, but this year I'm just like, nah, we got to get them out of here.
Right, I agree, Juju. I agree.
Vern, can I go? Vern, let me go. So Dex, I want to say something because what I'm hearing
Salute
is what I'm getting
doctor.
from everyone here is you guys are saying that the Hornets have no stars. Is that correct?
Hell no, they got
Lamelo's a star. Lamelo's a star.
Okay, but other than Lamelo, nobody else is a star, right?
Hell
no, nobody else.
So let me ask you guys this question. I'm gonna put everybody here on the spot, right? Is Liangelo Ball a star?
Not yet.
They give him a chance.
He's a celebrity. He's not a star.
To us,
He's superstar to me.
Give him
Wow.
he's a star.
Nico
He's
just
superstar.
talking.
He haven't even turned the ball in a real game.
Oh wait. So let me.
He got Klay Thompson
Nico,
potential.
you can't say that he's a star. He hasn't shown anything
Okay,
on
I'm
the court.
glad
For
you
him
know.
to be a star, he
This
has
is
to
my
do
last
things
question.
on the court.
This is my last question.
That's what I said
He
to
said
me.
star to him. He said star to him.
Wait, this is my last.
God.
Oh, Nico said star to him. Okay.
Yeah, I said he's superstar to me.
I mean, Nico have a unique fondness for light-skinned guys who can shoot 3-pointers. So we can't be mad
That's
at
not my fault that all these dudes picking white women.
Wait. This is my last question. Wait,
Go
fellas,
ahead, young man. Go ahead.
fellas. Wait, fellas. This is my last question of the night, right?
that was a good one.
Let's take
Yeah,
this
Julian Newman is an
Hold on,
NBA
wait, Juju.
superstar now.
Wait, Juju,
My bad.
Juju. This is my last question for the night. Let's take this same Hornets roster, right? Let's take the same Hornets roster. We put Lonzo, Liangelo, and Lamelo
Let's see
in the
who's
same
in the
Hornets
chat.
roster. Wait, hold on, wait.
Shout
Dex.
out to JB the
Wait,
Great.
Dex, hold on, wait. We take the same Hornets roster. We put Lonzo, Liangelo, and Lamelo on the same team. Do the Hornets have enough stars?
Exactly, Basil.
Yes.
No.
Wait,
No, because they ain't
You
got
said
no.
I don't
Lonzo,
know why.
Lamelo,
Listen,
Liangelo.
listen. B Morale, you must be in paralegal school, or you must have just graduated from paralegal school.
But that's what y'all saying, Dex. Y'all saying the Hornets don't have no stars. That's
They don't. They got Melo.
You guys, all right, but all right, and y'all keep mentioning Miles Bridges. So y'all saying they don't have enough stars?
Bruh, they ain't got Miles Bridges.
But y'all keep bringing his name up. Y'all saying, well, there's no Miles
Nah, that
Bridges.
was Rave.
It's because of the difference. The reason why they're not going to be like they were last year or the year
Because of the
before,
roster, right?
The lack of.
Because of the roster?
Yeah,
Because of the
no
roster.
Montrez, no Miles.
Yes, and he makes a big difference in the roster. What is
Okay,
the
so
point?
y'all saying the Hornets have no stars. So if
Hell no, Melo.
Nah, you
That's only
misinterpreting.
yes,
They're saying
So
they're
you said
saying
with
that the
Lonzo,
roster.
Lamelo, Liangelo, right?
They got one in the
Bruh,
pot.
why you keep saying Liangelo is a star? That's stupid. That's stupid. You can make a person sound real stupid.
That's a bad take.
They got a bad spades hand.
Now,
one in the
Morale, what we're
possible.
trying to. The point earlier was that like the way their roster looked, the way it's constructed versus how it was last year is worse. And then like we're not saying like LaMelo isn't a star, like they don't have a star. They have a clear young star that can run the team. They just don't have anything around it. So that's the main thing.
That's my all right. So if you put
Jello
wait,
real nice. Jello will be real
Vern.
nice around. Yeah,
Hold on,
Jello. My point is, I want you to get this. You're still young, and you will remember what you finna say. My point is, Jello would be real nice around Melo right now because they ain't got jackass. Nothing
Okay,
else.
so hold on, wait. So Juju, you said the Hornets don't have enough around them, right? With only
Hell
LaMelo,
no.
right?
Yeah, he does. They don't have the correct pieces.
Hold on, right? And I asked you guys if you put Jello and Lonzo on this team, the same roster, do the Hornets have enough?
Oh, I never.
But
answered
that's
that
dream
question.
history, though. That's
They
dream
got a
history.
star.
That's enough.
It can happen.
Okay, wait a minute.
Jello's
Hold
already
on
on the team. Jello's already on the team.
Hold on.
Thanks.
So why? Hold
Well,
on.
What's
Morale,
going on?
but
wait,
we ain't
hold
got
on,
to
Ray.
that.
Before
We ain't
you
crossed that bridge
butt
yet.
in, can I
He's
answer
on
the
the team?
question? Let me answer the question.
No, I'm talking about for Lonzo. We ain't crossed that bridge yet.
Hey,
I'll give you a very like logical like answer that's not like out of this world and exaggerated, right? Liangelo is a complete unknown factor. We don't know what he's going to do, what he's going to like. We have faith in his ability. We need patience, but we don't know when it's going to happen, right? Lonzo on this team, right? Not even Lonzo on this team. Just looking at Lonzo right now, that's like, bro, like the thing that's happening with him. This again, another unknown factor. LaMelo is a star. So what I'm looking at with this team is we need to get the correct pieces, which is a center that can run the floor, play defense, block shots, catch the ball, set good screens. We need other players besides like Lonzo and like Jello to make this team be very successful. Even though they could be very good players and Lonzo could be on this team averaging triple-double, that doesn't mean this team is going to be good all around. We still need other pieces.
LeVar Ball
Agree with Juju on that one.
LeVar Ball will say otherwise.
I can fix that for you.
LeVar Ball will say they stars. But go ahead.
I've said that.
Thank you. But it ain't got nothing to do with what LeVar says. You already know that Lonzo was a winner. Why wouldn't you want a winner? Forget about Jello because it ain't been proven in the NBA. Why wouldn't you want Lonzo, Juju?
Oh no, I'm not saying I don't want.
Say you didn't want him.
Just said no. It ain't
He
just
said
you
it's
ain't
not enough.
saying. You
He
just
said with Lonzo is not enough.
No, Uncle Vern. What I said, just to clarify my position, right? All I'm saying is, even if they have Lonzo, even if they have like let's say Lonzo at his apex, right? A guy that can put up a triple-double, shoot threes, he can do all three. Let's say Liangelo Ball is doing his thing. I still do not think they would have enough because if you look at the East, you look at a lot of these teams up and down. Not only wait, hold on, Uncle Vern, Uncle Vern. Not only in their starting lineup, but also off the bench. These top-tier teams nowadays have depth. They have guys on guys coming off the bench. The Hornets need the Hornets. Pause. But wait. Let me just finish my position.
You don't have to go off.
No. I just want you to
I think
understand.
Ray wanted to get in about 10 minutes ago.
I'm sorry. I'm just trying. I'm just saying. I was just trying to finish my point. Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Okay, look, I understand your point. They got everything. They got everything it takes. This is what Lonzo brings. Not only just brings fanfare, he also brings experience and leadership. And that's what they lack. This you ain't listening. Lonzo brings experience and leadership. And that's what they lack of everything else. They got a star player. They got Melo. They got everything else in take. All they lacking
Oh,
is
I
shit.
disagree. But Vern,
Oh,
that's why.
battery.
But
Vern battery
Vern,
running down.
That's where
Hey, Vern battery running down.
that's where I
Go plug your
fundamentally
battery up, Vern.
that's where I fundamentally disagree, because I don't look at every other position on the roster and I say like, oh, they're good. Like I don't look at the power forward position. I'm like, oh, they're good. I don't look at the center
That ain't got
position
nothing to
with
do with
Mason
Tyler.
Bumley.
That ain't got nothing to do with
Vern,
Melo.
this is
That
a
ain't got
team
nothing to do with
game.
Melo,
It's not
and
just
Melo.
about it's not about three players. You need a coach. You need a coach that's going to implement a correct system for these players to properly be implemented into. It's multiple things. It's not just three players.
Listen, and same thing. Listen, and hold up. You can go back in the old days, even with Chino Hills. Lonzo, you did have Lonzo, Melo, and Jello going crazy, doing their thing, undefeated. But you gotta understand, they also had guys that was going to help play defense, run up and down the court, play structured winning and versus losing. They wanted to win out there. They gave heart. What's his name? They had Big O out there, Scotty Lewis. All those dudes was compatible players
Eli Scott.
that could block shots.
Eli Scott, not Scotty Lewis. Not Scotty Lewis.
Yeah,
Eli
Scott, not Scotty
my
Lewis.
bad.
That dude trash.
My bad. I started thinking about all the dudes. My bad.
Get that man in Europe.
They had, like, for example, they had a Big O. Big O could block shots. You know what I'm saying? He was big up in high school.
And they had that Mexican dude that was shooting too.
Right. So you had guys outside of Melo, Jello, and Zoe that could still
that's what Juju said.
That nigga didn't play
within the team, and they could play winning defense and winning offense. And you had LeVar Ball coaching them up, like, let's go, run, get up and down that court. So you gotta understand that as much as we would love Zoe and Jello and Melo on a team, you still have to have the rest of the team structured well and ready to win and play within the team in order for them to have a successful seasons or successful games. You can't just say, oh, they got Jello, they won. That's not how it goes.
I think the biggest thing that people take for granted is the fact you need a coach to properly put players in their place. Because if you have certain players that are making money or even just on the roster period trying to make a name for themselves, they will play against the will of the team. They will play in ways that hurts the team. And you need a coach that's going to be like, hey, bro, stop doing that, or at least pull them out the game. So it's not just about three players. You need it boils down to having an all-around team, top to bottom, and a good coach, not just three players. Right? That's why they were good at Chino Hills, just like you said.
Mic drop. All right.
Hey, Juju, let me ask you this question. Hey, because I made a statement at first about that young man that's going to be coming out to the pros from France, already going to be coming to the pros next season. Okay, then I asked that question, and somebody said San Antonio going to get him. Why is it so reckoned that San Antonio going to get him first when the season ain't even started yet? We'll see.
Because they have a bad team, Vern. They have the Spurs have a bad team.
Utah, and then the rest of it started. The rest of them got one too. I mean, why they pick to be?
Spurs is actually
at that point is a lottery.
What did he say? What was the question? He said, "Why is ESPN rated the Hornets so low?"
No, he said, why are the Spurs the favorites to get Victor Wembanyama when there's like 10 other bad teams?
Because they're truly tanking. They literally, the Spurs have set up their roster in order to tank. We all seen it.
Spurs are just bad.
Yeah, they're just bad right now. Greg Popovich know what's going on. That's why you seen Greg Popovich up in interviews. That nigga literally said, "Hey man, I don't give a fuck."
What about Detroit?
Detroit is just bad. We're better than Detroit.
Who want to be bad? Who want to be the worst team in the league? First. Who want to be the worst? Who want to do that?
It's a lottery.
Vern, I agree with I agree with your reasoning, but the reason is flawed is because the NBA has changed up their drafting system or like their draft lottery process to where like you don't have to be just the worst team to get the number one pick. Like it's kind of like it's harder to get the number one pick if you're the worst team, so it doesn't really matter.
I understand. Chances are,
but that also adds the variety of multiple teams tanking though.
Yeah,
everybody want that chance.
But since they always want to point to do, I'm thank you for saying that. So, okay, my whole thing to you to do is that same question: who's gonna try faster or worse to be the worst? Who's gonna be the successful to be the worst?
Hopefully, I wanted to be the Hornets, but
Oklahoma City Thunder.
If they were smart, they would just pick up Eli Scott after the year.
Listen, Uncle Vern, that's a question that I don't think none of us can answer.
Of course,
who's going to be the worst?
Yeah,
but we can say the way the Spurs are going by, this season, and if you look at their roster and if you look at what they've said, Greg Popovich literally said damn near he don't give a fuck. It's like, well, the best guess we can give when it comes to Spurs, they could easily be the favorites. That's all.
All right. Well, look, fellas, thank you, fellas, for answering my question. Dex, Flight, shout outs to you guys. I'm gonna head out. Thank you, fellas.
What's up, bro?
We appreciate it. We love you too, bro.
Hey, chat. I seen we got some new people. Subscribe to Flight Sports TV. I think someone dropped Flight's cash out. You know what I'm saying? We got the biggest things here, man. We got some legends that's been up here. We got big names that you've heard before. Ball Facts, AB Hero. Yes, Flight has had the great LeVar Ball interview as well. So we watch all the sports. We talk about different sports all the time. At the same time, we definitely basketball is the big one out here on Flight Sports TV. Please tune in. We got what's his name? I don't know why, Kid Austin. So go check him out. Also, Flight, if you don't believe us, the rare receipts, go check out the thousands upon thousands of videos of Flight has dropped. And also check it out, man. Flight dropped a pretty good couple videos. So we appreciate the support. Keep subscribing, man. We just having a great talk on the panel, man. Shout out to everybody.
Flight Sports TV, man. That's who I roll with. That's my man.
That's facts.
There you go.
All right, I did want to say this though. I do firmly believe Melo, Jello, Zoe change the composition of a team. I do know that they have, Eli and Big O part of that roster. But and I'm not going to downplay them because their roles are important. But if you get someone who's a rim protector for Zoe, Melo, Jello, and you get somebody who's willing to pass the ball to four, I think you can have a high level of success. And I'm talking about NBA wrecking success to where they really are the juggernaut of the league. And it's based off of the play style. When you have guys who are naturally playing at a fast pace, it's different than something you have to force. Like every time I see Melo, Jello, and Zoe on the court, they make decisions in the snap of a fucking finger. It's without question. It's without a doubt. It's the flow of water, like I always say. Like if they touch the ball and it's somebody else to move the ball to, it's already coming out their hand. They didn't have to think about it.
Hey Nico, look here. Look you PJ Washington, him, and then the one to play out there with Atlanta, the center to play with Jello and Melo and them. With that dude right there. Would you trade? Thank you. Would you trade PJ Washington for him?
Yes. I advocate weekly to trade for Big O.
Big O is not the same Big O, but I get y'all.
He's not the same Big O for that team. But if you put him with LaMelo, they're gonna click immediately. He's a rim protector. He runs the floor.
If you could find someone better, I would find someone better other than Big O. I get it, but
that's nostalgia talking right there.
But you don't need someone better.
Really, the point.
But I'm just saying, if you can get someone better, you can.
Ray. See, this is the point. The point is this: you really don't get it because this is the NBA. It's all about show. Not always about show and tell. Because if you want to win championships, you got to show and tell. But a lot of teams, too much, they ain't winning championships. They want to put butts in the stands. So they want to hear and see the possibilities thereof. And if they see that combination working and working then, that's a big story. And that's a story that's going on in the NBA now. Because all they do is talk about it. Some people go all across the country just to see them people play. Thank you, Ray. Back to you.
Yeah, like Nico, you're right when you say like the composition of the team, the basis or the foundation of the team. If you have Lamelo, Lonzo, and Liangelo as the foundation, and you build around that properly, you can have a championship contending team. If that's what you're saying, I agree with that. But if you're just saying that, we just gonna throw Liangelo, Lonzo, and Liangelo on a team full of fodders, scrap dudes, trash taking out niggas, then I'm like, nah, nigga, they ain't gonna be that good. Like,
give them 12 Dennis Schroeders.
I'll say,
answer the question. Do they have any players like that in the NBA?
What do you mean?
Well, the NBA is stacked full of talent.
It ain't what I mean. He just described bums. Do they got bums like those?
They definitely got bums.
As long as Kent Bazemore got a job, yeah. Kent fucking Bazemore.
Kent Bazemore.
Hold on, wait.
That's hilarious.
Do I have to re-say his name?
Who that?
Okay, from the Bulls that they had on that roster for a long time. Go ahead and say it.
Oh, DeMar DeRozan.
Zen, I said it several times. What's his name?
From the Bulls?
Is it Chris Dunn?
No. Even worse. Come on, I know y'all fans of y'all fans.
Not Laurie Markkinen.
Tony Bradley, not bad.
He was on the Bulls. He was a true bum. They
Felicio.
Oh yeah, Felicio, the nigga they traded for Lonzo.
Oh my goodness.
A $30 million extension.
The nigga was starting for the Pelicans, bro. There's no way we can say bums don't exist in the NBA. They certainly do.
I know
They definitely do.
Felicio is awful.
But you ain't
I don't know how he kept the
gonna-
job.
You ain't gonna go get no god. Hey, I'm okay. I tell you what. When you say that, we do see Charlotte Hornets having a lot of bombs because we already know the Melo only was playing.
They got a bum star.
So we say they all bums.
No.
The king of bums.
NBA bums.
No, we never said. No one ever said that.
Uncle Vern, we got the elite king of the bums, Mason Bumley.
I agree.
Then we got, bro, come on, we got a bum coach.
I agree. I have to agree.
And a lot of us said, and listen, a lot of us said that. Another thing is, it's the fact when it comes to Hornets, it's not even all the fact that they're bums. It's not even constructed right either. You know, for goddamn it, my Tay Rozier, is he really qualified to be on this team? He doesn't want to win. He's just showing being a showboat. You know, we can name on so many guys that's on this roster. You can really question like, okay, let's see what you got. You're here to win? Are you gonna pass the bar? Are you gonna show some type of level of IQ? And if they don't do that, then it's like, okay, we see what we're dealing here with.
Well, I'll say this real quick. When it comes to this Hornets team, we was talking about this yesterday with Vern. If they had the certain mindsets to actually contribute to winning for this team, they could be solid. But everybody on that team wants to be, like I said, Lamelo Ball. That's the problem. Every last man who can dribble the ball on that team wants to be Lamelo.
That's because you got a young star and no veteran presence. I agree with what was said earlier.
You got a young, and you got almost a young star that's been on the team almost longer than anybody else. And
he should just be in his senior year in college.
Yeah,
the dynamics are changing.
Right, and that's the dynamic. There you go.
That's a great point.
So that's it. The dynamics are changing, and that's it. They changing to a younger team. They ain't got no veteran leadership.
I can also say, but then that also goes to coaching as well, though. Because Greg Popovich,
they got a new coach.
That's a great
point.
Listen,
I'm saying Greg Popovich, no matter how young or how old, Greg Popovich get him straight.
That nigga 80.
He only get 400 straight, Ray.
Whoa, please.
Ray, he only get 400 straight, so make that clear. He has problem with American-born players.
When we speak of Pop, right now, we ain't using Pop to be what we using Pop right now. Can't even make it up out of the first.
Here we go.
Whoa, come on now. Let's stop with that Pop.
All I'm saying is Chino Hills. If Jello makes the roster, Chino Hills would have produced more players in the NBA off one team than any other team in the world. Not in the world, in the United States.
Bro,
the only team that's close to them is Dunbar High School in Baltimore.
And Dex, what we're talking about.
That's a good point.
Right, hold on, Dex. When you say that, but what coach did they have, Dex?
What do you mean?
A qualified coach that was going to have them doing constructed things the correct way. LeVar
In
Ball.
high school, come on.
You can't.
Well, he wasn't the coach.
No, it's still no. That's a bad argument.
It was an Asian guy that was a coach.
You can't.
Two coaches.
You can't, bro. No. You cannot use high school as like supporting evidence for your argument because it's the NBA. It's a different level, bro. You can't compare that shit.
You're right.
It's just not the same.
What I'm saying is this right here. If Liangelo, this is what I'm saying. Pause, everybody. I'm saying if Liangelo makes the roster, Chino Hills would have produced more NBA players. It would be a record for one team. I'm talking about for one team, especially a public school. Not no academy, not no prep school, a straight up public school. The only person come close right now is Dunbar High School in Baltimore, when they produced the Reggie Lewis, the Muggsy Bogues, and those guys. They produced 3. Right now, Chino Hills got 3, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And Jello will be the 4th.
So like Okay, so it's two things. This dude in the chat, bro. We're not saying like Gordon Hayward is a veteran, but he's not a outspoken veteran that's gonna like lead by. He's more of a lead by example guy. He's not a guy that's like vocal. So what we're saying is like they need more of a vocal leader to get them more in line. And then the second thing was
if I could real quick on Hayward. Hayward hasn't even played in how fucking long, so he can't lead nothing.
Right.
Yeah.
It's Gordon Hayward.
He's a bitch.
Right.
Damn, but technically he's their veteran though, right?
I'm gonna keep it.
He's a veteran, but he's a disgruntled veteran, as we know.
I wanted to keep it civil and colloquial, but then I'm like, nah, this nigga's a bitch.
He
bro.
said colloquial.
Yeah, Gordon Hayward is not.
That was a Dex word for sure.
You just can't pretty it up.
Dude, Cass.
And what do that mean?
Gordon Hayward is not.
It just means a way of speech.
What'd you say, Ray?
What does that mean?
I said Gordon Hayward's not committed to the team as well. So it's like
Damn. They got nobody committed to the team.
He is committed by money. He's the biggest commitment by money.
To buy in? You can't have no one to buy in.
That's the whole point. Ain't nobody committed to the team. That's Melo.
I say
Bring
trade
Alonzo, that
like
will be the first seed.
Everybody else
Melo might not be committed either.
Is Melo committed to the team?
No, only Jello. Jello's
just
the only one we can say is committed. Jello's the only one we can say committed.
You wrong.
Yeah, he wear that Hornets shit with pride.
Everybody else might bounce.
Trust me, Melo trying to be up out of there. Trust me.
No, Melo ain't trying to get up out of there, man.
Yes, he
Yeah,
is.
that man's body language is
If they don't
terrible.
get Zoe.
Man, look
Yes,
at
he
Melo.
is.
That
Yes, he
man's
is.
body language
Trust
is
me, Melo trying
terrible.
to be up
Tell
out
you
of there.
something.
He does not want to be in Charlotte.
My opinion is this: it'd be wise for Melo to stick around there as long as he can to build that brand up. Because when it comes down to the end, it's gonna already be understood what Charlotte trying to do anyway. They're not trying to get better, and the only way they can get better is
Build a brand in Charlotte?
because they
I mean,
can't. Won't see you.
Salute to Sean Tall,
Now
Lester.
you talking when I'm talking, and I was trying to explain something. They can't succeed by trying to go through the draft or anything else. That's gonna be a long struggle. And because of the fact of where they're going now, only thing they can do is go down and try to come up. And they need to go down as fast and as possible as they really can.
So you just want them to stink up the joint?
Man, stick the joint up.
Wait.
Hey, all they gotta do is bring in Eli Scott.
OG, you spitting. Wait, so Uncle Vern, you basically agree with the what I said earlier, where it's like they should just tank and be bad and build through the draft. That's how they've gotten good.
I said I agree.
That's how they got Lamelo. They got Lamelo. They got Lamelo Ball from being bad. Like, they got Lamelo from being bad. So just be bad.
But hold on. Wait, hold on. You gotta put Michael Jordan into play. Michael Jordan, even though
Man, he used to being bad, bro. It don't matter, bro. He used to. It don't matter.
Hold on.
There you go.
Juju, there was no reason to say that, because I totally understand. I've always been critical of Jordan and his decisions.
So why does he matter?
What I'm saying is the way Jordan be doing it, he be like, oh, I want these guys to win. So are they really? Is he really going to?
Bro, rave. The reason that you're just wrong and you're just trying to argue is the fact of what we've seen over his whole career. Michael Jordan's whole career, he's perfectly fine with losing and just making that money with his Jordan brand and his Hornets check. So I don't want to hear none of that shit.
We all know that.
Is that? Hold on, I'm not agreeing. See, this is where I know I'm not wrong and you're just trying to make me look bad. Nigga, I'm not saying Jordan isn't used to that. He's been a bad owner, as we know, so far.
All of our lives.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that is he really going to say the okay of, all right, we going to tank?
Of course, rave.
No,
rave. See, now that's rave. Now you're trying to be unreasonable and exaggerate the argument. That's not my argument. We know that no coach, we know that no franchise, no coach. Wait, rave. You gotta wait. Let me finish. Let me clarify. I'm not saying that any coach or Jordan is just gonna come out blatantly and say, oh, well, we're just gonna tank and just lose game and just be ass and try to get Victor next year. Of course he's not gonna come out and say it, but what I'm saying is he's not gonna push winning as much as you're trying to portray that he would. They can just be bad. Like we've seen that for most of his career, his teams have been bad.
I totally agree with that, bro. I mean, I told y'all, okay, for the longest I said this game is bad. You put a bet on me that the Hornets were going to be better than the Bulls, for crying out loud. Like,
Who choking on their blunt?
Me? I was
You
trying.
on that?
I was joking. I was joking.
It might have been a couple
Hey,
people.
look,
It might have been a
my
couple.
thing is this. Look,
I was not
joking.
expecting Uncle Vern to say that.
I was joking because I was trying to figure
Don't
out.
do drugs,
I was
kids.
joking about why they finna do.
Uncle Vern battery's wearing down.
I don't think that's possible.
Stop it! Your hearing aid. You ain't. Jack, your hearing aid. You're not.
Damn.
Plug your charger.
I don't see.
You giving out a gas.
I don't see why San Antonio got to have a right to get that young man because they ain't played their game yet. They ain't lost their game yet. I want to see why Charlotte can't get the young man. I want Charlotte to get the young man. I want him to play with Melo and Jello and Lonzo. That's why.
I mean, listen. The way that Charlotte looking, that might come true. You might get your wish.
We wanted Zion to play with those boys too, didn't we?
Hey, Jack.
I gotta
That would
be
be
honest.
crazy.
I'm scared of Wemby.
I'll say
man.
this.
I'm scared to draft somebody 7'4", 7'5". I'm taking.
The Hornets
that
is
man, he
bringing
looks
Eli
dirty.
Scott.
You crazy.
Look. That's what they said about Sam Bowie. That's what they said about Sam Bowie.
Nope.
I would say that depending on the play style.
Y'all
and the
mean the
era,
Hall of Famer.
but
Who?
Y'all mean.
yeah, I mean,
Okay, that's one.
That's because he's Asian.
I feel like you're trying to convince yourself that you don't
Yeah,
want to
but
draft
Combo's
someone
a Hall
like
of Famer.
but
No. What I see out of Wemby
don't
is
like
great.
that.
What I see out of Wembanyama is great, but
Right.
every player over 7'3" has a short career filled with injuries. Kristaps Porzingis.
Can't argue with that. You can't.
Hey, Kristaps might cook this season though.
George Mirasan.
All of
Boban.
them.
What about
Bowles.
Boban?
Kevin Durant, man. He's
Kevin
still out here.
Durant's
hooping.
6'11".
I will
7
say,
feet.
Come on.
a lot of those
Still gotta
players.
take a chance.
Now, Kristaps Porzingis, I just think he's just injury riddled. I'm not gonna use him.
Sean
But
Bradley.
every other player, like from previous years, I think now it's a different brand of basketball. It's a different era where, you know, even the way the refs, the way they call the game is a lot softer than it used to be. And
Chet
the way
Holmgren.
the way
Chet Holmgren.
bro, this
But he
dude's
isn't
come
built
on,
like
that dude's
Victor,
Well, hold on. He tried to
He's
stop
not built
Bron.
like
Bron.
that,
That's
bro.
6'9", 270. Stop it.
Chet
is
Holmgren
very
didn't even get a
small.
chance to get into the weight room.
You can't tell me Victor don't look built.
That nigga
though.
tried
my
to body
God,
up Bron. Like, come
look,
on
look.
now.
Look, I don't think Victor is an accurate comparison to, like, I don't think Chet Holmgren is again, like,
talent wise, nowhere near.
Hey,
I'm just talking about the way that they're built. Like, Shit is a lot. He seems a lot smaller.
Hey,
How much does he weigh?
He's on toothpicks.
Anybody remember this?
He's pretty skinny, bro.
Pretty sure Victor is 230 at least.
But look, you saw those games, right? Victor looked like a big boy. Like
That's what I'm saying. He don't look like a toothpick.
He don't look like a toothpick.
Chet Holmgren is
Vern's trying to get something
190.
to
Chet
y'all.
Holmgren is 190, bro. Come on,
Look,
that's not a
can I ask
comparison.
somebody this question? Let me ask somebody this question. Can I ask, please? Okay, now look. Anybody remember when the Cleveland Cavaliers got that one guy? He didn't last long. What's his name?
Anthony Bennett.
Yeah. Anybody remember? Do anybody remember what teams were taking to get him? Do you?
That was just a horrible pick.
That's stupid. There ain't more. Well, there ain't more. I'm just going to my point. Anybody remember what teams were taking to get him?
Nobody. That draft was really bad. It didn't have a player like Victor.
It's just that Kyrie couldn't win. 14, 15 games. That's how they got Anthony.
No, Anthony. Yeah, but he's just talking about the draft in general. Like, nobody was really tanking in that year.
The best that they can come, even with Cleveland, got all the luck with them drafts and stuff. The best they can come up with was him.
That year
With Kyrie? No, the best that they got was Kyrie.
Kyrie was before him. Kyrie was before him.
I'm talking about when they picked dude first. He was the number
Kyrie
one pick.
But Kyrie kept the Cleveland Cavaliers in the lottery until LeBron James got there.
Well, hold on. Let me see. Okay. But I mean, the Cleveland, bro, I'm not going to lie. Like, you can use the Cleveland Cavaliers back then as a decent example, but right now,
the whole NBA.
I'm trying to make an argument for the contrary because the Hornets can build through the draft. Cleveland Cavaliers, Darius Garland, Evan Mobley, Colin Sexton, Deion Waiters, Isaac Okoro. They've drafted really good players and made a good team
I
out of
agree
it.
now.
So the Hornets do what they can.
And they traded Sexton. They was able to trade Sexton in that move.
For the Charlotte Hornets. Can we stay on the Hornets?
That's a good point. They drafted Colin
good
Sexton
enough to
and
make some
traded him
moves.
to get a better player from drafting Colin Sexton.
Hey, Lamelo is the best.
The Hornets been building in the draft.
Hold on. Let the boss speak. What's up, boss?
No, what's good? No, I was just saying the Cavaliers don't have the assets that. A part of me, the Hornets don't have the assets that the Cavs had.
The
Yeah, they got
assets was
Jalen
of the first round.
McDaniels,
The assets was
JT
the
Thor.
first round picks. The assets
bunch
was
of
the
They got a
balls.
bunch of
The Knicks got
throwaways.
better
losing
assets
those
Flight.
than that.
games.
Hey,
That's how
Flight, they got a bunch of throwaways, right?
It's been like that
how they
forever,
got the
though.
assets
They're
to
looking
lose
like
those
it.
games.
Hornets never had the assets the Cavs had.
They
Outside
can
of
get
Melo,
them
that's
though.
what they're looking like.
They can get it. They can get
You
those
bet.
assets by losing those games purposely. Not only just
Yeah,
purposely,
Book
but
Night.
they
You
got
can't do nothing with
With
him.
Book Night.
He part of
Yeah.
that too. He a castaway too.
Why can't we just
I hope there's
advocate
no
for them to get
indication of
Eli
what we're gonna
Scott?
see in the season start. I want to hope that we see something else.
Hey,
No,
Eli Scott is going into a senior season at
Flat on the
LMU.
whole flat
He needs to
out.
get drafted by them.
I hear you, brother. I hear you.
Like,
Hey, Flight, who you see having the best? Hey, Flight, thank you, Flight. I'm glad you came on. I wanted to ask you this because somebody mentioned it before. Who you see having the better season this year? The Knicks, thank you, or the Hornets?
I don't know. Probably the
That
Knicks.
you know, stop.
yeah, I
playing.
think the Knicks.
Yeah, Flight. I'm glad you said that. Where you
But
see the Knicks?
I mean, let's see what happens.
Flight. Honestly, where you see my point? Next question is where you see the Knicks finishing that this year?
Definitely the top 8.
Yeah, type 8. Where you see the Hornets finishing that?
Hopefully top 10.
I mean, I wouldn't.
Like,
God dang, who going to the what?
Don't bet
The
that.
play-in?
No, I ain't betting that.
He said hopefully.
Play-in.
What'd you
See
say?
the Hornets.
I said you did say hopefully.
Flight. Whoa, flight. You said what? Flight. You see the Hornets make it to the play-in this time?
Yeah.
Why you sounding like Skip saying Shannon Sharp saying skip.
Anything less than the play-in is a failure.
Flight. I didn't get your question.
Wait a minute. Who's a failure? Who's a failure?
I said
That's why.
the Hornets. I said anything less than the play-in for the Charlotte Hornets will be a failure.
Were the Knicks better than the Hornets last year?
They ain't gonna get that. They ain't getting no play-in. Flight. So
I don't think so either.
Flight,
Hey, I
Flight,
wouldn't
that's
burn. I don't think so.
Thank you, Flight listening. I'm glad Flight listening. Flight, my point is, Flight, why disappoint the people?
Yeah.
Why not disappoint the people, Flight? It's
Eli
going to
Scott
be
is in his senior
it's going to
season.
be a foreseeable failure, Flight.
Yeah, Book Night was a trash pick, man. That was horrible. They could have got Coach Durante. They could have got a list of dudes, bro.
Hey, Book at
That
night.
was trash.
Hey, Book at night.
And you have
Been like
Hornets
that for
fans
30
excited
years.
over picking Book Night and Kai Jones.
I was.
What you mean, Dex? You was excited about Kai Jones.
I wasn't no excited about no Kai Jones.
Who? That's crazy.
He was a project. He was a project in college, Rafe.
Big project.
Oh, he was a project, all right.
Yeah, like
Yeah, he was
that's
a
the
project
difference
in college.
between, like Kai and like
Even Book Night is a project, though.
yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Kai's expectations.
Isaiah Washington was a project for Kentucky, but look what he's doing.
Yeah,
Oh, no,
nothing
he's
certified.
Eli Scott is in his senior season. Get Eli Scott. You'll be fine.
It's like they're allergic to certified hoopers. That's crazy.
The difference is like
Thank
Kai
you, baby.
Jones, he didn't have the same expectations as Book Night. We thought Book Night was going to be a legitimate 6-man scorer off the bench, can handle the basketball, be a backup point guard. Now we got to
2
sign
years.
Dennis Smith Jr. because this dude's so trash.
Yeah.
Wow,
That's a great point. That's a great point.
That's crazy. Who laid that out like that? Who laid out that Book Night out? Who laid that out? Who laid that content out?
That was a team effort right there.
Yeah,
That was good.
He's all right.
I'm done defending Book Night. I gave him all
Yeah,
the chances I could.
we're off that boat.
Yeah. Can't do it no more. I tried. Jimmy.
Charlotte got that kind of team, man. Charlotte got kind of like a mediocre team, man. And they below 500
Mediocre?
right now.
That's too much
Mediocre,
credit.
bro. Mediocre, man. That's
That's too much credit. No, you
I
give
wouldn't
it too much credit.
I wouldn't even say mediocre. Like, are they even a basketball team?
Mediocre is the 6 seed, 7 seed, 8 seed.
Yeah,
That's
play-in
mediocre.
team.
Yeah. But nah.
That ain't
Charlotte-
500. Six seed is 500. Those teams
It could be.
Any
It could
team
be.
that's the teams that make it into the play-in are over 500 mostly.
Yeah, Charlotte Hornets last year was over 500.
Was every playing team?
There you
I
go.
don't know.
Yeah, every team in the East last year was
that's
over
the point.
500.
Okay.
No, of course not.
Every team in the East was over 500.
Because you know some years they'd be really trash.
No, I'm talking about in the
In the
play-in.
In the play-in, they all were.
Okay, bet. Thank you.
Not in the West though.
Nah,
the West had teams that was under 500.
Nah, every team in the East was over 500. Nico,
they were in the play-in. They were, but the West had two teams that were under 500.
From 1 to 10, from 1 to 10, it was over 500.
Yep, that's why we were saying the East was tougher last year.
Yep, exactly.
I mean, that was a lie.
No, it's not. You can still have the best team. You can still have the best team in the West and the East be the better conference. Both things can be true.
Nah.
Yeah,
we knew exactly who was coming out the East.
It's exactly the way he said it. Yeah.
They're not mutually
We knew exactly
exclusive.
who was coming out the East.
That definitely can be true.
Dex, Uncle Vern said it's a play. That's a compliment. Playing team. That team is hot. That team is hot. The Hornets is hot. Trash truck juice.
Rip off the Band-Aid, huh?
He said the Hornets is waste management.
This nigga on dick.
Worse. The Hornets is like the gum that you can never get off your shoe and have to throw the whole shoe away.
Chill.
Damn.
The Hornets are like that, or it's like that. It's like a bad meal that you get from Chipotle, and you're sitting on the toilet for 3 hours.
Actual Hornet haters out there.
Yeah, you know about a bad meal from Chipotle?
Oh yeah,
yeah. Why did we hate the Hornets so much? What happened?
Oh no, I'm not done. The Hornets are the only team I've
so
seen.
Confident in life now.
Yeah.
Marquez came firing.
He woke up. Yeah, he woke up with some good energy.
Hey, the Hornets. The Hornets can't even reach my. They can't even reach my. They can't. I ain't gonna go there.
Don't even leave it alone. Just leave it alone.
But let's just say the Hornets can't even listen. I could give the Hornets. I could throw out a pair of my dirty socks, and they can play out there and play better than half this team.
Dirty draws.
Damn.
You was giving some skid mark draws you just had on earlier today.
We are live.
Shut up, Dex.
Damn. Who wins?
Let's talk about it. Let's talk about the Hornets.
Who wins the game? Wait, hold up, Marquez. Let me ask you. Who wins the game? Duke or the Hornets?
Stop.
Duke.
It's an NBA team.
Damn.
Duke. It's not even close.
Duke
the Hornets suck. They don't even know how to
score for that.
Nah,
the Hornets suck.
Nah, Duke can't beat them.
That's crazy.
Yes, they can.
If the
Ball
can beat Duke by themselves, what are you talking about?
No, he can't. If the Indiana Pacers, listen,
bro.
it doesn't matter if you have Lamelo or not.
Indiana Pacers got a good team.
Bro, you could just throw some basketball players on the court with Lamelo and they'll go out and beat Duke. That's just how it works.
No, I'm sorry. I don't believe in the Hornets.
Like in the
The
scrimmage,
Hornets are a hot truck,
But
trash
Marquez,
juice.
Indiana have a pretty good squad, and they might make the play-in this year.
But they're
Benedict
rebuilding.
Mathurin
You should
is
never.
rookie.
If you're both rebuilding teams, it sounds like
They
an
don't look
excuse
like
to
they're
me,
rebuilding
Dex.
too much. With Tyrese Halliburton, Chris DeWarty, Buddy Hield, Miles Turner, they ain't too much of a rebuild.
Let's talk about
And
it.
they
The
got
Hornets
Isaiah
are not
Washington
even
coming
better.
on.
The Hornets.
Isaiah Jackson.
The Hornets are not even better than the New York Knicks right now with their roster. The Knicks got a better roster right now than the Hornets.
I agree. Yeah, Knicks are better.
Up and down.
Is that even a take?
With Jalen Brunson.
Like, yeah, I would take everyone on the Knicks.
So
except for Lamelo.
Marquez, is there a team worse than the Hornets in the East? That's the question.
Yes.
Who's that?
Yes.
Pistons.
And you know, I'm a former Knicks fan,
Magic?
but the team, that team is kind of solid.
The Wizards
question.
But the
who's
worst,
Go ahead.
the worst team in the league
The
in the
Knicks.
East. The East.
would have to be in the East. Would have to be the Wizards.
Well, I don't
Stop
think
it.
so.
You know it's the
Nah,
Knicks.
Kyle
Say it
Kuzma
again.
finna
The
eat.
Wizards are better than
You
Detroit.
wanted to say, Jax, don't let him off the hook, please. Look, you don't y'all let him
They
off
do
the
have a
hook.
top
He
10
wanted to
offense.
say-
I'm not gonna lie.
He wanted to say the Knicks. Say it. You knew you wanted to say the Knicks.
He can't now. What if the fucking Knicks are good, Quez, and you jumped off at the wrong time?
And the
Hey,
Knicks
hey,
beat the
hey,
Bucks in
Zen,
the
Zen,
playoffs.
Zen,
You think Knicks are playoff
Zen.
team?
Hold on, listen, Zen, listen to me. Zen, listen to me. And guess what?
You've been living on that for 20 years.
I want this Knicks team to be good. Because when Giannis comes and kicks these niggas out of here, I'm gonna laugh and smoke my Jordan Cuban cigar. I hate you, Knicks fans.
I love Marquez, man. I love Marquez.
That's great.
Go ahead.
I want the smoke with New York. Y'all want it? Come get it. Come get it. We want the smoke, New York.
Then they kicked you off their team and you hot.
Yeah, you know why I'm hot, Dex? I'm hot, Dex, because that team is mediocre and you drop me off of it. Okay.
Watch the Knicks fuck around with it.
They got Jalen Brunson right
I'm
now.
really confused. Why do y'all
I don't
think?
give a listen. I don't care. Listen, I don't care if they have a Melo in the jersey right now. I hate you. I hate Knicks.
What are you trying to
Who
say?
did the Knicks add that makes y'all think they're better than the Hornets?
Jalen
Brunson.
Jalen Brunson, a bench player?
But listen, chill out before you
Y'all niggas tripping, bro. Come on.
No, it's chemistry. They added
Y'all
chemistry.
niggas tripping, bro.
It's gonna
Bro,
be
y'all
Jalen
are tripping,
bro.
They got Mitchell Robinson. They got RJ Barrett.
Wait,
They
so
got,
the reason
say
that
they
y'all
got
think
Randall.
wait, so let me just get this straight. Y'all think that the Knicks are better than the Hornets just
Yes.
because they
Right
added
now?
Jalen Brunson?
Right
the bench
now,
player?
yes.
Yeah, Hornets got worse. Knicks got
Because
No,
better.
y'all didn't. That wasn't my question. I didn't ask y'all were
They're
they better. I
expected to
said
be.
y'all think that they're better because
They're
of adding
expected to
Jalen
be.
Brunson.
They're
Right?
Absolutely.
Is
Jalen
that so
Brunson's
crazy?
Jalen
He's a
Brunson's
bench
actually a
player.
pretty good combo. No, he's actually a pretty good combo point guard.
He's a bench
actually
player.
He's a great fundamentally sound
Oh.
point guard, which in a sense, I don't know about you, but I would love to have Jalen Brunson on the Bucks right now.
It's
You
what
put
they
him in the
need.
Bucks right now, I bet you win a championship.
Yeah, we might have two
I'm
teams
looking at
competing.
his stats.
I'm hearing what you're saying.
I'm-
I'm hearing what
I'm-
you're saying. I'm hearing what
I'm
you're
not
saying.
I'm not saying he's bad. 16 points, 50% from the field, 4 rebounds, 5 assists. Those aren't bad numbers, but what are we like? Is that really something to say that they'll be better than the Hornets?
I hear you.
You
They're splitting hairs. They're not that much better than the Hornets.
Like my question, my question is,
You Knicks fans got under.
I think a more concise question is, how does adding Jalen Brunson to the roster exactly make them better than the Hornets?
I don't think
I got the perfect answer. They never had a point guard. When you get a point guard, when y'all never had a point guard, it makes your team better. Game.
I agree. And not only just that, because they feel the position that they need. They needed a need. And they feel that position with him because it's more organization and more organized up in the backcourt. That's what they really needed to feel. They feel that. Charlotte didn't feel no positions. Actually, what they did, they went down. So you have to bring that into consideration.
They got Xavier Sneed.
Even if you're saying that they're better, we can't place any numerical value on how much better they are.
We can.
Yeah, you can.
No, we can't.
We can.
Are they? Excuse me. Hold on. Are they 1 win better? Are they 2 wins better? Are they 3 wins? Well, how many wins
I
better?
thought we were talking about players. Are we talking about players or not?
They can. Again, I'm just
roster.
asking why would that make them better than the Hornets though?
Yeah, you want to go down the list of players and see who you would take?
No, it's not. They have the same roster from last year. They just added Brunson. What do you mean?
I understand that, but do you want to go down Hornets roster and Knicks roster, and who would you take?
No, but what I'm saying is What I'm saying is look. What I'm saying is the Hornets were already better than they were last year. They've been better for the last couple of years, in my opinion. Even from what we've seen.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
They won 6 more wins. They had.
No, they didn't.
Excuse me. They won 6 wins. They had 6 more wins than the New York Knicks last year. They were a better team, and they were a better team before.
What I'm saying is, you said a couple of years.
For the last couple of years, I can look at their roster.
No, they only had 1 year better than
I'll look
the New York Knicks, and that was last year. The year before, the New York Knicks was a 4th seed.
4th seed.
Yes. Oh yeah, they were a 4th seed. I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right.
Keep in mind. Then
wait, hold on.
But that still don't mean nothing. You don't. That still don't mean nothing.
Can I clarify my reasoning? Right. Last year they were a better team. The only thing the Knicks have done to say that they're better is add Jalen Brunson. I'm not saying.
How much better? No. What are you talking about? Better? How much better?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know how much better, but we know the Hornets were already better last year.
In your opinion, how much better?
I don't value Brunson that highly.
No, about comparing both teams. How much better one than the other?
I think they're going to be around the same area.
Around the same, right?
Yeah, I think they're going to be around the same. I don't think the Knicks are really better.
So
yeah,
they both suck.
I think they're going to be around play-in level.
So Flight was right there when he said they gonna finish like about 8th, 9th, something like that. Then Flight was right.
Yeah, mediocre.
Well, I think it's worse than mediocre is like 8. Well, Would you?
Right.
Yeah, play
Like
and
what he
see.
just said.
Yeah, play and see is like mediocre. Yeah, now with the
So
play.
what
Yeah,
do you again where you see Charlotte finishing that so they can reflect my
I
memory?
would
'Cause
say I
know
think they're
asked
going to
you
be a
that.
mediocre team by that metric.
I mean, where you finish? Stop answering. Let me tell you, stop.
Because I
Stop.
said the
Stop it.
play-in. I said the play-in is a mediocre team. If they're a 10th seed and they're
Look,
competing to be in the
man.
play-in,
You
that's
see Charlotte
mediocre.
getting into. Jimmy, you so therefore you said your point. You had the answer to the question. You see Charlotte getting in.
See, I hate the play-in.
I never said I
now
don't
see
see.
why we hate the play-in.
I don't see Charlotte getting in the playoffs. I see them getting. I see them competing to be in the playoffs, but being in the play-in.
Does that mean anything?
I don't think they're
going
gonna. I don't think they're gonna be worse than Orlando or Detroit. I think that's
they're
reasonable.
gonna be worse than San Antonio.
They're in the
someone
Western.
has
I'm
to
just
play
talking
in the
about the
playoffs.
East.
Someone has to play.
I think
No
they're
matter
gonna
how
be worse
bad
than
you
San
are,
Antonio.
like
Why not? I think they're gonna be worse than San Antonio. You see my point?
I'm just saying. What all I'm
What is
saying
my
is.
point, Juju?
Wait, no, I understand. Wait, I don't have to. Wait. I understand.
Do you see my point?
Vern, I'm trying to answer you. Hold on. I'm saying I understand your point, but the overarching point is what does Jalen Brunson bring to the Knicks that would make them better than the Hornets? I still wait. Excuse me. Excuse me. Can I understand? I can understand. Well, let me clarify something. I can understand. I'm trying to say.
They
Oh my
said what
gosh.
their organization.
I said one thing.
Listen to me. Your question is why
I can't
do they
say
look
one
like,
sentence and then
why
you just cut
do
me
New
off.
York Knicks look like or acting like they're gonna do better than the Charlotte Hornets?
I'm trying to explain it, but you keep cutting me off.
all right, no answer. He just asked you, no answer.
Okay,
Please.
what I'm saying is, even if you put Jalen Brunson on this roster, that does not mean that the New York Knicks have better point guard play than the Charlotte Hornets. Okay. The second thing is, overall, from an offensive standpoint, hypothetically speaking, if we do have Gordon Hayward, Terry Rozier, and all these other pieces, I still think offensively, because even offensively last year, we were one of the best teams in the league. And even for the last couple of years, been one of the better offensive teams in the league. So I still think offensively, we're better than the New York Knicks. Now, what the New York Knicks do have over us is defense. They're a dog defensive team. Tom Thibodeau with his defensive schemes, they play very tough defensively. But in this offensive-driven league, with us already having this advantage, and this advantage not even becoming minimal or minuscule in any way by adding Jalen Brunson to their roster from anything that y'all have said, I don't see how y'all can say that they're better than the Charlotte Hornets. It's completely hype-based.
No, you're arguing with yourself. Do you know that, right?
Because hold on.
I'm
Julius Randle is a better forward than any forward you have on the Hornets, respectfully.
That was like that last year.
Right? Then you got
it was like that for the last 2 years.
Without you having Miles Turner right now. I mean, I'm sorry, not Miles Turner. Miles Bridges as of right now, and without having Gordon Hayward as of right now, RJ Barrett is a better wing.
Wait, you're ignoring the context. I said hypothetically with Gordon Hayward.
No, all right. But we're not going off a hypothetical. We're going off of what we have.
Why isn't he going to be ready for the regular season? It's the preseason. They're only sitting him out because it's the preseason.
Because he ain't ready right now. That's what.
Bro, it doesn't matter. It's not. Wait, y'all see, y'all don't know what's happening. Gordon Hayward adamantly said he would be playing if it was the regular season. He's only sitting out. So right now it doesn't matter.
Either way.
Whoa! Now all of a sudden, Juju. Now all of a sudden, preseason don't matter again, right? We back to the preseason.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. That's why he's sitting out. It doesn't matter if he's sitting out. That's what I said.
Preseason don't mean nothing, then.
It doesn't matter if Gordon Hayward is sitting out because preseason doesn't mean anything. I completely agree. Regular season, he's gonna be ready.
But listen, we still got an Obi Toppin over there in New York.
Oh my God, that dude's nothing but a dunker. Get out of here.
But that's what I'm saying. But that's like Miles Bridges.
So is Miles Bridges, for that matter.
No, he's not. Miles Bridges can handle the basketball, pass, block shots.
How many New York players are you choosing before you get to a Hornets player? How many New York players are you choosing before you get to a Hornets player? Tell me that.
I don't care. What I think is the Charlotte Hornets have the best player out of both teams, which is Lamelo Ball.
I mean, that's valid. That's valid.
Well, that's half the league. He got half the league bid anyway.
Yeah.
Right.
I think when you look at the players that's backing him up, Terry Rozier that's on his game, knocking down shots,
so that's
Gordon
a different
Hayward playing
argument.
at high level.
You're making a different argument.
It's not a different argument. It's the same argument. It's
all
all
you're
about
making a case for the Hornets. You're making your case for the Hornets right now.
Yeah, I'm making my case for the Hornets. What do you mean?
You haven't done that this whole time. You pretty much said they were both
I have been
mediocre.
doing that. I have been doing that. When I just said that Lamelo Ball is the best player out of both of those teams. I said they were better last year, and they're still better at the things that they were better at last year. Those are multiple premises that help my argument. What do you mean?
But you didn't say that. Hey, Lamelo Ball is the best player. I think him and his supporting cast will just beat the Knicks. You didn't say that.
Yeah, because
that's all you had to say.
Yeah, but again, I'm not making a certainty argument. You can make multiple types of argument. The argument that I'm making is more likely based on the evidence that's already been provided. I'm not saying it's for certain. I'm saying they're probably going to be in the same level.
Is better than the Knicks. That's what.
But I already asked you. Did you think they were the same? You said yeah.
Yeah, I said I think they're on the same level, but I'm making the argument for more likely that they could be better.
But if you think they're the same, what more do you have to say?
They can be on the same.
They're not the same.
Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. Before you say something, the Hornets can be minimally better and they can still be on the same level. It's no entailment of contradiction.
Do you care about minimal? Do you care?
Minimal can matter if I'm giving an argument for it. What do you mean? Because they're on the same level doesn't mean anything. They can be on the same level and the Hornets can be minimally better. There's no contradiction.
Yeah, the same level of trash. The same level of trash.
Okay, they can be the same level of trash and the Hornets can be a little bit better. What do you mean?
No, they're not, bro. The Hornets roster is not good enough than the Knicks.
Because
they're tripping.
They can get Jello 30 minutes and Jello could be averaging 30 points. I think if they
keep tripping.
We really could talk about the regular season. Like that's just the end all be all. Like
I'm just saying the Knicks got a better playoff history. The Knicks got a better playoff history in the last 2 years than the Hornets have done. The Knicks was ranked number 4 and went to the playoffs.
You can talk about the
Hornets
playoffs.
has been in the playoffs in 2 years.
Last 2 years, when the Charlotte Hornets played the New York Knicks, they usually win. Hornets usually beat the New York Knicks. That's a fact. Especially when
I'm just telling you the truth. I don't have to. I'm a Bucks fan, and I'm just being honest with you. This is basic basketball IQ, my guy. If you're gonna sit here with a straight face and tell me that the New York Knicks don't got a good roster, their roster is way better than freaking the Hornets.
As of right now, yes, I agree with you, bro. I agree with you.
I agree also.
Then this conversation, that part of the argument is over. Then you just said agree.
Honest, bro, you're not being
way better.
We're looking at Lamelo Ball and we're putting everything on his shoulders.
Everything,
which is not like realistically fair. Because if you look at it, bro, like overall, bro, we're sleeping on the fact that Julius Randle is a legitimate all-star. He has ranked in the NBA, and he's not a slept-on player. RJ Barrett is just as prominent as well. And then Brunson does make a difference. Then you got Cam Reddish, you got Quickly, you got Obi Toppin, you still got Derrick Rose on your bench. Like I'm just saying, like in these are more than Hornets got. Like who do Hornets got besides Lamelo and Liangelo? And they don't even play Liangelo. Let's be real, bro. Like the Hornets did bad. They did not improve their roster. Like they did bad. And then Miles Bridges did not help their case.
He ain't playing.
Hey, who's stand to lose the most? Charlotte, if they have a losing season, or New York Knicks?
The Knicks. Because Brunson got paid that money, so they have to.
Charlotte does not care if they lose. They never have.
They
never have.
Thank you. What you got to say to that, Juju? Oh, that's right. Juju ain't got nothing to say to it. He go.
Mitchell, then I'd have been like, yo, the Hornets is looking like they're trying to do something right now. But they didn't get come on. The Cavs end up with them. Like, you know what I mean? Like, come on.
I mean, I feel like we all understand Lamelo's the person that's changing the Hornets franchise by himself.
Yeah, literally. And they're not even trying to really give him the keys, because if they were trying to give him the keys, Jello would be getting
him
more
and Jello
time.
right now. Hey, whoa. Let's settle down, because you just roll right past what he just said. Let me bag up a little bit so I can get it. We can get it right. Him and Jello right now. Now go ahead.
Jello both literally could lead this team in a better way if they was to play them together and play them with more time and say, you know what, we're gonna build this franchise and build this team around y'all. We understand that, you know what I mean. We don't got much options, but and they just have to
They
accept
got an
the
option.
fact.
This is what that since you said this is what they got an option. The option is this. Look here. We
Mate.
can get Jello. Whoa, listen to me, please listen to me for a minute because it's obvious and it's right there in front of our faces. Look here. We can sit up there, we can get Jello, we can bring Jello in. And matter of fact, we can sit Rozier on the bench, but they ain't got to sit Rozier on the bench. I'm just using this for an example because Jello can get in where he fit in because he fit in that position better than the rest of them other guys. So that's why I use Rozier because Rozier's a shooting guard. Shooting guard for the team. Thank you. So therefore, then when you do that, you sit up there, you bring Jello in just to bring the fans in and get them interested in everything else. But 9 times out of 10, I'm telling you, they ain't gonna be having no winning season because of the fact they ain't got the players that gonna bring about these victories. So therefore, they're gonna be hustling anyway. But using Jello and bringing Jello and keeping Jello on that bench or keeping him in that game with his brother, let him allow him to get in where he fit in and let him do what he do best. And I think that's what they're going to do. And I don't see no winning in that because they ain't got no winning players to do that except for Melo. And just to give them the opportunity. Back to you. Back to y'all. Go ahead.
Who's that in the corner?
I don't care if they got Susan Haywood on the corner. God dang it, don't make a difference. As long as they got Melo and Jello up in there and got a chance to sit up there and get them players that's going to be coming up out of there anyway.
I'm going to say this one last thing, Uncle Vern.
Take a nose down. Go ahead.
The Charlotte Hornets are mediocre. They're horrible. They're trash. Melo can't do it all by himself.
He ain't going to do it by himself. Go ahead.
Do it by himself. And then the one player who actually got the most potential out of all the players you drafted, you're putting him on the bench, not giving him minutes, and having to deal with bums like Book Knight and Kai Jones, who are G League caliber talented players at best, who you've wasted draft picks on, and you knew they weren't nothing as soon as you drafted them, but now you have to save face.
All right. Hey, who's this, Marquez?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, Marquez, dig. Where you see Charlotte Hornets? Where you see the Charlotte Hornets finishing at?
Oh, easy. 13 in the league.
Boy, I'm telling you, boy, you smart. Boy, you a goddamn genius, boy. I'm telling you. That's the whole point.
That's realistic, though, if you think about it. They're not better than the Hawks. The Hawks got better. They're not better than the Blazers, New York Knicks, because they got better. They're not better than the Magic with that young core. They're not better than Detroit, honestly, respectfully, if we're being honest, because Detroit has a nice little roster.
Yeah, definitely ain't better than Houston and the rest of them out there.
On West, yeah. That's what I'm saying. On the East, they're
not better than my caliber champion team, the Bucks. Come on, man. They're not better than us.
Yeah.
They ain't better than the Bulls. They ain't better than the 76ers. They ain't even better than the Toronto Raptors. And
who you see them better than besides Washington Bullets? I don't see them better than Washington Bullets. But
I think the Wizards. I think the Wizards have the better overall team right now than them because of the honestly the Porzingis, Kyle Kuzma, like,
Brad Beals.
You know what I mean? Yeah, like these are players besides Bradley Beal, of course. These are players that's solidified as well. Hornets don't have no one else.
That kid from Japan, Rui Hachimura.
Yeah.
Great player.
Yeah, I mean, the Hornets don't have anybody but Lamelo and Jello. And then like I say, Jello don't get the minutes.
His minutes. Can I be honest? It is a play here. It is a jealousy play. It is a plot because ain't no way. Did you see what Book Knight and Kai Jones did in those preseason games?
Yeah.
These are first draft picks. Horrible. They look like draft picks.
Even what makes it crazy is when you watch other draft picks from other teams and you watch how they play and then you look at the ones that Hornets got, it's like, dang, y'all got some bad players.
in New Orleans now, in Dyson Daniels, who is doing great. Dalen Terry is doing great. All these caliber players are doing great. You got a guy right now in Matt McClung who is fighting for the spot that I know for the fact the Hornets could give up right now.
He's a straight hooper too. Straight hooper.
Hey, whoa. Hey, look here. I'm gonna tell you something. That's That's the whole problem with that now. You sitting up there asking these people to sit up there and come into the position they can't play. Like when you say about, I think you were talking about McCollum. Is that the one to jump out of the gym that you play that good at?
No, is a shooter.
Zion.
The one that you play for LA. Is that you just mentioned him, right? You just
right? That's what we were just talking about. McCollum,
okay, good. Now look here. My thing about him is this: like here with him with Charlotte Hornets, and you say that's the kind of players that Charlotte Hornets need. They don't. They got too many of those kind of players.
Yep.
Uncle Vern, they do. That's the problem, though.
No. The problem is they need
Listen,
to accept the fact
they got. That's the problem.
Yeah, I don't.
All they got is players that play point guard.
That is true. All they got is small guys.
They got a bunch of them.
Players. They got a bunch
the only one in that backcourt. Listen to me. Understand this and see if it makes sense to y'all.
You're not understanding, Vern. They don't. These draft players that you're talking about that you say that they have, they're not hitting. They're not it.
That's the whole point. Get Jello. Jello is the player.
Jello is one person. Jello is one person with star potential on the West on that G League.
It ain't got to be star potential.
But the players.
No. I bet like, this for it. I bet
talk about fitting in.
Kai Jones fit the roster if he could be coached better. I feel
right. That is a big part.
At what position?
At a power forward position.
The 5 and 4.
What's his height?
He's 7. He's 7.
He's a big. Yeah, he's a forward.
He's 7 athletic big too.
What is he averaging?
No, the problem with Kai Jones, I'm gonna say this is my opinion. He learned how to play basketball young. If you know his story, he started playing basketball at 14, and right now he's 19, 20 years old. Realistically, so that gives you like 5-6 years of playing basketball, like organized. He's not just there yet, like but he has the potential.
Hey man, we might not be here 5-6 years from now. We don't have time to wait that long.
You know who he reminds me of? He reminds me of JaVale McGee. He reminds me of a young JaVale McGee.
To the NBA,
that's disrespectful. That's disrespectful to JaVale. Stop.
Who do he play for?
What happened to the bro? What happened to the What happened?
Who do he play for?
I don't even remember his face. I seen him play a couple. I don't even remember him no more. Why are we talking about Kai Jones?
Kai Jones played for the Hornets.
We talk about
I know he played for the Hornets, but you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah. That's the young boy for the Hornets. That's what they drafted last year.
He gonna be out the league soon. I'm sorry.
What makes me listen, y'all? This is what makes me mad about the Charlotte Hornets. Y'all drafted James Bouknight, and there was
Bouknight.
There's 3 better players on the board at number 11, right there and there. And you picked James Bouknight. Y'all deserve
traded the pick or something. Like, damn.
For the New York Knicks could have flipped and got a point guard in the freaking free agency, but no, or something. You niggas picked James Bouknight, the most overrated shooting guard I've seen. He's the most. He's
definitely overrated as a shooting guard.
He's inefficient. He can barely drop 20. This man dropped 24 in 39 minutes and expected that's good.
And the only thing is,
let's calm down. We might see this podcast one day.
And he's also very short. He's short as a team.
Now, trash. I don't need to be on your podcast. I don't go on podcasts and support trash ninjas. I'm not.
Oh shit.
Kai Jones, you're weak.
Talking to
Kai Jones, you weak. You make me sick. Talking about you haven't paid since you've been playing since you were 14.
Bro.
Whoa.
Chill.
Hold on.
Only time I'm gonna tell you something. Honestly, let me give you this right here. So you caught on to when he was saying about dude, because you know who dude is and everything else. So you already formed that opinion of him before. I'm just now realizing who this dude is. I still don't understand this game or anything else. I can't form an opinion.
Nah,
but I ain't never heard too much of his name before, so I know that speaks a lot right there.
And that's how I look at it. He's from the St. Thomas or Barbados, where he's from where Aiden is from. DeAndre Aiden. Right. He started playing basketball because Aiden was, he was making it and he went to college and all that. So he really just started playing ball. But he has potential. But that's as far as the Kai Jones thing with me. He could be. You know what I mean? He's still young. But I believe he got to be coached and he got to get the minutes to play on, like, to learn how to play in those moments. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But that he's not getting that, so then we will never see him develop the way.
You think any player would get that in Charlotte though?
Belize, can I say something, bro?
It don't make a difference. He can get it.
Bro, Belize, I love your optimism. It's great for the show. But I'm gonna tell you respectfully, that's far from the truth. You're trying to hold these players' feelings back, and I'm trying to destroy their egos. That's what I'm telling you.
You doing that because you doing that because of the fact that Belize like that. You doing that because listen to me. I understand it. I see your motive, bro. Your motive. I see your motive. I see your motive, bro. Now look at you. Now you're gonna take over. You're gonna come in at the last minute and try to take over. And that's bad. That's very disrespectful.
But now I just felt like Kai Joe just deserved that much respect somewhat. You know what I'm saying? Because he is still young and he started playing ball young. So it's kind of different for people who've been playing ball at 7. You know what I mean? Lamelo been playing ball since he was 3. So you know what I mean? It's very different when a person started playing at 14 and now he's 19 in the NBA. That's 5 years of playing ball. That alone, that's an accomplishment. And it's kind of the same thing with Giannis. When Giannis came in the league, it wasn't that much.
Giannis only been playing 7 years professional basketball.
But but that's what I'm saying. When Giannis first came in the league,
8 years because he's been behind it. 7.
But the Bucks, right?
So
they gave him the minutes he needed. They developed him.
Are we comparing the Bucks to the Charlotte Hornets? Are we gonna do that right now?
No,
are you going to?
I am comparing it because NBA, they're all NBA.
Come on, man. Now that's a little too much optimism right there. Come on, man.
Hornets organization does suck.
We've won 2 championships.
For as long as you lived, they have sucked. For as long as you lived. That's crazy, right?
I'm not knocking it. I mean, yeah. I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying, like, remember, I'm only a Hornets fan because Lamelo's there. I'm a diehard Knicks fan, and my Knicks organization respectfully does not suck. We take gambles. We take some bad gambles, but we take gambles. We take risks. We throw it all on the table, whether it's good or bad. So I rock.
I know I'm taking like at least 7 Knicks players before I get to it. I mean, Lamelo would be first, but then in like how many?
Jello, and then
probably like 5 or 6. Yeah, I'll take Jello. Jello will be up there, yeah. But then it's like 4 or 5 at least.
I'll take Terry.
I ain't taking Rozier over Brunson, over RJ Barrett, over Obi Toppin. I'm sorry. I'm not.
Yeah. That's cap. That's cap. I'm definitely taking the Knicks young core. If I was the Bucks, I'll be trying to fleece the Knicks for the young core right now. But that's just me.
Hey, the Knicks might do it too for a championship.
The Knicks is in a solid position for the future, man. Like they always are. And like the Knicks is always going to be there, whether you like it or not. Like it's up to the Knicks. It's always up to the Knicks players to go as far as they want to go, because the fans is always going to be there. The money is there for them for whatever they need. Like the
Knicks just got that team owner. We ain't gonna talk about that though.
That whole Miles Bridges thing, I feel like it put a stunk on him. Even when you look at the coach said, you know what, I don't even want to go back there. I won a championship, and I'd rather be an assistant. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, it just shows you how the Hornets organization is really built up. And look how they do in Jello. His brother's the star on the team, and he can't even get playing time with his brother on the team.
Exactly. He's on the team, crazy. On the bench with him. That's cool.
That's crazy. Like, that's the little things, like, you know what I'm trying to say, where it's like it's still basketball. These kids, respectfully, not to call them kids, these men, right, as kids though, they won championships in high school together, playing together. And now they're in the NBA and they can't play together on the same team. That's crazy. That's crazy.
It doesn't even make sense. I can't even compute it.
Please understand this. Understand this. What the Hornets is doing with Jello, man. It's already self-explanatory, man. Look here, they're gonna give him all the chances in the world. Only way Jello can lose this out, he's just lose it out on himself, and he's not gonna do that. He's not gonna make mistakes and everything else in order to do that. They got him on this team for a reason, believe me. And this team is not all that great, bro. So stop trying to look at it like somebody trying to compare it to the New York Knicks because ain't nobody, me
Oh
and
no,
my
no, of
mama ain't
course, of
thinking
course.
about that. You understand
When
me?
I
They
when I
not of
jumped in the
that same.
conversation,
This
that's where it was
okay.
at,
That okay.
Uncle Vern.
Understand that. So this is what I mean. They're not of that same mindset. Charlotte's mindset is not to try to go out and conquer the world or make
Exactly.
better improvements within their organization because it's not possibly going to
This is
happen.
not possible.
It's not going to happen. The York got this.
Uncle Vern, what you just said.
The New York Knicks got different expectations than the Charlotte Hornets.
It's true though. It's just true.
Okay.
It's
And
like
they
you can't
main thing
lie
right
with the
now,
facts.
they main thing is my main thing concern. They main concern with the Charlotte Hornets is the same way my main concern is what we gonna do, what they gonna do with Melo. Jello. I'm sorry. I
But
already
see,
know what they're gonna do with Melo.
Well,
What they
both
gonna
of
do
them.
with Jello. And my
I feel like
whole
what they did with
understanding is,
Jello.
and that's what messes my mindset up. Excuse me, young man. That's
Yeah,
what
my
messes
fault.
my mindset up because I don't know what their intentions. It's like somebody gonna marry your daughter. She of age right now, she's ready to go. I wonder what's this young man's intentions is gonna be with my daughter. I wonder what the Charlotte Hornets' intentions be with Jello.
But see, this is what I think the intentions are, right? And I firmly believe this. So this is now Melo's third year, so he's eligible for an extension, right?
Right.
He's already proven that he deserved the extension, the max extension, and everything. And in order to like secure that he's gonna sign it, is you gotta make him happy. So this year so far, what I see is they gave him his jersey number. They got his brother on the team. These are things that I feel like they're
You're a
doing
genius.
just to make him happy and get that signed. And to me personally, again, back to my New York Knicks, J.R. Smith, when he was up, his contract was up his signing year. He had just got Sixth Man of the Year, and he was going into his to sign his free agent contract. What did he do? He got his brother a contract on the Knicks, Chris Smith. He got his brother a deal on the.
We lost you for a second. What you say?
Chris Smith, he got the J.R. Smith got his brother Chris Smith on the deal on the Knicks. I remember that.
You remember that, right? And that was part of his deal when he signed as six man, and it really hurted the Knicks because we needed their roster space.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But but these are things that when you have the leverage to make the deal, then you know what I'm saying. So he's going to get Jello signed on the team, and he's going to make sure Jello get the playing time. So we might not see it in the preseason, and to me, we might not see it. And the reason why is because they want to make sure they make money off of it. So we might just see it on the Spurs, right? We might see it.
I don't like how you're talking me into this. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. I was all against the Hornets. Now he's talking me into a feel-good story, and he's making me believe it. I want Lamelo to succeed, no matter what.
But the dog
or Liangelo too.
Melo goes to see, bruh. Listen to me. They're going to. You got it. Please hold on for a minute, please. You got it messed up. Melo goes to see just on his strength alone, his game alone, not just his name, but his game alone.
Getting all-star
anywhere.
The organization ain't gonna help you with a legacy. Winning championships help you with legacy.
That's what we care about.
You need to change your attitude when you talk about Lamelo Ball, bro. You got that messed up.
Him being a starter, he'll never win a championship. He'll have to go down.
I mean, not just that. I'm not.
Who are you talking about?
That's not true. Lamelo could win a championship.
He can. He can. It is crazy that you said he could never
build an organization around him.
Never, because
but if Lamelo decides to stay there for his whole career, he'll win the championship. I guarantee you that.
He's going to win one. He's going, and Jordan wants one.
He'll get you one. He'll get you one. Trust me.
He'll get you one. But they gotta believe in him. So look, it's like this right now.
Y'all a better man than me, bro.
Look, this is my trajectory, right? They're looking at a long term at this point because they know they got to get rid of the Gordon Hayward contract. They know respectfully they got to get rid of that Terry Rozier contract. They got to clean it up.
It will happen.
So
you see any of those guys
that stuff will happen once after LaMelo resigns going into next season, his fourth season. Now we're talking about these contracts could really be released, and now he's already signed on the dotted line. Liangelo signed on the dotted line. You already know these are your two star players going in. Moving forward. So now players going to now want to come and play with these guys. Remember, you got younger players coming in and younger players that's in the league now that's now taking over. That's going to want to say, you know what? I want to play with LaMelo. I want to play with Jello.
You know what it is I like about your argument? It's the numbers. You throwing the numbers at me. I'm liking how the numbers sound. But
you put I'm a co-host for the Lamelo Ball show.
You better hope it go down like that.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, bro.
I like
this optimism take, and you think that the Charlotte Hornets will do the right thing.
Right. But, that's what I'm saying. What if they don't do that?
So then, if they don't do it, then that just shows how much of a trash organization they are.
They release Liangelo, they give Rozier an extension, they sign, they overpay for a big, and a whole bunch of crazy. The same stuff they always done.
You see them sign Rozier back.
LaMelo.
It's all day.
You're right.
That's the next person I want.
They didn't
LaMelo wasn't there before.
LaMelo. They didn't expect LaMelo to plan out this way. This was not expected for them. They already screwed themselves before LaMelo came in. So now they know they got to clean up all of that so they could push everything under LaMelo.
You know this ain't 2K, right?
This is not 2K. Back to go play time. LaMelo was in Australia. He was going to be something. And you tell me they didn't know
that. We knew that, but they didn't believe in him. God did.
Amen to that, bro. Say it again.
That way too. Good point.
I'm just saying. Let's be real here. Like LaMelo has always been a good basketball player. It's the media. It's the media that said he wasn't a good basketball player. But we all know
all of these things came into play, and that's why Golden State didn't take him, and now they stuck with a Jordan Poole and
I'm still salty about that. I'm still salty about Golden State not taking him.
And now look, Draymond Green and Jordan Poole is getting into fights, and you know what I mean? Like, come on, bro. Like, come on. That's going to crumble up in a minute, and then what's going to happen? Come on. LaMelo was the best.
Hey, listen, and it would be such a great story for the NBA. Lonzo, after being traded by the Lakers, goes back home to the city of LA with the Clippers with him and his.
Oh my God. This is such a New York Knicks take.
And give him a 40 piece in the Staples Center.
Listen, he's not leaving Chicago right now, okay? He's set in Chicago. Look, he got the same trajectory. He got the same trajectory timeline as LaMelo. You got to understand, he signed a 4-year deal there. So with his deal, next year, like this whole year, he could rehab, and then he could ball out his 3rd year, right? And just sign an extension, like, you know what I mean? Next year, have a great next season. So you don't watch Lonzo too heavy. This season right here is for Liangelo. This is Jello season.
I don't know about y'all, but if I was an NBA owner and I seen Lonzo Ball and I couldn't get him, I would at least get his 2 brothers. So if he decides to come down the line, come on through.
If you was an NBA owner, though, like, it is possible, though. I'm not gonna lie to you. Say it isn't possible.
He's not letting the brothers go.
It's possible. It is possible to trade for Alonzo. It's not possible to trade for a LaMelo.
Well, you see, that's where Jordan dropped the ball at, because you remember last year Lonzo was a free agent and Charlotte could have signed him.
Oh yeah, he's still available. I know that for a fact. He's still available.
Lonzo could have signed with the Bulls last season. You know what I mean? Before, you know what I mean? Instead of the Bulls, he could have signed with the Hornets.
I'm so mad with this horrible disgrace of an organization. They make the New York Knicks they make the New York Knicks a comparable franchise. Like, I thought I was bad being a Knicks fan, but
I know you're a former Knicks fan and you kind of still hurt, but you got to stop trying to, the Knicks organization is not bad. There's a lot of organization that's worse than the Knicks.
Yes, no.
You're seeing it now with the Hornets, but there's other organizations that's not even nowhere near.
That's what expectations will do to people.
You know what I'm trying to say?
The whole massive people,
down, bro. Like, the Knicks organization,
and it's funny too because they get so angry.
Listen, you're a Knicks fan for 20 years. I grew up walking around the school and Stephon Marbury wearing a Marbury jersey.
Hell no.
Hey, bro, come on, man. Like I
I'm
understand.
sick.
I understand you in Florida and you know what I mean? I get it. I
Everything for
get
this
it.
team. I did everything for this team.
Listen. Anybody, look, anybody that you know, right? That was coming at you with the Stephen Marbury's and stuff, right? You ask them, did ask them to go on Amazon and download the movie A Kid from Brooklyn, and then let them laugh about that. Like, you know what I mean?
Amen. Yeah, let them
You know what I
know.
mean? Like Stephen Marbury's the GOAT, bro. He's the GOAT.
I know that, but
All
he's
right.
probably.
So anybody who didn't know that back then, don't really know what they was talking about, bro.
I say this, Burlese. 20 years of mediocrity. Freaking the Carmelo trading everything away. The freaking.
Listen, the Carmelo trade, yeah, we threw everything away, but we needed that.
The Frank
You
Nilla
gotta
King.
remember, we was going into a lockout.
What are you doing here? What are you trying to do to?
Listen, we was going into a lockout, right? We was going into a lockout, and the deal on the table was he was gonna go to New Jersey,
Are
and
we
New
trying to
Jersey was
console
now
a
going
Knicks
to
fan?
Brooklyn. He was going to Brooklyn, right? And it would have been he was.
Yeah.
Because when Amari Stoudemire signed, he said clearly Carmelo and Chris Paul wanted to come. The Knicks couldn't hold out for Chris Paul because they ended up making that forced trade to the Clippers, and he had to go through that 1-year deal. And after the 1-year deal, he would have been a free agent, and he could have possibly came to the Knicks. But what they did was they went and they signed Tyson Chandler. So then when he was a free agent, they didn't have the money to even get him, and he re-signed with the Clippers. So if anything, they could have waited out. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, how?
No, let me tell you, this. I was available. Are y'all going in and out? Or is that me?
No, I think that was me. My fault, man.
Okay.
But yeah, they end up using Amari Stoudemire at the center and using Carmelo at the power forward, and end up isolating Tyson Chandler out his own position. So at the end of the day, he was never really needed on the Knicks. The problem was they were just scared to go small ball early. But that's a whole nother, you know what I mean? But yeah. Listen, we had D'Antoni, we had the goods. Like the Knicks is great, bro. Like the Knicks was always great, but we just don't make it, bro. It only could be one team that makes it out.
So the recipe for the Knicks is, just ride the course because you guys
ride it out.
Ride it out.
If you love basketball, you're a Knicks fan. Like, you know what I mean? We love basketball. Like that, you know what I mean? It's just a game of basketball to us. We don't take it so personal. That's why you can't understand Knicks fans, because we just love the game of basketball. So we understand we're gonna lose. We understand what's going on. We understand everything. We understand the full breakdown.
And the Hornets, all they need to do is sign the old Chino Hill squad, get the coach and everything.
Nah,
Get LeVar. Get LeVar as the head coach, actually.
I ain't say all that. See, you do it. I ain't say all that.
That's not the Hornets plan? Oh, my bad.
I didn't say all that. I wouldn't say. Now, what would you get? Would you put LeVar in the Hornets organization as like maybe like an advisor or something in those type of natures? Yes, I believe you could do that. Scout players, yes, I believe you could do that. Train players, yes, I believe you can do that. Because again, it was proven. We've seen him do it with, again, you got the big O right now on playing for the Atlanta Hawks. He played in the Chino Hills team as well. So right now we're looking at that's 4 players that was on that undefeated team that was in high school. The only team to ever do that. We got 4 of those players in NBA right now.
You got the recipe right there.
So again, you need players like in that, like with his style, like, you know what I mean, with the big O kind of style of player, and that's a Kai Jones. Honestly, Kai Jones could develop to be that type player, but again, it's just if they're going to give him the minutes that he needs. Maybe Plumlee need to get off those minutes and give it up to Kai Jones, and more so play the back role and be in the back helping out Kai Jones and make him get that confidence to know that he could play that position and being in them big moments. And when you need him, he'll show you that he could be there. Remember, he's from the Caribbean, so they got different type of hunger as well. So,
I mean, all the foreign players that are coming in nowadays. Look at Wembanyama. His confidence is through the roof.
You know what I'm saying? Smoking on the gas over there, huh?
Nah, it's a little stuffy in here.
Oh man. So it just me. Uncle Vern, you still around, man?
I think that might be it right there.
Yeah, man. I believe in the Hornets though. I feel like they got a shot to really make history. It's just gonna be a timing thing. I am interested to see how they're gonna play out, man. I can't wait to October 26th, the Knicks versus the Hornets. That's gonna be a game to see. I'm gonna be in the building for sure, so that's gonna be a good one.
Oh man, I
Yeah.
definitely need to go catch me the Lakers game. I'm moving to LA in a couple days.
All right, you moving to LA? You say?
Yep, Santa Clarita part of California.
Santa Clarita. All right, I know the
Same area and stuff.
That's nice. That's what's up, bro. That's what's up.
Thanks,
Congratulations on the move.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So you're a Laker fan, or what's your team? Who's your
I'm a
team?
Celtics fan, actually.
You're Celtics. Oh man, that's disgusting.
Yeah,
That's
man.
disgusting.
See, I'm surprised you didn't feel it. I mean,
that's disgusting. That's disgusting.
It's a great thing.
Nah, it's not.
It is.
Horrible. Horrible.
It was fun talking to you, to a Knicks fan, a genuine Knicks fan today.
Nah, yeah. I mean, I one thing I could say about Celtics fans though, they diehards as well. Their energy is pretty cool. Like they're pretty cool, especially when they come to New York. They're pretty cool. Like they know that it's just rivalry. And
man, it's just basketball, man. We can leave it on the floor.
Yeah. So it's fun to talk because they know the game. So it's different type of optimism on this side though. You know, we kind of think different.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah. You know, I was coming over here from AB, so he brought us over here from his little thing when he came over. So
all right,
I had to stick by. I like what y'all was doing here. So this is actually my first day seeing y'all podcast and everything. So
word,
yeah, subscribed and everything.
Nah,
Thanks for having me.
To me, like I call this the new ESPN, man. Like we be out here, you know.
Yeah, y'all was getting it down, man.
We're on the streets running out. Yeah, man, this is dope. I'm glad you're here, man. That's what's up. Yeah, I got co-host the show Lamelo Ball show on this channel. So like, you know, if you ever see the Lamelo Ball show, definitely, you know, chop in. And that's
what I really ring that bell and all that shit. You already know.
I talk heavy Lamelo Ball. I'm a big Lamelo Ball sneakerhead too. So when his kicks drop, I always get them. You know,
I wanted to say something.
What's up, bro?
Hey, dude sound like Nico. Hey, Nico, he sound like you, Nico. I had him confused with you for a minute, Nico. Go ahead, Nico.
Oh no, that's all I'm gonna say. I'm happy you in Santa Clarita. It's a much better area. It's it's nothing like LA. I say it's just more laid back, more chill, cleaner streets, a little less crime.
The streets was the craziest part when I first landed out there.
Yeah, like where I'm at in South Central.
Yeah,
this shit is cracked up.
Oh, that's right, exactly where I was. Yeah, on taking some train or something. That's what I did. That's crazy.
Yeah. That area is still a little okay. When you really get to the east side, though, you're gonna be like, what the fuck? But Santa Clarita is nice, and I did want to say this: getting the whole Chino rosters, that I advocate for that. You don't really need to coach. The guys are naturally already coached, like they play the game coached. If you understand me, the way that Melo, the way that Jello, the way that Zoe play the game of basketball, what more do you have to tell them that they already don't add to their game naturally?
You see it right now on the court, right?
Hey, Nico, really, you need the coach. The reason why, because you want to have the coach that had the right system for the right players.
Well, yeah, I know that.
For
but
championship
what I'm saying
teams,
is,
but for a good team, you don't really need a coach.
If you put Zoe, Melo, Jello on the floor, they are already the coaches on the floor.
But
in that type situation,
what is the coach's concept? Is to slow the ball down, and you got to speed up team.
Zoe already know what to do that. Zoe already know when to do that.
Well, say it again. How did he catch that?
Well, he's talking. Uncle Vern is talking about X's and O's though.
Yeah. If you X and O for sure.
I'm talking about the process. Look here. What's his name? The new coach they got, Charlotte got. He said he want to run the ball. He need to do that. He got to do that because he got Melo, and that's the main thing, getting the ball up and down the court in the NBA like that. But then you also got Tom Thibodeau. Man, we talk about the Knicks too. So Tom Thibodeau's mindset is really ain't the same way as that other guy's mindset. But we talk about this being successful at it.
I guess, look, I say that because
see, Tom Thibodeau couldn't coach the Charlotte Hornets.
Well, no, certain like when you become a team that plays under a certain coach's umbrella of thoughts.
You're right.
And let's say this: the Warriors are the perfect example, right? When you play in a system like that, where he has a design, like okay, he'll let the players play.
Just saying something happened, right? Okay, Nico, slow down. My point, you made it exactly. There you go. Let's just say something happened to what's the name, and they wound up. They had a chance to get Tom Thibodeau to go out there for the Charlotte Hornets. How you think that'll work out, Nico?
That will actually help them, in my opinion. I think it will improve them on defense, and they will still be able to get their offense off because Tom lets you play offense as long as you play defense. And that's my opinion because I seen like if you look at the his old Bulls roster with Derrick Rose, that like imagine Lamelo having them keys like that.
But do y'all really want like a Tom Thibodeau or Steve Clifford coaching Lamelo or like a Steve Kerr or like or Mike D'Antoni or
nope, Steve Fisher because he'll let them go offensively. Like you said, they can't get LeVar. Steve Fisher be the next best thing. Thank you. There you go. Go ahead.
Look, I did want to advocate for when I see the Ball brothers on the court, they already have such a high situational IQ.
Thank you.
Like they know exactly what to do in every moment of the game, which is actually fucking insane when you think about it. When you have a player, not just a player, three players that know exactly what to do throughout the course of a game to win. That's when I think you don't need a coach. But for most teams, yes. But if you put somebody like Zoe's already the coach on the floor.
You know what I would compare them to? Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, and Curry. That's the type of trio they would be.
Yeah,
championships and all.
That's why I argue for Mark Jackson as the coach.
He inserts his offense.
No, I'm not talking about like stats or nothing. I'm talking about like just like the
my fault. I got a call.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Really, Nico, let me let you know when you stepped up and you were dead wrong. You stepped to some shit. Listen to me. Kyrie Irving said that same thing what you were saying. We don't need no coach. Don't tell you, boy, you really need coach. You really need the coach to blame it on somebody. Because you blame it on the players, the team go well.
Uncle Vern, let me say this though.
Make a good point there.
No, I'll say this, Uncle Vern. The way that Kyrie wins is completely different than the Ball brothers. Like Kyrie believes he has to have his full imprint on the game for them to win. He wants to do it a certain type of way. When it comes to the Ball brothers, they're gonna be whatever it takes to win that
team every time.
And that's what makes them an unbeatable team, because they can go at a slower pace, they can go at a faster pace. They play at the fast pace because nobody's ready for it.
Right.
But when it's been times for Zoe to slow the game down and for him to find certain guys, he already knows how to do that. Or when Melo does, like Melo, we're watching these guys play in their worst mental position. That's how I see this when I watch the Ball brothers play on the teams they are now with the certain lineups and the certain coaches.
I'm glad I'm not the only one that notices that, because it's crazy.
Yes, I say it a lot. They're dumbing themselves down to play with other players.
Hey, but when you play with you said coaches too, and that takes me right back to that San Antonio situation out there with that coach, the best coach in the league, best coach in the world.
Yeah.
And then their expectations. I mean, you got the best coach in the world.
Like, can you imagine if Eric Spoelstra coached like one of the Ball boys? That'd be crazy. Or just like these guys would be unleashed. These guys would be unleashed.
How long did you see that last though? How long did you see that kind of situation last? I
don't know. It's the NBA. Like, when you're a player, you play with a good coach, it doesn't really matter. I mean, I guess Kawhi Leonard left Pop, but that's one guy. Like, how many superstars left their superstar coach? Like, not too many players.
Nah, yeah, that's a fact. Like, I mean, you see, like Derrick Rose, he stayed close to him and Todd Gibson. They stayed close to Tom Thibodeau. They followed him. Then the Timberwolves to the Knicks. You know what I'm saying? You know,
every time, yeah.
Well, look, I do want to beat the Ball brothers drum again real quick and say, you know, the sentiment I keep echoing again, Uncle Vern, they dumb themselves down to play with the guys they play with. When you have at least 3 guys on your team that are in accordance, that becomes something that is like, actually look at the Warriors. You have 3 guys that have an understanding of how to win, and they've been this dominant. You keep the core 3 guys.
That's all you
and
need.
You put a couple guys around them that understand that these guys are doing this a certain way, so get behind them. That's what's going to happen regardless of who you put the Ball brothers with.
And then the way how they play.
In that case, okay, I understand. Okay,
it's not hard.
Nico, let me ask you this question because this pertains to what you said about that double cell. They double cell. Melo. Did you talk about Melo? Most
Zoe too. You see Zoe where he can't even be himself because these niggas don't know what to do.
Right. Same way with Zoe. Okay, I'm saying the same way with Zoe too. But let me say this: what I was gonna say though. Okay, your point is well took it. I get it. My point is this: look here. You think Giannis when he came into the league, same way with Melo, came into the league, he dumbed himself down to fit in with the Bucks?
No,
because he don't have a high IQ the same as Melo.
Right.
But he's still a team player, though. That's why he wins. He's a super team player.
I really don't. I don't agree with that because his whole mentality was to win. But you say that mentality is a whole different thing from IQ. It's a different thing. I understand that. I have to look at it like that because being smart and dumb and good at the same time. We talk about Will Chamberlain.
Nah, and the thing is, like my point with the with Giannis, it goes back to what I said about Kai Jones. It was like when Giannis came in, he wasn't as basketball knowledgeable as Lamelo coming into the league. Lamelo been really doing it longer than Giannis in the span of his time coming into the league.
Right.
Well, there's different ways to win a basketball game. So like, it's just whoever does it the best. So the Warriors type of basketball style and their players like makes them the best team in the league, and that's why they win. Damn near every year.
I agree. Hey, look, Belize, let me go back to you. Whoa, let me slow down because remember, Giannis did bring his family up on basketball. His older brother did.
Right.
His father.
Right.
Look, can I put it like this, Uncle Vern? Let's say this. I'm gonna use a boxing analogy, right? You have somebody like Deontay Wilder to start boxing as an adult.
Right.
And that's how I see a majority of NBA players. They're very good.
Yeah.
And they know how to box and they know what they're doing.
Right.
But then you have somebody like a Tyson Fury that's been boxing since he was a preteen.
Even bigger, even stronger.
And that's what I see a Lamelo and
muscle
Alonzo
memory
and
even. Their muscle memory is just better than everybody.
Also student of the game.
Yeah, hey, we'll slow down for it. Okay, right, but let's slow down for it. Nico, you see Lamelo as what now?
I see him as I compare him to a Tyson Fury. Because he's been doing this for so long.
No. Because neither one of those guys, neither one of them 2 guys you talked about got an IQ.
What do you mean? They're geniuses. They're geniuses.
No, they're not geniuses. Their ability. You
in their field. They're geniuses in their field.
Well, you're still not thinking. You're still not getting it. My point is, you talk about two individuals that fit the same category that don't fit Melo's category. Melo's category.
I'll say Tyson Fury is really he's intelligent.
Melo's IQ is way above theirs in the professional sport alone. Way above theirs because they only IQ is their strength. Yeah, they like Hercules. Both of them are like Nico Mahoney.
I understand your point.
They're not geniuses in the ring. Neither one of them are.
They're not.
I think Tyson Fury is.
No,
I think Tyson Fury got everything in his bag.
These guys are out of box, bro. I'm trying to tell you.
I've been watching Tyson Fury for a minute. He got everything in his bag. I've never seen a dude 6'9" that know how to use his feet, body movement, head movement, jab, get out the way, dodge. He got everything, every tool. That's why he's undefeated. And it's not just because the weight class is trash.
Bro, he lost to dude. How many fights they had? 3 fights.
These are the pros.
That was a tie. That was a tie.
I mean, what was it?
No loss.
Was it a tie?
It was a tie. Yeah.
It wasn't a draw.
It was a draw at the end. They drew the first fight, and then he won the next 2.
Right. Okay. I apologize. I didn't know that. I thought he had a loss in that one.
No, he's great, Uncle Vern. Look, I really did my research. That's why. Like once I didn't know who he really was until like right around the second fight, and I start going back into his past. I'm like, he's really fucking intelligent. Like the way that I've never seen somebody with his size and his ability have the brain part of it down.
Hey, look
And
here.
Look, Muhammad Ali out there.
honestly,
remember that other heavyweight they got out there in Boston, in British, the British fighter too. That other heavyweight. What is his name? The brother,
Anthony.
the black dude. Yeah,
Anthony Joshua.
What? Okay, thank you, Nico. You a genius. Look, okay, who you think between those three are the better fighters?
Tyson Fury by far.
Tyson Fury.
Yes, his package is way better, and he's way smarter than them. He can fight the different styles of fight. Like with Deontay Wilder, the third fight, he brought a slugging fight instead of trying to dodge him and be cute. He fought the fight that Deontay fights and whooped him at it. That's why I respected it. And then the second fight, he was more of a guy that was just trying to drain his energy and counterpunch him for a majority of the fight. At the first fight, he was just sluggish because he said he hadn't boxed in a while. You know, he was getting off the drugs, all types of shit. But toward the third fight, it was excellence because he gave him so many styles and also fought Deontay Wilder's fight. And I think that's why I call him a genius.
So the Joshua fight, okay, right. Did that what's the other guy, the other third guy out of the ring fight any one of the two yet?
AJ hasn't fought Tyson
Joshua,
or Deontay.
The Joshua fight Fury, or did he fight what's the name, the other brother?
He hadn't fought him yet. I think they're in the works now. I think
they're running from each other. I think all of them running from dude. You think?
Well, I think AJ is in the works of a Tyson Fury fight. He called him out like last
that's
month.
what I mean. Right. That's all I know is I think they're running from dude. What do you think? Because you brought him up, and I think that's my pick right there. So I'm putting mine up against yours.
Okay, well, they got a fight coming up sooner than later.
Yeah, okay. I think they running.
Vern, I want to give you another take, right? How about on the Lamelo IQ take, right? So it's something like you see how Kobe came into the league from coming in from high school, comparing him to like players like Allen Iverson and Tracy McGrady, who would actually they were good players as well, right? They were all three great players.
On their
Tracy
ability.
McGrady and
Oh, you cut out a little bit.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry. I cut you off. I apologize.
No, he cut out.
No. Okay, yeah, my bad. I was just saying, Kobe mindset coming in was strictly basketball. Tracy McGrady, coming straight out of high school, he was playing baseball. He was playing other sports as well. He wasn't just locked into just basketball, right? And
so was Iverson.
And Iverson was he was rapping, doing just other things, right? Doing his own things. He wasn't just fully locked in basketball.
Flight, man, come on. Man, come on, Flight.
Hey,
cooking right now.
We're gonna pull back up tomorrow, y'all.
Let's go.
No worries, man. We salute Flight Sports, man.
Shout out Believe, shout out Nico, Uncle Vern, shout out the doctor. Pull up tomorrow, man. We're gonna
Yes, sir.
Peace
Hey,
and love, y'all.
Flight Sports TV, man. That's my dude. I was with him.
You heard what the man said. It's Flight Sports TV.